like, for me, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu are the same. Same crazy people that you don't know what to expect from them. You don't know what they will do. But if he succeeds, please, to start the kind of releasing. So it's okay with me.
Alright, okay.
But don't take every word of a virtual person, whether it's Amos or it's any other person in the room. So many rubbish people say it's virtual people. Don't know, you sit here from the morning till night, or you have the trees of dollars outside of your house that you go out and where you bring money to bring food to the refrigerator. I mean, I don't understand. Every time I come in, this room is open, and a lot of people, yes, I'm jealous, that a lot of people are also treating women coming to you and not to me.
You want the women. Amos, can I share your story? You moderate with Yael. She moved you down and kicked you out of the room. Your own room. Can't believe it.
Yeah, was it done? She did it. It was me and Amos, and then I went and opened up a room. I didn't know she was Amos.
Where is that woman? And there's only that. What are the people I want to wipe the floor with on this app after the ceasefire is out?
Her reputation is gone in the toilet. It's in the toilet. So don't waste your time on her. Honestly, she said some disgusting things about.
I want to say some disgusting things to them there as well.
Oh, you know what she'll do? She'll ask me a phone number. She has an air fetish. So that's
I don't mind, Johnny. I'll give it to her in all three holes. All three holes. I'll give it to her.
You won't be able to get rid of her.
Anyways, I think this is not one of those rooms, Nick. Let's keep it PG. We have Caleb here. What's up, Caleb? What are you going to talk about today? What are you going to deal with today? Let's see. Are you going to deal with apartheid today?
You see this thing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is?
Comments.
What is everything? This says,
Amos, are you
Just bring that
going to open the room? Have fun in the room, man.
Tomorrow night, of course. Tomorrow night.
Of course. I asked you to give me some shekel, maybe I make you money this for one day. No shekel, no money, no hassle.
Listen, I make a picture now of all the people in this room. Each one who will not come to my room tomorrow, I will make him a
Really good
call.
chemistry with someone. You'll make us one.
Judging and hug. I
Or
complain and hug. Yes. I go to hug and complain that they didn't come to my room.
tomorrow we're gonna go to Amos's room.
We need shekel, I need shekel, otherwise I
But
can't.
Amos, you have to mod Amir at least.
Oh, no, bro, I can't.
That's my boundaries.
Amos, you say open the crazy street. Do I take it?
And there will be 100 people in the room, I think. That's my fantasy. Me and the room, I mean moderator, and 100 people in the room.
Amos, I can say definitely your room is fun. It's definitely,
Very specific on 100 people.
yeah, he wants, that's his goal. You know, it's good to have objectives. This is good. You just gotta, find a way to get to that 100 people. And, maybe resistance will come.
Amos, send me shekel, maybe I buy you a fake visitor team.
I always go to his room. The problem is that he's like those crazy.
You know, Cedric, there was a website. There used to be a website online.
I'm gonna go tomorrow. Resistance.
You can get fake visitors. You know.
Promise me every weekend.
Put under pressure by Elnar Show and Daniel. Like they put him under pressure.
I know.
You're resistant and saying I kill you.
What I'm saying is that I You're not listening. I like your room. You should be fair.
Yeah, but you're gonna make balagan and just shouting and shouting and
You turn
shouting.
different. You allow them to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Prince. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome everybody who has showed up today to the extending their stay in Lebanon for 30 more days because they don't want to leave. They just want to occupy, steal more land. And my friend Amos here will convince you with his leftist tone that that's not true, that the Israelis are not bad people, that they're not occupiers, and that they're actually a decolonizing project. Wild enough. Amos, how you doing, brother? You good?
If I'm cool, yes.
Amos Kibbutzim?
Amos Kibbutzim is okay.
How's the traffic, Amos?
The traffic now, it's fine.
Amos, I have a question. What do you think of a normal?
He's a very clever person.
Not clever means liar.
He's a very sneaky person. Sneaky,
Yeah,
Amos.
No, that's what he's trying to say. When Amos says clever, it means sneaky. It's not a compliment.
Amos, keep going. Tell me more.
What I can tell you more about what?
Do you think he's a vile person?
What? Who?
Normal.
Normally, he's one of the most cleverest Jewish I met. You don't agree with him, but
I don't think he's clever at all, though.
you don't think he's clever.
You think
But,
he's clever?
I know you the same as I know him more. It seems to be very, very kind and clever. That's the truth is the Yael was the first one in the world.
You think Edward is clever? Edward is.
Wait, Amos, you gonna let me mod in your room tomorrow?
No
Why not?
chance. No,
Why not? You let me mod before. I did a good job.
no, it's a Yael. You give Yael a moderator.
I wasn't modded then. I wasn't modded then.
I think you moderate the
That was
Yael.
you're mixing it up.
Iraq is gonna release all the prisoners who are accused of attacking American forces or being part of ISIS.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Six.
crazy.
Everybody. Thousands are gonna be released. Very interesting. I wonder why. Maybe they're afraid of what's gonna happen in Syria is gonna happen in Iraq.
Prince,
I can wonder what the Americans think about this.
You think Turkey will take Syria?
Turkey already took Syria, almost.
Amos, you want to move to Africa? Let's say if the state was located in Africa, the Jewish state, would you move to Africa?
I want to start moving now. I'll die in my kibbutz. It's too late, Amir. But I hope that tomorrow you come to my room and we
Amos, what do you think about the criminal in the West Bank, the settlers? They're terrorizing the shit out of the Palestinians.
the terrorists and the Nukhbot are the same to me. They are Jewish Nukhbot. They are Nukhbot Muslim and they are Nukhbot settlers. So, what can I do? If there is a war, and right now there is a war, the police try to, they're crazy, they put this paper, I don't know what you know, this, you put in the eyes and it's burning the eyes. Pepper, or what you call it. The settlers put a policeman in the
Pepper spray.
Yeah, they put pepper spray on a policeman and he shot them. Badly wounded till today in the hospital.
Yeah, but you have to tell the whole story. Say that the IDF shot those settlers thinking they were Palestinians. Tell the whole story, not half of it.
No,
They didn't shoot the settlers because they were shooting them from doing something. They shot them because they misidentified them. Yes.
But yeah, okay, I'll come with your resistance. You say
Because you're telling them not the truth, almost. I every day. The writing right now between the settlers and the IDF is because the IDF soldiers shot two settlers that they thought were Palestinians. This is
possible. But don't forget from this village, go out Palestinian who murder Jewish. That's why they go there. They're crazy and they are crazy. If you want to say the whole picture, so say that one day before come terrorists and kill Jewish from this village. So, that's a war, and if people want to, a war is killing and this and wounded, and no one in the room understands the meaning. You're just speaking, but no one in the room understands the meaning of this word war. No one in the room. Pass it on his body. No one, not you cyanide, no you resistance, you're just paka. Kulu.
פקה. אז זבל. אנחנו זבל.
סנק, you say אנחנו זבל?
כן,
סנק.
אנחנו זבל.
You speak Hebrew?
What is it? You guys make it seem like Hebrew is so hard, man. אנחנו. We literally have the same.
They took a lot of
They literally have the same adjective. We have the same pronoun.
You realize they borrowed from us. You know that, right?
Ooh, he. Same thing. Everything's dude. Honestly, I think it would take me a month.
What is
To
this?
really get Hebrew down.
Sandwich,
Only
what is
problem with them.
What is this picture on your title? Donald Trump with the...
He's a Nukhba. Donald Trump, Nukhba.
Donald Trump is a Nukhba?
He's a Nukhba. Donald Trump give us victory, man. Why not? We love Donald Trump.
Hey, what's up, Benzie? Benzie is back with...
איזה יופי.
We thank Allah, then we thank Hamas, and then we thank Donald Trump.
So you like Donald Trump?
I go by what Hamas says. Hamas said, thank you, Donald Trump. I go, thank you, Donald Trump.
Hey, Prince, Prince, you can get it from his name.
Donald Trump, it did.
Follow me back.
If you don't see
Follow me back.
you know if he's speaking Hebrew?
Come up here.
איזה יופי.
אני מחייבת את הברית.
וואי, איזה איפוק, fascinating, איזה יופי. Where are you right now? Are you in Israel?
Wait a minute, hold up. Why are we having a personal conversation on a public stage?
איזה יופי, this is a virtual life, it's not personally. You come to this room, so you have to speak freely. We speak freely in the room, no secrets.
Amos, I speak more freely in this room than you do.
So איזה יופי, it's a kind of Hebrew. So I wonder, where are you right now?
רגע, עמוס, אתה לא מכיר אותי?
That's a Somali language, right? Come here.
That's so Jewish.
Or
How many times Amos has invited me on Shabbat to come into his rooms at 12 o'clock midnight?
So why didn't you come?
אני שומרת שבת.
שומרת שבת. זה יופי שומרת שבת.
Easy.
Yep.
Follow me back.
Wait, who's talking to me right now? Prince. Okay, I'm coming.
No, don't follow Prince. Prince is Nukhban. Don't follow him.
Alhamdulillah. Follow me back, Amos.
Wait, Amir.
There was
I did follow him. Is it good?
There was
This
a
is also promised me every Friday night that you didn't come. You're also Jewish religious that they don't come on Saturdays.
Yeah, Habibi, Amos. Yeah. There was an Israeli girl called Hannah. Do you know her?
I think she's a Kahanist, no?
She's a what?
Kahanist.
Hannah?
What?
Explain them what is
What did he
Kahanist.
say is you? Did he say she's a whore? Did he call her a whore?
Whore is a zona. So no,
What
he
did
did not.
he call her? What did he call her?
I barely heard him, but he said a conist, a con artist. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, she is the one with the big lips, the duck lips.
I think she was a Kahanist. I'm not so sure because the same as I often say, you talk. I remember to so many people I don't remember. Rav Tuti is the
English, guys, English is,
Like, no, did you say con artist or kahanis, like male kahana? Which one?
like Merkava. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So very, very, very
Kahanist
right wing.
talking about Jewish movement. When I say to somebody he's a Kahanist, I mean he's a Nukhba. But from the other side. The settlement side.
Amir, I had the most amazing day. I met some Palestinian brothers. I went in to do a mailing, and just awesome. I went in to do a mailing, and you know how like if you bring a box and you like go to mail something, they'll usually take it if you have a QR code. So I didn't have the QR code, and they were like, "No, you're gonna have to." What did they say? They said, I'm gonna have to print it out for $2. I'm gonna have to get a bag for like $5, another $7. And I'm like, yo, you guys know, first of all, I just met these people, right? Because I need to let you know, I'm straight up Yehud. I ain't trying to spend 20 extra cents. And they're like laughing and we're joking, like, have you ever been in Israel? And I'm like, yeah, we're parked. And we're talking, and I was just like, all right, let me run to my car. But before I go, free Palestine! And they were like, you don't have to go to your car. You just said the magic word. We're going to give you whatever you want for free. And they did. But it was so fun, like laughing and joking. And it was like, yo, we don't hate anybody. They're like, real Jews can get people who come in hateful, angry, upset about nonsense. Nah, we don't have no time. So I made 6 new friends today. It was awesome. No. What?
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov? What's mazel tov?
Waving Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
he's gonna do something, that, remember we talked about a couple days ago? So just talk to him just for 1 minute.
Oh, I didn't see it. I got you. All right. I'll be...
Can't believe you showed your face back here.
We got Himothy. Is it Himothy or Himothy? What's up, Himothy?
It's Timothy.
Himothy. You're atheist, aren't you?
Hold on, Connor. Wait a second. Hold on.
I know. He's a good Salafi atheist. I don't know.
Hold on. Let me calm down for a second. Timothy, I was really mad at you, and I'm still very mad at you, but I've been more upset at myself all freaking day. Like, I'm really, really upset that I got so upset. Like, really, Timothy, we need to have a talk on what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I've really, as you can see, got angry, but I've been hurt all day, and I don't know. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. I even told Narius, I was like, Narius, have you ever lost your shit on anyone on the app? Well, now you know who I was talking about, Narius.
I've called people. I've called him a few names. It's okay.
And Nagas called me a blackie one time.
I said, why are you blackie?
What the hell is going on? Okay.
He called me a creature right after that. But he said, beautiful creature.
Cora, get out of my room.
Still loved it.
Proud Timothy is a proud Christian. Be proud that they.
In the interest, yeah, like as a as a response to your olive branch, I forgive you and admit that yes, it was in fact you who was wrong. I did not know. I was obviously correct.
She can't
take it. No.
I'm
He said kneel and then told me so.
ways that
What you
Hypnosis.
hypnosis is wrong. What you did was like very wrong. To the point that everyone knows, like it's hard to get me to the point where I would be like, shut the F up. Like that's pretty bad. You gotta know that I was that upset.
He did the same with me, and then I had to go on my knees and say sorry just because I called him a hardy blackie.
You should do it again. Both of you owe me an apology.
Okay, now you stop talking. You're making it worse.
No. I'm telling
Second
you,
of
we
all,
should be
I
friends.
finished call one.
I'm
Who
just
cares?
told Christian, like,
but also, Timothy, I do think that what you did is wrong, and I don't think it's okay, and I don't understand it, and it makes me very sad and upset. But even if you did something wrong, even if you were being wrong, I know I could have handled it differently and better. So.
Although
Wait. Is Timothy now aligned with Christ, or what? Do you accept Christ as, or is this just
he's
a
a
troll?
Salafi, he's always been a Salafi.
You know the
the
conversation that you and Andrew had today. So him and Andrew had a fight, and the reason they had the fight is because of the seed that Timothy planted. So listen to what
I
I'm
miss
saying.
those rooms actually.
Listen to what I'm saying. Timothy came in and planted a seed, and Mikhail doesn't know how that conversation got introduced. Well, I'm going to tell you how that conversation got introduced. It was through Timothy. And that's exactly what he was doing, was being an agent of chaos, and it took root, and it produced exactly what he wanted.
Problem of evil? I mean, Timothy is literally the problem of evil is his bread and butter. Like, what are we talking
It
about?
wasn't just the problem.
Exactly.
You don't know what he did to introduce a particular conversation intentionally as the agent of chaos that he likes
To be so no, as my Salafi brother, I do respect him, of course, and I have to go put on my burqa. But more importantly, what did he do? What did
Are
he
you having burqa talk with other women? Like, am I hearing you actually talk about burqa?
Yeah, I always clad up the moment Timothy comes around.
That's funny.
And he drops his eyes.
You know that's like basically you're talking sex talk to him when you talk about burqa.
He really loves
You
that.
might as well be talking phone sex.
What are you talking about?
He tells me every time, like, he enters a room, he says, "Sister, please, can you go put on your burqa?"
Yeah, that's phone sex to him.
I'm doing this. I'm doing it for your benefit so that you guys can go to Jannah.
Well, maybe if you lowered your gaze, perhaps.
I'm not.
Does that come up here?
I'm not gazing. You guys are the ones who have these inappropriate images as your PTRs.
You
It's not me,
guys.
Seriously, tell him.
Listen, I'm just trying to listen. I'm trying to advise them.
I've been sick all day since I yelled
Why
at
not? Okay, I mean, why not start him out with a hijab? Yeah, why all the way?
you. That's
Well,
just
not
like
just needs to make up because of.
Oh, are they like that beautiful? They need to cover it. I get it.
No,
Okay,
well,
but the compliment.
I'm not gonna disagree with that statement, but that's not the reason. No.
I don't put on my niqab right now. Hold on.
Yes. So
Notice you need to forgive Albedo, man. I think you're being a bit unfair.
I like baptized in good time.
We do not mention.
Why
No,
should I?
being serious, dude. Why can't
Just-
this
Watch,
be?
forget him from watch. Like, there was no
Each side.
No, it's like apparently you freaked out on him because he said that he doesn't take a view on Israel and Palestine.
Yeah,
that's a little bullshit.
I don't believe what you
Well, is that not
hear.
true?
Okay, but what's Israel and Palestine compared to supporting the Iranian regime?
Oh,
That's
God. We're not going down that path. Thank you.
Why is that so wrong?
He didn't tell you why. He didn't tell you why I freaked out on him. It wasn't about not taking a stance. It was that he was telling me not to take a stance. And I'm sorry, there's a distinct oppressor and there's a distinct oppressed. And I'll die on that cross.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding because I don't think that's what he thinks. maybe you guys should slow down.
No, we couldn't have got that
Sailor, look, I'm not. I wasn't trying to like upset you, but like I maintained everything I said. Like I don't. So if you don't want to talk about those things, that's fair. But then it's not really fair if you like kind of respond to a point and then I offer a retort and then you get like upset and feel like you're being victimized because you should just disengage. If you're not interested in, if you think that engaging on those topics reflects poorly on you, respectfully, you can't blame me for that because I initially was criticizing Andrew. And granted, I did include you as well. Like I did say, Sailor believes this too. But it's you have a choice at that point whether or not it's a point of contention you want to engage. If you do engage it, then you can't get upset and say like, oh, I'm targeting you, and because ultimately it's like a belief that you actually hold.
Habibi, listen to me. This room.
Habibi, I know there's a night. Allahu Akbar. Habibi, I know there's a night.
And some people try to deny that it's even a genocide. And you came in and the conversation became very distant.
Good evening, Deidre. This is John. Hope you had a lovely day. If you're free this evening, if you want to chat or if you'd like me to give you a call, I'd love to say hello. And I hope you had a great day. That's how you do it, Alan.
A million times. And it becomes disingenuous. Like, when it comes to the Palestinian cause and what I feel like you were up to, it's like not everything is funny, hoodie. Like, I know, like, we're all.
He's trying to genocide Andrew Tate. That's what he's trying to do.
Mikhail, please, let me and hoodie have to talk real quick. Because you know already, like, his responses, and you know what he thinks, and you damn well know that he doesn't think that the Palestinian people should be genocided. So you're coming around, well, you do advocate for genocide, don't you, Andrew? Not a good time.
This is what I don't understand.
Yeah, you came around.
Why do you have exclusive access? Wait, hold on. Why do you have exclusive access to ridiculous justifications?
And I'll hand it to you and I'll be quiet. I'm almost done. Okay? I'm almost done.
You said we're being the same thing
You
you said
came
earlier.
into the room to give your friend a hard time of whether his, text condones genocide or not, and tie that into should he be against genocide for the Palestinian people. Whatever, you're doing it in the wrong room. And I don't think that what you were doing and saying was disingenuous. Because Andrew doesn't condone the genocide of the Palestinian people. So the narration that you were creating in that moment.
I think he's agnostic to whether it is a genocide.
No, he believes it's a genocide.
I think he's agnostic, to be honest.
No, he's like both sides. He does that, symmetry nonsense.
I mean, to be fair to him, he's agnostic mainly because he hasn't read anything about, he has no familiarity with it, but that's kind of besides the point. I'm actually not trolling, just to be clear. Like, obviously, I try my best in most of the conversations I have to, enjoy them. So, as a result, I kind of always try to, inject a bit of levity into the discussions I'm having. But I'm actually being very sincere. Like, why do you think you have exclusive access to this set of justifications? You don't think people who support Israel like Zionists can just do the same dumb shit that you guys do? And that's what I'm trying to highlight here. I'm trying to say, look how ridiculous it would be if someone was to actually attempt to justify the slaughter of Palestinians by saying, when we say they're human animals, what we really mean is they have Nephilim blood and they have magical special properties that make them evil inherently. Like, we all think that's retarded. That's ultimately what you guys are saying, right? And you want to do it for this historic case. Now you might want to say something which I think is reasonable, which is, to be honest, given how far, how long ago all that stuff occurred in the Bible, even if it was to be historically accurate, it's so far away that I don't even I don't assign any real credence to that actually happening. Like, it's one of these things where it's like, this is a way I could explain a story, and that's fair, but that's not what you guys do in these discussions. You say, I believe that occurred, and this is the justification for it. Okay, these people are going to justify this atrocity in exactly the same way. They're going to say it's not an atrocity. And I just think, you guys can't have your cake and eat it in these kinds of situations where like, no, that would be a historic case of genocide. Now, 2,000 years or 6,000 years or however long ago that was alleged to have occurred, 6,000 years in the future, you don't think if there are still, if the human, population or race is still divided into these like ethnic groups, you don't think some ethnic, like if an Israeli still exists or Israelites or whatever, you don't think they will justify this genocide in the same way?
Well, that's-
We'll tell your friend update on
God
that.
revealed
Hold on a
to
second,
divide
excuse
even one.
me,
Bye.
sorry,
Talk
this
to
is,
one more
I don't
time.
know if you noticed, past the me and him as you were talking, please, just,
Okay,
for-
So if you could finish it within the next few minutes, because you
Yeah.
gotta pass the mic around.
You're talking
Yeah.
about Christianity, so we
All right,
you're
well, that's
close
fine,
line.
that's fine, we're still talking, thank you. I just think that, like, whenever we're having, like, a room that's particularly about defending the Palestinians from genocide, and then you come in and you wanna have the conversation that we've already had 55 million times, it's disingenuous. And I think that you have, and I guess, how can I translate vägen mindre? How can I translate that? Like,
Like a
You're
mean vein.
you have a mean vein. Like, there's a vein to you that's just downright mean. Like, you come in to start a fight, to, like, basically to say, well, like, to have that like, if we're not in God talk, like, we're literally in a room that is defending the Palestinians from genocide, and you're coming in and you're saying, but don't y'all support genocide? Don't you defend genocide? Don't you support genocide? When you know that's not the case, that's just mean. Like, you're mean-spirited. Like, I don't know why that's the case, but it's just mean-spirited. It would be different if you don't know what we think. It would be different if you were curious about it and you were coming in to find out about it. But when you know all the answers and you're just creating the conversation so other people will fight, and literally Andrew will be on the defensive when you know his answers, just to create chaos. It's just being an agent of chaos, and I think that's just mean-spirited. And that does make me upset. Because then you hijack the conversation from the Palestinian people, and we're discussing whether the Amalekites were related to the Nephilim, and now we're on the defensive about what we believe about the Amalekites and if they were related. But hold on, I'm almost done. You know what our answers are, like, you know what we believe concerning some of those things. But now we gotta explain it for other people because you're acting like you don't know the answers to those things. And no, and I've told you before, either, yeah, they're lying and these were actual people and, they weren't related to the Nephilim, then that's what was happening in history. Or maybe there's some truth to it and there were fallen angels that saw women and they had children and that mutation was in the human genome. Maybe that's true too. But just the fact that we've already had the conversation, you know all the answers, and then you're coming at it like an innocent bystander that doesn't know the answers just to be an agent.
I never done a lie. You're just gonna lie. I didn't. When did I say I didn't know your answers? I don't care. Your answers. I know what all of your answers are, and they're silly. That's why.
No.
That's why I'm bringing it up. Like it's the opposite of what you're saying. I'm bringing up just like
Because
like no.
don't you support genocide?
Yeah, you do. What do you want me to tell you?
God,
This is why I said
that is
don't have these
literally about the
conversations if you're this
Palestinian
sensitive.
people.
No, legitimately say that. Like, I'm not even trolling. Don't have these conversations if you're sensitive. If someone comes into a room
No, I
and
will
tells you
not.
Andrew,
Because
and
it's
tells
not
you
that I'm
Andrew, you elect to
It's
respond.
not that I'm
Hold on. Can I?
I'm not sensitive to somebody who comes in genuinely wanting to know the answer. You're not genuine.
Why would you just mean?
Because
Why the fuck did you apologize? Did you do the same thing again?
no, I
Like,
have
you know what I mean? Why did you apologize?
somebody comes into the room. If somebody comes into the room and they're like, Sayla, you're a Christian.
But why the fuck are you repeating yourself? You just did like a whole minute
In
ago.
your
Man. What are
text,
you
it
doing?
talks about how the Amalekites are.
Why are you repeating yourself? Do you think nobody heard you the first time? Why are you repeating?
Because a real genuine conversation will be somebody who doesn't know shit about my answers comes in and is like, excuse me, Sayla, like you're a Christian, and in your text it talks about the eradication of the Amalekites. How does that fit into what's happening to the Palestinians? That's a genuine conversation that I'm willing to engage. But what you
But
did
why did you
is
apologize
right
to do the
now.
same thing again? I'm so Don't fucking
pisses me
apologize
off
to
to
me.
no end.
Don't apologize.
That's what pisses me off to no end. Is that even now you're being disingenuous. You come in and you start saying, but doesn't don't you support genocide? Do you? Not to me, but to also even Andrew.
Don't be cool with
And
me.
so
Don't try
one
to be
thing
cool
is
with
you're
me.
hijacking the
Legitimately, don't
conversation
try
for
to be
your
cool
own amusement because you're mean
Don't try to be
spirited.
cool.
That's why.
Alright. Don't tell me no apologies after this. Don't say like peace offering, bygones, and all that shit, because you're just
Why?
gonna do the same shit again.
While we're having a conversation, I'm not telling you to
You
shut
just
the
muted
fuck
me
up.
100 times. You apologized
I
for
did.
like 5 minutes. Then as soon as
Absolutely.
I started responding, you started muting me, and then repeating yourself.
Because you're lying
So
again,
you're
and I
not really
can't stand your
apologetic. You aren't
disingenuous.
apologetic, but you were just
I
upset
don't
you didn't
stand
get
for
your opportunity to
gaslighting.
speak your
You
mind.
need to know
That's
that.
why you're upset.
When you gaslight, I'll
You
mute
don't give a
you.
shit.
When you bullshit, I'll mute you. Timothy, everybody saw.
What are
They're
you
not
doing?
blind.
Like, what are you doing?
I'm muting you because it pisses you off.
This isn't gonna end the way you want it to. Like, trust me.
No, that's fine. I'm sure you're very
That's fine.
vindictive. I'm sure you can
No,
read
I'm not
the word.
vindictive. I'm just not gonna. The next time you try to say sorry, I'm just gonna go, no, it's cool. Like, forget about it.
There's nothing. I said sorry for telling you to shut the fuck up. I'm not sorry right now for telling you that I think it's a very disingenuous thing that you do. I'm not
Yeah, I'm
sorry
not
for
being
that.
disingenuous. You think stupid things, and I told you they were stupid, and you got upset because you're really
That's
sensitive.
okay. I'm not
That's
upset
it. That's
you
all
saying
that's
you're
happened multiple
stupid.
times.
I'm
And I
upset
did come in
you
the
trying
room
to
to
hijack the
address you.
conversation
You're
and
just
be a
still doing it. Do you want to shut up for a second? Do you want to stop talking for 1 second?
No.
You've been talking non-stop since you fucking apologized.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, I came in the room to speak. I had to say something about Andrew. You were talking about whether Andrew supported genocide, and I said something about Andrew, and you volunteered a response. No one addressed you. No one targeted you. Then I responded to the dumb shit that you said, and you were too sensitive. Why are you still talking now?
Because you're lying. You keep lying.
That's
Whenever
not
you
dumb.
lie, you're
That's
gonna
like what happened. And you're doing the same thing now. I came into the room, you addressed me. I'm responding to the dumb shit you said, and you're upset.
Just to be
Like,
fair, he was addressing hold on, he was addressing Andrew, he wasn't addressing you.
But he even said himself, yes, I did include you. Did you not hear him say that?
Yeah, at some point I said, oh, Sailor believes this too. You choose to respond to these things. Then when I actually address your actual sense beliefs, you get really, really sensitive and call me mean. Okay, stop fucking responding then. Like, I have a right to speak about what I want to speak about with other people, right? You don't have a monopoly of, where
No,
or
you
of what I
don't
can
have
speak
a
about.
right. When you
Okay,
come
cool.
into this
You
room and you want to hijack the conversation
Why
for
do
your
you muting
purposes,
me? Like,
to get your little mean rock star,
I'm
to
not
get your
listening
little
to you. You're
mean
saying
ding
the
dong
same
up,
shit.
you're not gonna say
Brothers and sisters,
just to get your
we
little
went.
mean ding
I
dong
want you
up.
guys
I'm
to,
not
I
gonna let you
want you
hijack
guys
the
to
conversation.
consider something. Sella,
What is happening?
What
What
the fuck are you talking about? You didn't tell me don't talk about this. You actually tried
okay,
to.
wait. Can you do it for me? Because some of
And then
us.
you upset.
Hey! We're being held hostage by this conversation. We can't even move forward. We can't continue the
Yeah, but I
original
don't
dialogue.
like defend myself. But,
Okay, but I need you to
There's nothing to defend yourself on.
Hey! You can do that in a private room. You don't have to do
Why
that.
did you do this when someone else?
Yeah, you guys can go in a private
Yeah,
room,
no,
that's
one
right.
second. Hemothy, like, seriously, there's nothing to defend yourself. She literally said nothing. She literally said nothing.
I said nothing. I thought I talked for a while.
No, you pretty much just repeated your grievances like 2-3 times.
So
That's it.
let her empty it out. She wants to get
But why though? I apologize to us. That's stupid.
I apologize.
Why can't we go into a private room to hash this out?
Because we want you to hear it.
Yeah.
I want you to hear it.
Oh, okay. Well, can you do me a favor?
She should not suppress her voice.
All I'm gonna ask is that if anybody wants to engage in mental masturbation, that they do it in private.
That's a way to describe
Do
it.
it, you there. I want you to.
Use your own hands.
Hemothy, you gotta see that.
Your own hands. I'm not helping you go with that.
Hold on. Just to be fair, even though Timothy started the convo, right, and Cynic and Andrew went back and forth, and I actually enjoyed it. There's people in here, they enjoyed it as well, by the way, so I don't see a problem there, but anyways, we can move on to something else.
Just we love Andrew. So
Yeah, no problem, man. Like I said,
Yeah, you come in here, I do. Timothy, I do offer limited freedom of speech like earlier. You can curse at people. If they curse at you, I don't mind. Okay?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna cuss that anymore.
No, you do. If somebody curses at you, you can curse back at them. I do offer limited well.
No,
That's religion.
no, I'm a Salaf. But no, but I have more
Respectful towards religion.
I get wider berth when it comes to the Zionists, right? Like I can insult them more, right?
I mean,
Go off the handles.
Did you not see Cynic, bro? He
Go
was
off the
going
handles.
crazy.
It's okay.
Just so you know,
I
he's
agree
mentioning
with you,
Cynic,
imitation. I think Andrew's coping, and yes, they use those very verses to justify.
yeah, Andrew alone. Hashtag free Andrew, stop.
Hashtag free class.
Say hashtag free Andrew.
JB's in his own room called Fakes, Frauds, and Wannabes. He must be projecting. It's an older room.
Means we're going to pay off all our debt with our XRP stockpile.
I wonder if Jason Williams owns XRP.
He owns everything, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, even John from 44 owns XRP.
No, he does not.
He had like a wallet that he couldn't get it off of or something, like $20 worth. It was $20 worth a while ago, so it probably might be able to withdraw it now. Or whatever.
Yeah, it might be $60 now.
Bobby has gotten in relationships with some of these things. So, but yo, check the IG.
Look, you would have failed if you were in Abraham's position.
No.
So, yeah, you just said if God told you to do this, you wouldn't have done it. So.
No, because I would know
Has
that
this
he's gonna provide
conversation
a way.
literally gone biblical now?
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna pivot.
This is
We're
what I
gonna
was
pivot.
telling you. This
Thank
is
you,
what I was
thank you.
telling you.
Wow.
Yep. We're gonna pivot to something else now. Going back to Lebanon, I think I wonder what's gonna happen because they want to extend 30 more days, and then we had settlers that were going to vent across the border into Lebanon. When the settlers came back, the IDF was telling them next time you go, make sure you coordinate with us. It means they want to give them protection to these illegal settlers that want to settle into the south of Lebanon. That's crazy. That's how they do it in the West Bank. But anybody want to chime in? Edward, do you want to chime in, bro? Can you hear me?
And then he says it again. He's like, yeah, Jay and I don't like each other. But I'm like, bro, are you talking about me?
Brent is saying this.
Brent is saying this.
I thought you guys were all
I hate
peacefully
that.
coexisting. I know.
No. I'm not a
Giving
listen.
its proof.
Listen, one thing about me is I'm not a fake or a phony.
No, I don't think you are.
So I'm not gonna ever. I have no respect for that guy. I think he's a liar. I think he's a fraud. I think he's a fake. Is my opinion. And then after he leaves the room, he goes and opens the room and tells people I'm a pedophile.
I heard that later in the day, or this evening. I went in, I saw a chat, and I heard someone say, that's not right to call someone a pedophile. I don't remember who, and I thought, who are they talking about? And then I realized it was you, and I thought, you said a lot about your life. I never heard that.
And well, he called me a sex offender also, and I said, I'll give you $10,000 if you find my name in any sex offender registry.
Yeah, what? Why is it being rehashed, Jay?
He ended it, boom that shit quick.
The weak point is Lebanon for the Muslim regime is artificial and easy for us to undermine.
The
We
pimp
shall
in the house.
establish a Christian state there, and then we will smash the Arab Legion, eliminate Transjordan. Syria would follow us. We then bomb and move on and take Port Said, Alexandria, and Sinai. So this has been a goal all over long. Yep. Continue. Sorry.
Hi, Dean.
Normals gaslight me, say you're one of the literally said, you want to go back to this quote, where is it, about Yusela, like you're one of the worst people in Clubhouse or something. I said, no, you're one of the nicest people in Clubhouse. She's one of the nastiest women I've ever heard on the app. I said, Norm, as usual, saying the opposite of the truth, as is his habit. Stella's one of the nicest person on this app. Anybody knows you're in Andrew's room, this room, that room, you've been on this for, I don't know, at least a couple, 2-3 years or so. People know you're one of the nicest people on that. So it's typical Norm saying the opposite of the truth, trolling.
I appreciate you, Dean. It's been a little rough, but I appreciate you.
Well, Norm, if you're speaking from you, man, it's even worse. Man, there's part of me just thinks you're just a troll.
Oh my God.
That's like, oh my God. Norm, you can't be this bad, man. You can't. You just can't. I mean, I'd like to have some faith in you, some hope in you, I should say.
Nah.
Stella's walking in a lot of rooms.
And she's doing big things on her life.
She is. So everybody else Stella's one of the nice people in the app.
She doesn't look like an 80-year-old goat. She's doing things. Now other folks, it's a whole nother story. Hey, hold up.
Would you say that you hate white people?
So, Amir, onward and upward for important things.
Yeah, but Rude, my goodness. I should ask you those 3 questions again, namely the last one, the 3 questions I asked you, but this, this genocide, people who support the genocide, try to justify the genocide, are just morally, they need some moral surgery, some fixing, correcting of the fault in their heart, which would somehow side with the oppressor, the genocider. It's just, it's a genocide. I mean, the world says it. Leading human rights organizations,
But they would want to genocide me, though.
The former head of the AC. He is also the founder of the March is a Jew.
A gay biracial American claiming that Hamas is trying to genocide him.
He changed his position. He said, no, this is a genocide. Holocaust survivors, Holocaust scholars have said this is genocide. It's genocide.
Say it! Say it! It's a genocide!
But there's Christians, Zionists, and Christians in general who don't believe in homosexuality. Thinks that major.
They're not throwing hoes off buildings.
They're not throwing. Name me the last case that some gay guy was thrown off a building.
I'm not a.
And if you find 1 or 2 here and there a year, no, show me like we're mass. Like
well, they're probably gonna raise and come out.
There's somebody in America. Well, yeah, it's to certain societies. If you live in Japan, Indonesia, Korea, to Russia, Chile, Ecuador, there's going to be certain customs and certain moral values that are upheld.
And so we're going to have to chuck you off the fucking roof. I'm sorry. But you sucked a cock. We're going to chuck you.
Yeah, in Singapore, a white American got, no, if you did it in your home, that's between you and God. I mean, you can sin in your home. The police are not going to go inside and open your windows and look inside what's happening in your home.
They actually did. They would set people up.
Where? When?
In Palestine, there'd be like.
When? Give an example where the police just went inside. They set up cameras, that's not. Yeah.
They would go on like dating apps. They would go on like gay dating apps.
So just admit it. Your position. Just admit it, Rude. Your position on the genocide is predicated on your homosexuality.
But I would be
Palestinians were suddenly for
even,
genocide.
no.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I think we have to
You don't know that. Let me tell
I
you.
think other people know that.
I'm a Western civilization girl. Okay, I love Western civilization.
He's a Western civilization girl.
I prefer to live in a world where most of the world is Western, and I don't.
Well, most of them are not Western. All of Africa, Christian Africa.
He's a Western girl. They kicked me from the room. How did they know? How did they know?
Words.
How did they know?
What about Kim Jong-un? I don't know.
He's not you. He's not good at you, is he?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
UN.
sorry. Sorry. I was sorry, not you and he, I would say.
Yeah, it's not UNE, but like I don't know, like I can't.
But that's like, what's the?
I think the E gives the U to long O sound.
Okay, great guys. Nobody cares. Sully, what do you think about what Donald Trump is doing?
Earth Moon.
Take the second.
It's bad.
Is this just gonna be attitude all the way down from you now? Say that.
Wait. Where's hold on, Earth Moon? Come up here if you would. Sayla, have you met Timothy before?
Never heard of the guy.
Well, have you ever heard of the Satan incarnate?
Don't say it.
He's like Marvel character.
That's my business partner, Andrew.
Don't speak that.
Well, he talks about making deals with the devil, being the devil's advocate. He's like, no, I fish that, take the advocate out. What's advocate out? They based I'm not gonna lie, right?
Trying to be the devil's charge, you know?
He's kidding. Anyways,
Was there a resolution to the earlier marital dispute? Did you guys read all the
There actually was, and then Sailor proceeded to rant for 5 minutes straight while muting me and screaming at me. So
I did not scream. I did apologize for telling him to be quiet too passionately, but I still think that he has a gaslighting problem, and he likes and he's a bit mean, and he's mean too.
It's an atheist zone? I think, no, it's not. We're going to drill the atheist. Love don't go nowhere. Remote don't go anywhere. I think my favorite moment was at one point he told Timothy, shut the up.
And I apologize.
I was like, all right.
That was
all right.
excessive.
I was like,
legitimately, what do you think is more offensive? Somebody telling someone to shut the fuck up, or somebody speaking non-stop, repeating themselves for like 5 to 6 minutes, and then when you try to respond, muting you incessantly?
Well, it sounds like you're saying Sayla did both. So
I don't give a shit about it. I don't give a shit about it.
I'm gonna let you know when you're being disingenuous and you're not being honest and genuine.
You did let me know, like multiple times. You kept repeating it.
And I'll do
so,
it.
I knew that's what you thought, and then you kept muting me, so basically just not letting me respond to the charge.
If your responses are not genuine, then I'm gonna stop you.
Ramon, you left there. That's
you don't think that's more ridiculous than someone who's like disingenuous?
Ramon and love more. Don't be love very. Don't be.
Sully,
Hold on. First of all, Andrew, I'll leave if I want to leave. I'm a grown man.
We were just talking about you, Normie. All day.
Normie, I had an uncle named Uncle.
We caught a con.
Oh, Norm.
What's up, Uncle Norman?
Doing good, but because we're starting late, I'm going to be eating.
Jay, I'm gonna pop down and back up. I have too many people blocked to be a mod, but
You're welcome. So, Normie, you know what I had for dinner? I had Spumoni Garden Pizza. Have you ever been there?
No, but I want to try it, man.
Oh my god, dude, it's so good.
Good, I'm glad. I'll make a mental note.
Shame for you to have people blocked. That's hilarious. Block the fuck out of a lot of people.
Hey, let me tell you, hold on. I got smoke for this guy that just came in. Get your ass up here, Rankin. Yo, where the fuck was my picture? Yeah, Marshall.
I completely forgot about it. I got caught doing something and fucking flaked. I'm sorry. Not uploading a bunch of
gets into my truck. My mother, for some reason, likes to go to auctions, and she buys two things at auction. She buys bookshelves, well, three things: bookshelves, typewriters, and plants.
Wow, I love typewriters.
Does anybody use typewriters anymore?
Remember IBM Selectric when that came out, guys?
Yeah. You know, my kid, before I got him a computer when he was like in middle school, my computer to do his homework. And one night he was like, Dad, I need a computer, I need a computer. And I was like, listen, I'm doing something right now, I can't. And he very defiantly went under the desk and pulled out an old typewriter and started doing his homework on a typewriter. It's definitely my son.
So my in this room was, or is, it looks like, I mean, it's a small room right now, but it'll grow. Everybody here has been doxxed at least one point, right? I know Hermes, how you doing? You've been doxxed pretty hard.
Yeah.
MG, you have, Norm, you have. I'm not going to get into the specifics of Norman's dox. And it just seems to me, listen, I'm kind of a free speech absolutist unless it's slanderous or libelous, right? So when you have that piece of shit, Brent, calling me a pedophile, right? The same man who said he served in IDF but doesn't speak Hebrew. I remember the days, Gene, back on Club.
He was a soldier!
When you had to bring receipts. If you claimed to be something, you had to prove something. This motherfucker goes around his app, disparages people, brings no receipts, not one.
What happened? Like, you know, we were all friends. Like, where does this go?
Time out. I was never friends with that piece of shit. Second off, there was some moves, some houses. What's up, Salome? Long time no see. There was some moves made in healthy debates that Brand wanted to be an administrator, and they gave it to Rohan, which I supported. I think Rohan's a great moderator. He knows how to run rooms and runs houses. Well, Brent got so upset, he threatened to sue people, the owners of that house, specifically Roger and Kelly. You're my friend. I don't fuck around. When you threaten my friends, you threaten me.
Can I tell you something, Jay?
You can tell me anything you want.
It is a violation of the code of ethics for a lawyer to threaten to sue somebody. You can be brought up on charges. You're not allowed to do that. Just a piece of information.
Well, thank you. I don't think he is a lawyer. In my opinion, he's a fraud. He's always been a fraud. And listen, the truth is this, Norm. I don't give a fuck. You want to come on here and you want to be a nuclear physicist? Be my guest. I don't give a shit. But don't threaten people, right? Don't dox people. He brought up a lawsuit that I have from my childhood, right? And it's just, the reason he wanted to sue Roger and Kelly is, you ready? Because he thought they were anti-gay. Now, Roger may be a lot of things, but Roger's not homophobic.
He's been clipped. Otherwise, would he be here, Jay, you think?
Yes, I spoke to Roger. He's well aware I was opening this room. See, what people want to understand is like my relationship with people outside this app. Roger and I became very good friends. No, I consider Norm a good friend.
I agree. You got clipped again today?
Yeah, you got clipped. Yeah. Because of that piece of shit, Ben Mendelsohn.
Benny boy!
Yeah, I know, yes, I don't know, I don't care. But, you know, Ben Mendelsohn, hypersensitive, very condescending human being. And I'm just over all that bullshit. Rich, what's up, Rich?
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my app open. Hey, what's up, guys? Is Brent starting shit, or what's going on?
It's not just Brent. It's just like, this app has devolved into a point of all these frauds and these fakes, right? They get away with so much shit, whether it stops in people's families, weaponizing people's past. It's just like enough, right? Like, when do you just say to yourself, why can't we just have the real conversation? Listen, Gene and I, on this app that are my friends that have served in IDF, right? People who have fought and lost friends because of it.
You did, right, Norm? Didn't you serve in the IDF?
I knew that guy wasn't the
I volunteered, yes.
Yeah, I thought.
Listen, whatever I say here is just my opinion, right? And I just think he's a piece of shit. I think when you threaten to sue somebody and then use the fucking bullshit excuse because he's gay, nobody gives a fuck how much dick you suck, dude. Nobody gives a fuck. What they care about is your lies and how you hurt people. Fuck that.
So, like, I have looked into Brent's account and stuff and his personal information. I don't see the evidence for him being a district court judge.
Oh my God, where are you researching Bryn though?
Oh, I research everybody. So, like,
Oh my Lord.
You know what though? And this is no bullshit. Since I've been on this app, I've always been the same person. I don't hide from my past. I talk about it openly, right? I don't ask people for money. If I bang with somebody, there's a reason. If I'm disrespectful to somebody, there's a reason. But usually, for the most part, I'll have a conversation with anybody. Even if they're idiots, I'll talk to them. Maybe an idiot can teach me something. But let me tell you something. He's a piece of shit. He's not the only piece of shit. You got people like Soren who fucking doxed multiple people on his app. Multiple people. Soren doxed Rohan's daughter. How do you dox somebody's fucking How do you dox somebody's family? Now that's just cause but you know what? Some of you fucking pieces of shit will sit there and sing kumbaya with them. Makes no sense to me.
yeah, Soren's a piece of shit.
Even I know that. I ain't going. But what was the suing of Kelly and Roger about? It's stupid. There's plenty of gay people who go in and out of all of our.
How do you sue for being like, I mean,
what's the claim?
I don't know. Kelly's in the room. If she wants to come up and speak, she's more than welcome to. Kelly's my friend. And Kelly and I have banged heads. There's been times where I sat there and said, well, what a fucking idiot. But you know what? I still have nothing but love and respect for Kelly. Because she gives it back to me. Why Brian would want to go after Kelly? I have no idea. Why Soren go after other people? Why do these people get away with it?
I don't know.
It makes no sense. MG, you got docked so hard on this fucking app.
Well, that's not entirely true, but I hear you. I think the bullying is very different when it comes to women. I don't know. I feel like there's a qualitative. I don't know. I just feel like the women side of things, it feels like a lot of jealousy, a lot of hate for various reasons. But listen, if I don't like you, I'm blocking you and I'm moving on. Like, all of this is too much work. Like, I'm not researching you. I'm not doxing you. I'm not following you around. I'm just blocking and moving on. I don't understand why people just can't do that. Just set healthy boundaries and move on. But they can't. They won't let it go. They want to follow you from room to room. They want to harass you. They want to bully you. And it's an app. You can't bully me on an app. I can just leave. I just find the whole thing very bizarre. Jay, I don't know. I don't have any answers for you because I had the same problems with various women and one male. Yeah, I had Andrew Meyer who wouldn't leave me alone for 6 months.
Andrew Meyer's terrified of me. If he sees me in a space, he's leaving immediately.
Oh my God, it was 6 months. He just would not leave me alone. So I don't get it. You know, like I said, I'm blocking you and moving on. And that's it.
Let me give you some context here real quick, MG. I go into Roger's room today. He opened the house, or it was Roger's room itself. I don't know. I'm just sitting there. Roger brings me up. And I hadn't said a word. And this motherfucker, Brent, starts spewing my name. Like I'm not even there. And I'm like, well, hold on. I had to ask him, bro, you talking about me? Because he's saying Jay, because there's a lot of Jays on the app. He's like, yeah, I'm talking about you. I know we don't get along. We don't like each other. All this other shit. But, you know, I'm like, bro, get my name out of your fucking mouth. You're a fraud. I said, I tell you what, Imagine that. You got that type of power, yet you're on Clubhouse all the time. You're gonna put me on a no-fly list? Be my guest. I'll take the train. I don't give a fuck. You're a fucking fraud. And I tell you, Andy, I'll tell you this. I've known this app since the very beginning. I remember when it's people like him that ruined this fucking app. Him, Soren, so many others. But I remember back in the day when you claimed to be something, you gotta bring receipts to prove you were that something. Bring the fucking receipts. And I told him, hold on for a minute, hold on. I said to him, you prove it, you speak Hebrew right now, and I'll shut up and I'll leave the app. He left the room. He's a fucking fraud.
Jay, let me ask you something. Isn't it a criminal? Isn't it a crime, a felony to pretend or to say that you're a judge?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't play one on Clubhouse. I don't know what's up, time up. I have no idea, bro. He could be whoever he wants. He could be Irvin Marshall. I could care less. But when you threaten my friends and then you don't understand why I don't have your back, like what planet do you live on, bro? Like, why? Listen, you don't have to like Kelly. You don't have to get along with Kelly. But what happens to what stays on this app stays on this app? Why do people have to take everything, internalize it, and then make threats?
Oh, no. Andrew Meyer went on, does anyone remember that's a very famous podcast. He went on the podcast to talk about me on a nationally syndicated podcast. Like, these people are batshit crazy. Listen, I don't fuck around with crazy. You show me signs of crazy, I am leaving you the fuck alone. Like, I'm a mother of two. I don't have time for this. So, Jay, I just think it's unresolved mental health issues that we're dealing with. It's weird.
Yeah, I agree with you. It to me, when I see people like Brand, that's mental illness.
It's just weird to me how when you poke the bear and the bear bites back, you cry a victim. He's a perpetual victim. It's not just him. There's so many other people in this app that play the same fucking role, right? And I swear to God, I had a nice conversation with Roger about trying to just be nicer to people, forgive people. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. And then I go on the stage, you got this piece of shit talking about me.
This piece of shit!
I don't know, man. Listen, thank God he didn't sue Kelly or Roger or any of Rohan. But we got people like Soren, who puts Rohan's daughter's information, announces it in a room. Why would anybody, mental illness or not, why would you fucking do that? For less of my kids. Put them in danger.
You asked, like, why do those people continue doing that? I think it's because I'm talking about all of us here, we're not holding these people accountable. We just create a room like this room, we talk about it, but I think maybe we need to start holding people accountable. That's what I had to do, Jay.
What does accountability look like to you?
Well, when that shit went down with me, eventually I had to call the sheriff, I had to file a police report, and then I got my attorney involved. And once my attorney made contact with these 3 individuals who started the bullshit, then it went away.
A lot of this also depends on the state that you're in. Because in my scenario, JB, what I did is I just filed police reports because I wanted it on record. I just every time a harassment issue with said individuals, it was batshit crazy. I took screenshots and sent that shit to the police. So I have multiple police records open. For the women in the room, I have no answers. My JB and the men can, they can fight their own battles. For the women in the space, when you see crazy, just move around because it's not worth it. So
let me tell you something.
I call the police.
Let me tell you something.
Police.
I invited you up because I'm fed up. I like legit. When you said you threaten people with frivolous lawsuits, fine. You pretend to be a fucking lawyer or a judge or whatever the fuck you you are. To me, you've had stage 4 cancer for 18 years now, right? You were part of IDF, all that bullshit. Never served a fucking. Can't speak a word of Hebrew, but you're a fuck.
I think there should be a space between the last
What
word
about
of
a
the sentence.
Randy? What about a dot dot dot?
No.
Why?
I mean, because I feel like it's too compressed to have a question mark right after the word. It feels a little too much information per square inch, per dot.
What's going on? Get in here, the first thing you hear is Soren. Oh God, we're gonna find something intelligent to talk about.
Well, I was talking about Brent calling me a pedophile today.
Brent?
Brent, the fake judge.
Oh, well, I mean, everything that comes out of his mouth is the truth. We know that, right?
Yep.
That's fucking disgusting. Look, there are reasons why I have him blocked. I barely block anybody, but you've just given me one more reason.
Well, see, here's the thing, man. When we have these conversations, I don't take them with me offline, right? I leave them right on Clubhouse. I don't think about it again, maybe till the next time I'm on Clubhouse. But one thing I do stand on is my friendship with people and loyalty. Right? Loyalty is not a word, it's a lifestyle. Either you're fucking loyal or you're not. And loyalty has to be reciprocated. Right? Like, you're my friend. I know if somebody's bashing me, you'd be like, let's not do that. Kelly the same way, Roger's my friend. So when he threatens to shoot people, I'm gonna have your fucking back. What's up, Ash?
What's up, brother? Love the conversation, and I mean this question in the most respectful way. You have like a mentality mindset. What do you think about testosterone replacement? Is that something that people should be on if they're low on T, or should they try to go about it in that?
I'll move, Jim. We don't have time for this.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Since anybody made the upload testosterone.
His mother didn't complain. I mean, what's the problem? Obviously, that must be a Brent acolyte. And I'm sure Brent's in here with a fucking burner, and that's fine. Brent, in my opinion, you're a fraud, you're a fake. And if not, somebody please relay that message that I said that, in my opinion. I don't know, Rohan, when somebody says they served in the IDF, but they don't speak Hebrew, they served in the IDF Intelligence Division, but they don't speak Hebrew. Does that sound kosher to you?
It basically is kosher as a pig on the barbie, right? It does not sound right. I don't know if any individuals that come across that have said they've served in the IDF who can't speak or understand Hebrew. At least understand a little bit. I don't know, what about you, Jane?
I did not serve in the IDF.
By the way, Rohan, I had opened this room in Healthy Debates. Jane was in there with me. The room was open for less than a minute and it got closed by Clubhouse.
What?
Oh yeah, where?
It just shut down, and then it wouldn't allow me to open another room in Healthy Debates.
Oh, goody. That's fantastic. I've got to laugh a little bit.
Why don't we have like a sense of community on this app? Like, no one would do this in real life. Like, I don't understand. For some of this egregious shit, I don't understand why we don't band together as a community.
Yo, MG, hold on. Let me
What are you suggesting?
She's right though, Rohan. Because you know how many times I've gone to bat for people, and my so-called friends just sat on the sideline. I'm not talking about you or MG. MG is a real deal loyal friend, right? But many other people will sit in a space with fucking Brandon and let him call me a pedophile and not say anything about it.
Jesus Christ. When did this happen? How did you happen to be in the same room as him to start off with, Joe?
I wasn't. What happened was, we were in Roger's room. Roger, him and I, Brent and I disagreed. I said what I felt. He said what he felt. Then he left because that's what he is. He's a little bitch. Opened his own room. and went in there and started talking shit about me. And I was getting multiple messages offline that he's calling me a pedophile.
Wait, Jay, did you mention the part to Rowan? Are you aware that Brent's supposedly trying to sue Kelly and Roger?
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, that Brent's trying to sue, supposedly, allegedly suing Roger and Kelly for being homophobic, I guess? Yes, that's what it said, right?
Oh my god, look, honestly, I would not believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
Do you know what the whole thing was? You know what started this whole thing? This is how fucking trivial this piece of shit is. There was some house cleaning issues and healthy debates. And Rohan became an administrator. I was supportive of it because Rohan's my friend. I like him. I respect him. He won some of the best rooms on Clubhouse. And I had no issues with it. I didn't give a fuck. As long as I build my rooms and be supported by my friends, that's all I give a shit about. He got upset because he wasn't made an administrator. And then he started threatening people because he wasn't made an administrator. Matter of fact, I think his exact words were, if you don't make me an administrator, I'm going to sue you. Who does that?
Very sensitive judges.
Again, unresolved mental health issues. Some of these people don't have real friends in real life, Jay. Like, this is just unresolved.
That's not true. I have many friends in the real world. But they don't talk to me anymore because I'm here talking with you all the time.
Exactly. Listen, like I said, Kelly and I argued. Kelly's kicked me to the audience, told me I was a fucking idiot. She was probably right. But the next
But how do we know you're not a pedophile, Jay?
It's Roger's house. I'm a fucking guest in their house. They give me the privilege to open rooms in their house. It's bizarre to me.
We're doing the best we can, Alan.
I agree with you. There's some good people on this app. Rohan, you, Norm, Kelly,
John, Edmund, Adrian.
People I trust you guys. Right? But some of these motherfuckers are so hypersensitive and internalize everything. It's ridiculous, Ray. Grow up. Let me tell you something. I have a past. I've spoken openly in my past. Hermes has a past.
Uh-oh.
But you know what? I guarantee he's not the same man today as he was 20 years ago. Who the fuck am I to judge anybody? This dude got ran across the ribs all over this fucking app. It's bizarre to me.
Why don't we have a sense of community? Like, I don't understand this.
What does that look like to you?
Community?
Well, when you're doxing people's daughters, I think that's a red line. Like, I'm not talking about random, I don't like you, you don't like me. I'm talking about the most egregious shit. Like what they did doxing Rohan's daughter. Like, why is Soren allowed in Jewish spaces? Like, why are you here? Like, no, you shouldn't be allowed in anybody's house. You shouldn't just be around, period. Like, we don't hold these people accountable. This would not fly in real life outside of the metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty simple to go up to the people who actually have administrative powers within those rooms and to put a permanent block on people like Brent and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, what is this?
Here's the problem, guys. You ready? Too many people are too nice on this app. They forgive and they forget. Until it happens to them. Then they're like, you know what? Crazy JB was right about this person. Too forgiving. Thirsty for conversations, Rich.
Oh, no. Most of the people on this app are either autistic or narcissists. They just want to be out in front. They want to be like the number one and want everybody to surround them and listen to all their words and cling to them. I happen to be one of the autists, so, sorry.
Hey, let me ask you guys something. Does the IDF have something like stolen valor, like here in the U.S.?
I don't know what they call it over in Israel, but I would think that it's stolen valor when you claim to be part of an intelligence unit in IDF and you had nothing to do with it. You only speak fucking Hebrew, you asshole. Not you, but me. Let me tell you something. The things he has said and done, Rohan, on this app,
See, when he was making those threats to sue people, I said, let him. Because then he has to reveal who he really is. He can't hide behind a pseudonym name anymore. He has to give his real name, his job, his information. Those threats are bullshit. He knows it.
You talking about Brent or Soren?
Brent, I think Soren's Iranian fucking spy, to be honest.
Yeah, Brent's given enough information that he lives in Sacramento. His spouse passed away from a vehicular homicide, a drunk driver that he's supposedly a district court judge in California. I mean, it takes like 30 seconds to look it up. And there's no information on the internet that would line up with what he's claiming all the time.
Wait, he doesn't have a beachfront property in San Diego and a penthouse in Los Angeles like he claims?
Yeah, I genuinely believe that this app is specifically created to keep all the narcissists and autists just stuck in this app 24/7. So they can listen to it.
Bro, my final straw with him, before all that shit blew up, was when he said, I'm going to put, not me, he was going to put somebody on a no-fly list, because he has that type of power. Get the fuck out of here.
He lied about a beachfront property.
Yeah, he's supposedly not even a practicing judge. He's got like physical ailments and stuff that keeps him from actually being on the bench currently. He just gets paid. And in essence, all like a disability.
He told me he was an overflow guy, bro.
Yeah, look, from what I've read, and I might be wrong about this, but from what I understand, judges are not allowed, in America, are not allowed to be on social media. Is that about right?
Well, they're encouraged strongly not to.
Yeah, it's an ethical thing.
And especially a district court judge. I mean,
Yeah, but Rich, check this out, Rich. We have Supreme Court justices that are taking helicopter rides on billionaires' helicopters. So, you know, where's the line with these judges?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're strongly encouraged not to.
David, what's up, David?
JB, you and me. Great to see you.
David, were you in Brent's room when he called me a pedophile?
Earlier was no. I would not have stood for that. I'm sorry. When did that happen?
Well, if you were in Brent's room today, he said it.
I was there for like 10 minutes, but it wasn't his room. It was Roger's room.
He opened the room after that. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I had to go to work.
No, I'm not a pimp. I'm a former pimp. And just because I didn't pimp you out, don't be jealous. Get it?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have stood for it. I apologize.
No reason to apologize.
No, it's ridiculous, and we don't need that here. You know, it's one thing to. I'm falsely accusing people of anything is wrong, and that kind of accusation would really piss me off. Let's just say that.
Well, in Rod's room, when he said I was a sex offender, I said I'll give you $10,000 to show me where my
$10,000.
How about that? And he fucking left the room because he's a bitch. Because let me see, hold on. Ziev Jabotinsky pulled him out also, David. Because Brent claimed to be an IDF intelligence division but doesn't speak Hebrew. Does that make sense to you?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Speaks Hebrew.
Maybe he does Google Translate.
Maybe.
Just kidding.
It's not just him, David. There's others on this app just like him. I'm just tired of him because he came after my friends. He can come after me all he wants. But when you go after my friends, I stand up. That's what friends do. MG stood up for me.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You got people like Soren who doxes people's children. How the fuck do you live with yourself? Not you, him. No, I know. Put somebody's kid in danger like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the world we live in. And, you know, we were in, Roger had a room last night. I was just there for half an hour, but we realized that, you know, it was being broadcast on YouTube again with Edmund under like his 10th or 100th different alias while we were speaking.
Well, the truth for me,
He's probably doing it right now in this fucking room.
Playing all the time to me.
stuff like that.
And then everybody hates Adrian.
He's the one person. So, but the thing is, I don't care about stuff like that. What I care about is somebody came to me and said, you know, David Katz works in here and his children live here. That bothers me.
Sure. I mean, you have to take a stand somewhere, and it's your life and your reputation, and people get away with that, right? And that word gets thrown around so much it has almost no meaning.
David, MG brought up a good point. Why is there no sense of community on this app when there's obviously really good people still left on this app? You, Rohan, Rich, MG, Hermes, Kelly, Andrew, Tuddy down in the VIP section, Dude Cool. We got some good people. Listen, why is there no sense of community?
I wish I could answer that. I mean, I have some community with you and with a lot of people that I trust. I think it can be it's fragile. It can be broken by just comments that are meant to denigrate somebody and bring them down that aren't true. And by the time you get to the bottom of it, or people believe what they want to believe, but some people are out to destroy others.
Some people get joy in just trying to destroy others. See, my biggest mistake I ever made on this app was just being real. I could have been the fakest fuck on this app and made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
Yeah,
my biggest mistake was it has happened. I've called people out. I've gotten back. David, you probably don't know this about me, but when I was catching con, I was able to get $40,000 back in stolen money. True story. Different people. I helped this one girl, Slim, on this app, get back $5,000 the same day. Didn't ask her for nothing. Didn't expect anything but a thank you.
It's amazing. Now, who else could have done that? I don't know of anyone else.
The FBI.
That's what I'm saying. My biggest regret is just assuming everyone was normal, Jay. I literally thought everyone was normal. Because I thought I was dealing with...
You thought everybody was normal.
A bunch of narcissists and unresolved trauma and all this other, extra bonus shit that I didn't account for. That's my biggest regret. So now, you got one time with me, I block and move on. This is too much.
Jay, who was in the room at the time, and do you have anybody that you made a list of people who could actually...
What, when Brent called me pedophile?
Yeah.
I can put a list together, but you know what, man? He can say whatever he wants, people say whatever they want. I have thick skin. I don't care. But the point being is, people like him will go after people and have immunity to do so under a fake fucking name, a fake profile, and a fake life. You're gonna come at me like Junior Soprano said, come heavy.
I told you better come heavy, Tony.
I was in Nelson Appeals when he came after me, and there was 7,000 people in there. And you know what, Rohan? I stood toe to toe with every one of those motherfuckers by myself. But there's other people, and good people. Listen, I'm not a civilian like you, Rohan, or like MG, or like Kelly. I'm a different breed. I don't come from your world. I come from a different. I was raised differently. So for me, loyalty's not a word; it's a lifestyle, man. If we have good conversations and we strike up a friendship, you got my loyalty. But too often, too many times, we allow forgiveness into our spaces and we let these toxic motherfuckers in.
I'm just waiting for the tip.
Block people of this type of character. Basically, if there are people who block people like this, then basically they'll get on the app and they'll have nobody to go in, no rooms and so forth to be able to see in the hallways. I think they can actually just leave.
Then they just get a new account.
But I don't, in Japanese, I don't barely block anybody.
Fucking Edmund, except for Edmund.
I've never even heard
Soren's one of them, and look, I'm not asking to, but I suggest. Look, I mean, you have people who go around indiscriminately calling people names and accusing people of the most horrendous things. It's harassment, it's bullying, it's bullyish, and I suggest that people really look after themselves. People like that, you don't want them around you.
Adults doing this. That's what's so shocking. Half of us are parents and grandparents in this space. Like, would we allow this for our children? We would be up in arms. No. They do this to other adults. It's the most bizarre shit.
Let me ask you a question, Rohan. I have a blue check next to my name in healthy debates. What does that mean? I'm a leader?
Yep, you're a leader.
Good. Because I don't know what happened, man. I opened the room and like less than a minute later they closed the room and it said, then when I try to reopen it, they're like, you're unable to open the room at this time. So I had to do it in this house.
What's the title? What's the title of the room?
Frauds, fakes, and phonies in Clubhouse.
Wow. Okay.
There's a lot worse titles going on right now. Trust me.
Yeah, but nobody's name was put in it.
No, I'm not that dumb. I may just look dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
Was anything said, in that room?
It was just Gene and me. I just opened the room. It was open for less than a minute. It was crazy.
And nobody's name was mentioned.
Nobody's name was mentioned.
Well, that's totally freaking bizarre.
I thought I got clipped. Roger got suspended today. He got clipped again.
What?
Serious?
Everybody loves Roger, but when Adrian Dimmick gets clipped 100 times, nobody cares.
Well, he had a mass reported because Roger wanted to open the house. He wanted to have Roger open the house. Patriots, those frauds, and Roger got clipped.
Unbelievable. Who has time to mass report? I don't understand that.
That's why when I say to people, and I'm just going to use names, just throwing out names. People, David, if you go into these Patriots, by supporting these spaces, you're supporting the toxicity these people bring to the app.
I don't need that in my life, and I don't know why Roger decided he wanted to have these rooms that took topics from other rooms and debated them in a lighthearted way. It didn't sound, I don't know. And so he mentioned Mendelsohn, and after that, he said, I'll even have Mendelsohn come in the room. Everyone's welcome. Everyone, can speak their mind. And it didn't sound like a fun time to me.
Yeah, same here. I wasn't really into it. They were really
I like Roger.
Of course, yeah. But that's crazy.
Everybody loves Roger, but everybody hates Adrian.
Daytime. Or doesn't Ben live overseas? I'm just trying to think what goes through
Ben,
someone's mind when it's in there.
First off, hello, Holly. Second off, Ben is allegedly, because I always have to say allegedly on the set, married to a diplomat who looks like a transgender. Not that he's transgender, but his wife looks like a man. And allegedly, so he's a pseudo diplomat himself because he's married to one.
Also, MG, there has been instances where I have people kicked off that, but that's only like anti-Semites and people that talk to people. For me, it's pretty easy to do with my 800 accounts. Have them all in those.
So let me just say this real quick. So Kathy Bastet, whatever your fucking name is, I'm sure your admin or one of your burners. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Dude, I don't give a fuck that you live stream. Nobody pays attention to you anyway. You get one person on there. It's probably your fucking split personality watching it. So, okay, it's not you. Meanwhile, you're part of this house. It's just bizarre. The mental illness on this app is way out of control.
Somebody's upset.
Meanwhile, as soon as I called him out, he fled. He says it's not me, but he leaves. Down with some energy, I'm coming up on that stage.
And you're right, we have to stand up for each other. I mean, whether you like the Tesla rooms or released them. And the handful of times we had people who went after others unfairly, attacked their children, we got rid of them. And none of us needed it. And that's the only response.
Bro, I heard today, I was in a room, and people were going ape shit about Elon Musk making a Nazi symbol. I don't think it was a Nazi salute. He's autistic, and he got caught up in the moment. I'm not an Elon Musk lover or anything. Right. I'm just saying, bro, people were going ape shit over this. And if you stuck up for him, you were getting kicked out of the room.
Yeah, my father's a Holocaust survivor. I looked at what Musk did, and believe me, I know Musk. He's good, he's bad, he's evil. There's many sides to him. I drive his fucking car, okay? And that part's been great for me. And I made many friends in his rooms up here. But I went to see his speech, and I can tell you, I know a Nazi salute, and that wasn't one.
Yeah, and it's and he did say, my heart goes out to you, places his hand by his heart, and extended out to the ground. He, like you said, he's autistic. Shit, I should stop this. They're looking at me weird. Why do they have this odd look on their face? Like, or like the first time that you find out, because I used to not make eye contact when I was a kid, because it makes you feel uncomfortable. And one of the worst things my dad did, well, best and worst things, was to teach me that, to be a man and to be a businessman and all this kind of stuff, you need to look the person in the eye when you're shaking their hand. The long gaze and stare for 20 seconds isn't appropriate. You make eye contact for a few seconds.
Well, let me just say this. The best way to have a sense of community is not support these groups, not support these people, whoever they may be. If you don't go in their spaces, nobody's there to talk to. You don't have fucking rooms anymore. Nobody's going in. Listen, I know Holly for a few years. She's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, but she's like my little sister, right? But so I have to forgive her because she's harmless. But Holly, you support some of these pieces of shit. You're breathing life into their toxicity.
Well, speaking of that, Rich, why do I have you blocked? I think you were being an ass to me in
probably was. Oh yeah, it was a portion conversation and like women's right to choose and all that.
Oh, I don't remember,
I
but
drug you through and said that you were a parentless womb and all that kind of shit, and you're like, I have kids.
oh yeah, why were you being such a dick, dude?
Because I think it's murder.
Well, so do I. I don't know why you were coming for me like that.
Rich, just being a bit.
I'm sorry.
Apologize.
I apologize for being mean and rude.
Okay, I'll unblock you.
To Yoruba, Bawani, piece of shit. I do autistic people because I've been medically diagnosed as having Asperger's, so is my father and my oldest son. And yes, people, why it's called a spectrum, are different. So if your nephew or cousin or whoever doesn't have those characteristics or signs or symptoms of autism spectrum disorder, doesn't mean that other people don't. Also, you have low functioning people that sit down back and forth and cry and are nonverbal as well. People that are extroverted, just stay quiet.
MG, you there? Rohan,
Yes.
you there? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sorry, I had to use the word nodding.
Reasons why we have such a large immigration problem, in California in particular, but that's just me. And obviously people might have other opinions, but that's just mine.
Very high level discussion you're having here, Christian. This is like public radio quality discussion.
Yeah. Now
I agree.
I mean, my mind was blown in a big
Randy,
way.
at his age, I wouldn't have been able to hold court like this when I was at,
I can do
I don't know
it right
Christian's
now.
age.
I'm 14.
No way.
Serious.
You're 14.
Seriously.
Yeah.
14 decades?
No. No.
times I met him, I told him I thought he was an old soul.
Dude, you're 14 and you tried to shut me down on how long I talked about the mamas and papas. You got a lot of nerve, kid.
Well, I
A
mean,
lot of nerve.
wasn't trying to shut you down. I let you speak the entire time, man. I mean,
I know, but then you had to, sidekick me.
Don't
Man.
worry,
I'm sorry. I
don't.
don't let 14-year-olds do that shit to me, dude. I'm sorry. Okay?
we got off on the wrong foot.
No, we're on a good foot. I think we're on the good foot. Just respect your elders. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, I do. Trust me,
All right.
Scott can tell you.
All right. Well, I'm older than Scott, so do the math. All right. Thanks. You know your stuff, kid. I'll give you that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And I think what happens a lot of times when we're on the topic of immigration is difference between illegal and legal, right? And I think it's very clear in my opinion, but some people don't, and I think I need to define it. The difference between an illegal immigrant and a legal immigrant is an illegal immigrant enters the country illegally, without documentation or etc. A legal immigrant comes through the process of giving documentation, waiting for asylum, and
The drilling side, yes, it's ex-cons that are on parole and stuff like that. Everybody's on meth and heroin, and they're all getting married to strippers and hookers and stuff like that. So there's like two different sides. Well, there's actually multiple sides, but the side I work on, everybody's good people and stuff like that. They're not much.
How far is Odessa Midland from the Woodlands?
Limits in the we have presidential term limits, and also FDR is the reason why the Supreme Court has been limited to the amount of justices that we have, because he was also proposing to pass the Supreme Court as well. So,
Political ones at the time, having uproar. I'll send you some of the newspapers. I've got some newspaper clippings from the time.
Yeah, man, like why you coming off the mic? Like, have some decorum with that mic, Marshall.
Thank you, guys. But yeah, I mean, I think personally we should take this seriously. I do believe that, honestly, I believe we are going to start hearing, realistically, talks of cessation from the country, of like states like California. All the blue states are going to start talking about cessation. I am so serious about this. I wouldn't just joke around, but I am in circles, whatever, that, and this could be a very real.
She's in revolutionary circles!
The fact is, the blue states control the economy of this country. California, New York,
Civil War!
And Oregon control a good amount of capital that flows to the federal government. It is very plausible that these states will withhold their tax dollars if these executive orders, these inflammatory legislative proposals continue and the rhetoric continues to get worse. I definitely feel this is a possibility. Governor Newsom from California, I would definitely watch what he's doing, because he's one of the first governors to actively, love or hate him, he is one of the first governors to actively float jokingly around. He is a performer. Gavin is a performer, but he is not. He has the elites that are behind him that are going to be pushing him towards, I think, is going to be a breaking point. It is going going to come down in terms of the Supreme Court, the supremacy of states' rights versus federal rights. And that is what's going to tear the country apart. And that is what is going to be the beginning of states seceding from the union, so to speak. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Let me just say this quickly. 1 second. Let me just say this really quickly. So, in order for an amendment to pass, you need 2/3 of both houses, and then a 3/4 majority. So he doesn't have that. So the amendment is not going to pass. Okay? Democrats are not going to go on board with this now. In 2 years, if things, I don't know, miraculously eggs are free, I don't know, and people just fall in love with Trump, is it possible? Sure, but no.
Eggs! Everybody's eating eggs every day, apparently.
I'm not saying that none of what you said is possible, but I'm saying an amendment changing the terms is not possible. Okay?
Listen, guys, here's a slick way they thinking about doing it, and I'm reading it right now. And it's Black Freedom up here. I know Marsha, you're an attorney. I'm reading up on it right now. And
Marshall's an attorney.
It's Vance run for president, and if Vance win, Vance resign and turn it over to Trump. That way Trump would become the president. So it's kind of I'm hitting and missing the article, but I'm reading up on it right now, and they're saying that the wording of the Constitution is that a person can't be elected, but it's not saying that there's not another way that they could be put in.
Hold on. People talked about this with Obama.
Yeah.
Talked about this with Biden having Obama as his vice president, and then something happening to Biden and Obama becoming president. They can't do that currently.
We knew it was going to happen with them.
If I may, I need to clarify something. Sorry, just some house cleaning. This is simply a resolution, right? I'm reading the resolution. This is a resolution. It's pretty simple. It's a joint resolution. It's proposing, basically 3 terms. It's a very simple read, right? And this document was created January 13th. So this was prior to the inauguration. We've heard talk of this, but this is simply a resolution. There's a whole bunch of problems take place, and it's introduced by this guy.
Robert, can you go ahead and read it? Because y'all love cutting off women when it's.
Actually, you're right, because I
Fucking A, motherfucker!
People cut me off, and I'm going to let them have that.
Motherfucker!
Some of them will be talking for 30 goddamn minutes now.
Exactly. Go ahead, Mr. Robert. You got the floor.
Thank you. I'll pass it right back to you. Pardon me, sis.
No, you can pass it back to Ahmad. I'm passing it to you. Thank you.
Can he not just pause and let her finish for real?
No, let him go ahead on April.
I agree. At this point, yeah, you can hold that thought, Mr. Robert. Go ahead, speak. The young lady that was speaking.
It was me, Mr. Green Mars having. I don't even know why we got green beans, because people telling us where we could talk. But this was done by the guy from Tennessee, and it was just done a couple of days ago. So I don't know who he's talking about did it, but I'm telling you the way it's reading, and they're talking about the way the 22nd Amendment reads, and it's saying that he can't be elected, but it doesn't prohibit him from serving as president. And the way they're talking about him serving as president, you can go and pull it up and read it. So we could talk about what they tried to do before, but we're dealing with a whole different set of monsters here. We're not dealing with the Democrats. We're dealing with some people. Somebody put it in the chat, I guess. I don't know. But if things fall in the hands of the Supreme Court, guys, we're fucking doomed. And you know it.
Fucking doomed!
It's an amendment.
Okay.
introduce a resolution to amend.
What did Trump do?
Well, no, it's not what Trump do. They extended. It's about a Tennessee. I'm sorry. So you already read
No, go ahead. No, I would love to hear this.
So it's the resolution. It says proposing an amendment to the Constitution, right? And it reads a joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to provide that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times. Resolved by Senate and House of Committees and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled 2/3 each house concurring therein that the following article is proposed as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution when ratified by the legislation of 3/4 of several states within 7 years after the date of its submission for ratification. Article: no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And that's it. Yeah,
You're from the Chicago.
There. So that's
But Lisa, when I just read, what he just said is one thing, but what I just read, I just read what the way that they said they could bypass what he just read, okay? He's talking about what the Constitution, what it says to 22. I'm telling you, the write-up that they got concerning the same exact thing and the way they're breaking it down. And if you listen to what he said 2 consecutive. That means back to back, okay? It was not
Consecutive.
the way he's doing it, okay? Because he served before, he lost, and now he won again, okay? So now they're trying to get
Motherfucking consecutive.
another term after this term, which would then have make him win 3 terms. And the way they're thinking about doing it, like they said, can't be elected. They're not saying he would be elected. They're saying that they're gonna have Vance to run. And once Vance wins, Vance can resign and they name Trump as the president. So he would become the president. That's what they're saying.
okay. So
That they're planning on.
what I was reading was the
Did Robert cut me off again?
the resolution.
Robert, here's the rule. Here's the rule. In this rule, because I've been very patient with you, Robert. We all have. Here's the rule. As a mod, if you cut me off again, I'm putting you in the group. I'm telling you that right now. If you cut me off again, anybody else can do what they want to do. You will go to the group because I'm talking to Lisa. Lisa, the room belongs to Lisa, okay? So if you cut me off again, you're going to the group. I'm not debating with you, Lisa. I'm telling you the article that we both read. We're reading 2 different articles. And the article that I just read is the article that the way that the Republicans is planning on doing this. And they will be able to do it that way.
Okay, this is going down. Okay, remember you guys when we had these rooms starting a year ago, talking about what would be happening with Project 2025, and right now you guys have to remind me of the guy who is pretty much over Project 2025. We've been having these rooms, and they were talking about this, and they were setting everything up for this to happen more than just a year ago. We just started talking about a year ago, but it's been like what, a decade, and they were looking for the right person to be able to initiate or activate this. Who says it? Oh, thank you. It's not Stephen Miller. No, it's not Steve Miller. Somebody's sending me a message that it's Steve Miller, but it's not him. I need to go in and find out who it is. It's the same guy that they caught on camera.
Kevin Roberts. RJ said Kevin Roberts.
Yes, that's who it is. Thank you. So this has been going on and in the works for a long time, and then people are talking about they didn't believe it, it never happened. Closer? Are we totally? I invite you over, like we could.
Come on over, Jay.
You would team up.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that, Holly. Once your husband sees how good looking I am, that's gonna be a problem.
Of course, of course, right?
And I'm yeah. So I don't know who McCandle is. McCandle, who are you?
I was here for David Katz. How you doing, JB?
Oh, what's up, man? I'm not looking for any smoke. I just don't know who you are. You came right to the stage.
All right. Is this a new handle for you? I recognize your voice. Great to see you.
Likewise.
Is this Ish?
That's it.
Sounds like Ish.
Is Ish?
I mean, Ish is like a number one troller, JB. Like, I don't know. What do you?
Yeah, but in Ish's defense, he is mentally deficient, though.
But hold on, let me tell you what I think about Ish. Highly intelligent, right? Ish ain't nobody's fool. He might be a pothead, but there's nothing wrong with that. But and Ish has said some vile, reprehensible things on this app. But Ish, I've never heard of Ish going after anybody's offline ever, not one time, MG. And believe me, reports come back to me all the time. I'm sorry.
I said that's true. I guess there's levels to this. Like, I've never witnessed him just be egregious. Well, you have aligned yourself with anti-Semites, so there's that.
I think he likes to stir the pot, and he always takes the counterpoint. Always. You can say this guy's blue, he's gonna argue.
What you're saying is contrarian?
Whatever you want to label him, Richie, be my guest. But Ish is a big boy, he can speak for himself. Ish, what's up, man? Long time no speak.
I actually can't speak. I'm in the hospital right now. I got a roommate, and he just went through surgery. So I don't want to disturb his sleep. But I did want to come and speak to Katz.
Well, hold on a second. Before you continue, hold on. You're in the hospital? You telling me that syphilis finally caught up?
Yeah, sure. This
You know I'll fuck with you, Ish, man. I'll fuck with you, bro. I wish you a speedy recovery, whatever the issue is, I swear.
What's going on, Ish? You have something to say?
Not exactly. I was talking to. Well, yeah, I do have something to say. What you call it? I was talking to my brother today about the Dominican Republic, and I was telling him that I know someone who migrated to Sosua. I know someone personally, and I wanted you to speak to him at some point. I don't know what point, but he just found.
I'll talk to him. Just to be clear, my father migrated from the day he left Germany, escaped concentration camp with 80 other people on a boat on April 12th of 1940. They got to Sosua on April 20th of 1940. I was there 8 years. That was my father.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. So
Ish, have you been to DR before?
yeah, twice.
I love it, man. I've been to Punta Cana twice. Fantastic people, fantastic food. Just a great place. Just don't drink the water.
I don't know anything about the water, but I'll take your advice.
Bro, I got sick as a dog drinking the water there.
Oh man.
I wasn't even, you know what, bro? I misspoke. I didn't drink the water. I was brushing my teeth with that water. It fucked me up.
I'm gonna brush your teeth. Well, anyway, I'm gonna see if I can get my brother in here. But
Sure.
shout out to y'all.
Well, thank you.
I hope y'all have a great room.
I hope you get better. Are you in the hospital for a reason, or you're visiting?
No, I'm in the hospital for a reason.
We wish you better health. You don't have to tell us more than you want, but I'm sorry.
Nah, fuck that, David. Tell us what happened. What happened to you? I ain't gonna talk show. I don't got time for that. What happened to you, man? You bang your dingling?
Yeah, probably ginger reassignment surgery.
Yo, it's not, you know, if you see you tonight.
Y'all funny today. I bet you would too.
Bro, 100%. What do you want to eat? Because I got a house of foolish. 100% I'm going. What do you want to eat, bro? I'll go down and pick it up for you right now. Tell me.
I'm good, JB. I'm good. I appreciate that. You a smooth criminal. I'll lie to you not. You're a very smooth criminal. But no. I'm good. What you cool? Yeah.
Are you medicated? Are you medicated right now?
Nah, not medicated at all. I'm actually tight that I'm not on medication.
Yo, let me come there. I'll start fucking banging some bedpans. I'll bring you fucking Thorazine.
Yeah, it's actually pretty wild in here. I didn't expect this hospital to be so eventful. So next door to me, they're like, well, they were fighting. You had one roommate calling the next one heroin.
You know, I always encourage people, hey, go to the bank and get a job as a teller, right? Go to Chase.
This is the 14-year-old kid giving advice about careers to clown house people.
Who used to be the CEO of Chase Bank. Reed Hastings started at Chase as a teller, and he worked his way up to being CEO. So Chase Bank to this day has a policy that they want every employee to have a bachelor's degree, and they'll pay for it. You can go major in liberal arts. You know, but the caveat is that you had to get at least a C, which I think you can maintain, you know, because you're also working a job, but they would also pay for you to get your master's, but you'd have to get your master's in like finance or management or these other things. And if you did, then what they would require is that you spend 5 years with the bank, and if you leave within 5 years, you have to pay back the tuition costs. So I'm saying that there are ways, if people really want to put their heads together, how to make this tenable and how to make this feasible in the best interests of large corporations, in the best interests of the states that these people are living in the best interests of the big cities like mine. Like I said, these people, you can't walk into a restaurant and not see migrant workers. You know, maybe there's just ways to tie an incentive to the labor and tie it back to the benefit of the community. You know, I just don't think there's enough political will, because the bottom line is it's still about cheap labor. You know, so if you said to like Target and Walmart, hey, you have to pay, you know, like here in New York, like if you look at fast food, there's a minimum wage of 50.
For one, mind your business. You don't gotta be the
Why
peacemaker
didn't you
on
mind
that.
your business instead of instigating?
They were already going to fight. I just made it real by placing bets.
Egging it on.
Because if she would have got their places, they'll set up cameras and stuff. That was gonna be content for the rest of the month, right? And if someone lost, I got $100.
Just made me laugh. Like, I think I was driving and I hear him say it, and I was like, you know what? It just made me laugh. It was good.
Do you think, in all seriousness, Dan, a more untalented, despicable human being that's become famous and rich, think Greta Thunberg, who says she's for the environment but flies first class?
She flies like first class and stuff. I mean, I don't have a problem with everybody flying first class. I just find it hilarious that it comes from her mouth specifically, but she kicks and screams about being environmentally friendly and stuff. Which I say, if you want to fly first class, that's fine. I just say, just be honest with me. Just say, yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I'm doing this for money, and I make a lot of money, and I fly around, you know?
Well, Kim, she has a new cause now. Now she's the biggest anti-Semite in the world.
Wait, is she really? Is that like what her... Really?
A big spiel now is, go Palestine.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh,
Wow.
She got pulled out of what do you call it, protest shit, and they were like carrying her, and she was all dressed in like Hamas fucking headband.
Has she been canceled?
Wait, who is that?
Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg.
Jeez. Has she been canceled at all?
Yeah.
She hasn't been canceled. The libtards are running towards her as fast as they can, throwing money at that dumb bitch. And we're supposed to feel bad because she's autistic. I don't give a fuck if you're retarded or not.
Oh, I didn't even know she was.
Yeah, she's...
I don't care if she's retarded or
I
not.
don't really care.
She's Asperger's, and you should not feel guilty for her. Don't allow us to use that as a pass. Well, let me use that.
Well, she uses it as a pass. She gets away with everything. But I don't give a fuck how retarded you are. You're an anti-Semite, and you're a piece of shit. What's up, Idell? Reset, David. I gotta mute you because I get feedback. I sorry, I have Holly's voice. So Idell, reset. We're talking about people who are just not good people. A, B, why there's no sense of community on Clubhouse. Like, like Idell, let me tell you something. If I had to make a 1A and a 1B for loyalty, MG and Rydell are right up there, 1A and 1B. You are not going to find a more loyal person on this app than Rydell. That's a fact. What's up, Rydell? Also, Rydell, Holly invited me over to her house, even though her husband's going to be there. I said, you don't want to do that because I look better in person.
I love that. Well, hello, and yes, we love MG. MG is another wonderful, beautiful, biracial, loyal girl. My sister.
I'm not biracial though.
I know. I'm not.
Oh, was that an inside joke?
My bad.
Okay, that was the inside joke from the other day. Okay, I got you.
Oh yeah, but no, absolutely. So what happened? What I missed? Where did all this stem from?
I got a little smoke for you, but it's not real smoke because you are loyal and I love you. I love you. You're my sister, no doubt. But
absolutely.
We were talking about why there's a lack of community on Clubhouse, and I said because people support spaces knowing that it's going to be toxicity. We have Brent today calling me a pedophile, but half the people in this room will go to that room. Yeah, half the people in this room will go support his spaces. Which amazes me. And then we got people like Soren, who is Rohan's daughter, offline. Stock's Norm, offline. And it's just bizarre to me how we support these spaces with these toxic people.
So I think that many of us don't know that a lot of this happens. I mean, I will have to say this last year, I just had a baby. My son's about ready to turn 1. I've got a 6-year-old. I work full time. My husband works full time. Most of the time it's background noise. I think a lot of us don't really know what's going on because many of us have kind of just gone back into the real world. I mean, this app was big during COVID. I mean, MG knows the drama and the wars we had on this fucking app.
Me, I wanted to be left alone. I kept saying, leave me out of this.
Oh,
100%. Folks kept bringing me in. I wanted to with it.
Same here. I mean, I remember being painted in the rooms and people were warning me about certain people, and I'm like, yo, I'm just a conservative. Put me down. But Jay, I think that there's so much going on this app, like one room to another, that if you're not in like a fixed, like concentrated area, it's not like back in the day. You know what I mean? Like I'm never on the app. I can't even wrap my head around what Brent just said to you. I gotta digest that one.
He didn't say it to me because he would never say it to me. He said it in his own room, and I had multiple people reach out to me online saying that he's calling me a pedophile.
Oh. Did you ask him? I just like.
Now imagine if you will, right now, please. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I think you're the smartest person on this app, and I mean that only because I know you personally.
Yeah.
Imagine if you were a circuit court judge, federal judge, saying slanderous, libelous things online. Does that play into his credibility as a judge or take away from his credibility?
I need to know why he said that with somebody whispering in his ear. There's got to be more to this story.
Well, I'm going to tell you the story. We were in Roger's room. I came to the stage. I didn't say a fucking word. And he started attacking me. And what happened was there was somebody in the room under a pseudonym who called him out and said, hey, officer for the IDF. Now, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I don't pretend to be. But I would think that if you were part of the IDF intelligence division, you'd speak Hebrew. He doesn't speak a word of it.
Okay, so I think I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm trying to digest all this. Wow. Yeah, I think there's a lot of emotion going on. I think people
Adele, don't be politician now. Let's keep it real. Because when I first came on this app,
watch this. If he said that all on his own without somebody feeding crap down his throat, that's fucked up. And that's just a fact, especially without there being any proof. I don't know Bren. I've never heard of him spout his credential. Listen, everyone on this app is a Clubhouse millionaire, soda cum laude, private school, private university, working for the government with a TS level 4 security clearance. I have learned this through this app. Very few people like myself who have been doxxed. You know, if we've been doxxed, you know what we do. Fuck it, whatever, it's already out there. But I don't really take anything that people say on this app with a grain of salt unless I'm doing business with them personally or they're coming. You know what I mean? I'm gonna meet up with them. That's the first thing, because at that point, you know, like Jay, I already showed you my affiliation. You don't have to question me. You've seen me with task force. You know, our mutual connection.
By the way, our mutual connection, you can reach out to him right now. He'll vouch for me every day of the week.
Oh, well, here, I PTR'd a picture with me and him at an event for the Department of Justice, so you know.
I know you're the real deal, but you know what, Del? Back in season 1 of Clubhouse, when you claimed to be something, you had to bring receipts on that. Like if I claimed to be, if I was a lawyer, I had to prove I was a lawyer. Now, motherfuckers come on here, excuse my language, it wasn't meant that you right there. But motherfuckers will come on here and say they're judges and they own houses on the beach in San Diego and penthouses in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, living in a fucking homeless shelter in Sacramento.
Jay, I got scrutiny because I was proud. MG, I don't know if you remember this. I was proud to just be a good old retired, you know, housewife in Montana. Right? People were like, "Oh my God, he has to be more, you know, than this Christian woman, this Christian black woman that lives in Montana." Like, people on this app are fucking weird. Do you remember that? They're fucking weird. Like
mental issues.
I undersold myself, Jay. I'm at the other end of the spectrum, and people were like, "Red flag," right? You can't win on this app. So my whole thing is an app. It's you meet the gems on this application, and when you do, you hold them dear and true. Everybody else is just like water off a duck's back.
Well, you know what, right, Del? I've actually met people. I met a lot of people. I probably met, let's say, 50 people from this app. I'm friends with all of them still to this day. I met Norm. I met Marvin. Marvin is one of the most. I've had breakfast and lunch with Marvin. One of the most intriguing people in real life I've ever met. Just a good human being. And I made some really good friends off this app. But my thing is, there's still no sense of community. Angie brought this up, and she's so right. Why is there no sense of community?
So, Jay, real quick, Lieutenant Professor. So the IDF does not require for a person to speak Hebrew, but once the person, if they meet the requirements that are sufficient for joining the IDF, after they are in, there's a program called OLPAN, ULPAN, which is a program that they actually teach the recruits how to speak Hebrew. So even if he said, you know, well, I joined the IDF and I didn't speak Hebrew, one of the requirements is that you can speak it adequately. You have to be able to be.
He doesn't speak a word of Richie. He doesn't speak a word of it. And not just that, Rich. He said he was in the intelligence division. Rest assured, my friend, you gotta speak Hebrew if you're in the IDF intelligence division.
I guarantee one of the main requirements is to be proficient in Arabic and Hebrew. I mean, especially with their dealing with Hamas and the PLA and stuff like that. I mean, that's a huge thing that they would require.
Ricky, check this out. After this room, I'll probably never speak about Brent again. But when you go after my friends, when you went after Roger, when you went after Kelly, when you went after Rohan, I stood up for
shit. Yeah.
And I stood up for these people because they're my friends. See, I don't know how it is where you're at in Texas, or right down in Montana, or Wyoming, wherever she's at, or Holly down in Atlanta. But here in Brooklyn, loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle. So if I call you Frank, bro, believe me, I got your back. Even if you're wrong, I'm going to have your back.
Yeah, I think it's something that exists all over the U.S., but yeah, definitely here in Texas too.
I think the problem with what MG had stated, it's a very valid point, and I think there's a combination of things. There's no camaraderie on this app. I think there's just been a lot of bad blood. In the beginning, this app, people were laid off. People were scared. They believed the COVID hype. Sorry, I didn't buy it. You had a lot of bad blood take place. We were spending large quantities of time together. And people lied about who they were because they wanted to fit in. And then people were doxxed. And then people were wrongfully doxxed, or people were rightfully exposed. We can go in every direction and every extreme. This application, unless you're brand new and you're kind of catching in at the tail end, this app, I don't know, it's tainted, right? There's a lot of history within a short period of time, because we got we're talking 7 days a week. There were people on this application for 18 hours a day beginning of 2020. It was insane. And that kind of continued up until the end of 2021. The amount of crap that has happened is a lot. So Jay, my whole point is this. I think this is kind of a new experiment to the human sort of experience or human relation. I talk about this all the time. It's odd to me how much people on this app who I've never met in real life hold so much love in my heart, and how much I care about you. It's very, very, very interesting. So I think we are kind of experimenting with social media, relationships, loyalty, and kind of being authentic on an application where there's not a whole lot of consequences for behavior, if that makes sense.
100%. Let me just say this, and I agree with everything you just said. But Steve, before I go, I got you. Before I go to you, let me just say something real quick. So Beth came to my stage. Everybody knows Beth, because this woman's in 9,000 rooms a day, right? But I'm gonna say this sincerely. This is one of the nicest human beings you will ever engage with. No questions asked. I've never heard Beth say a bad thing about anybody. She always leads with kindness. And the shit this woman's gotten on this app is beyond my comprehension. I have nothing but love, admiration for Beth, and respect. So I just wanted to say that real quick before I forget. Steve, what's up, Steve?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's always good to hear your voice. You're one of those people on this app that when you come into my space, I'm happy to see you, legitimately. You're a good man.
Same here, Jay. Was you talking about Brent, the lawyer / judge?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what the deal is, Jay.
By all means.
All right. Well, here's what it is. If you don't bow at the intellectual altar of Brent Almighty, then you are in his way, and he will be condescending, he will be derisive, and he will try to let you know real quick that you need to follow along like a little poodle walking down the street. And if you don't do that, then you invoke his ire. So somewhere along the way, you didn't agree with everything he said and how he said it, and you become the object of his derision.
Stevie, check this out. First, you're right. You're absolutely right, Steve. David, the only thing that whether I agree with Brent or not, you know why he's mad at me, Steve? Because I stood up to him. He's a bully. He went after my friends. You don't fuck with my friends.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Jay. He views most people that he interacts with, even though he tries to interact with them in a way that's that he perceives to be polite. He's polite with condescension. And you standing up to him was just a bridge too far. It's really that simple with him.
Well, here's the thing, Steve. You can have a problem with my friends. They're adults. They can stand up for themselves. But when you come with some bullshit saying that they disagree with him because he's a homosexual, we all know that's bullshit. I'm sorry, that's just I can't stomach that. There's a saying we have in here in Brooklyn, Steve. You can only shove shit down somebody's throat till they say they're full. I'm full, my friend.
There are some things that once people say there's no going back, and I definitely applaud you for standing your ground. I think, especially given how honest you've been, how open you've been about who you are, who you've been, and the transition you've made. And there's nothing worse than when someone turns around and not only manipulates it to make it worse than what it is, but tries to stone you for something that you've kind of already given back to. You've already done the work, right, to kind of move forward from it. So again, guys, like on this app, I'm still trying to swallow the fact that he said that. I don't know him really well, so I don't know why I'm so shocked. I think maybe because of his close affiliation with Roger and Kelly. I didn't know that he was disrespectful to Roger and Kelly as well, or other individuals. So I must have missed a lot because you guys were a whole crew. You know what I mean? So Roger, Kelly, you, Normo, Hakima, Bren, that was the team. So this fallout has got me a little sideswiped, so you got to forgive me. I'm tongue-tied.
Well, let me just say this.
Yeah.
Kelly's a big girl. She stood up for herself, same thing with Roger and all them. But
He disrespected, sorry to interrupt, just for clarity, he disrespected Kelly and Roger?
he threatened to sue them, saying that they were homophobic, which we all know is bullshit.
Wait a minute. Kelly and Roger are I'm sorry. What?
And Kelly, I apologize. I'm not trying to put your business out there, but every time we keep sweeping this shit under the rug, this guy gets away with more and more. Now he's calling me a pedophile. I'm done with it all. Here's the problem. You know what the problem is right now? People like you, people like Beth, people like Dizzy Holly, who are forgiven, and just be like, all right, it's over, it's done, let's move on. Let's see who fuck that. Because when you keep giving them an inch, they take a foot.
I'm still laughing at Roger and Kelly being homophobic. That's fucking crazy. The nice part, yeah, I will say I'm very forgiving. I've forgiven people who I probably shouldn't. I don't have the capacity to be mean. Or I don't know. I'm so into my real world and off of this application that I'm just like, okay, you're a face, you're a person. We can be cohesive, right? I can sit in a room with you. I don't need to bang it out with you. If you cross me while on the stage, though, I'll crash the fuck out and I'll remove you. Very few times do I get out of my skin. But what they said to you, now that's another level, right? So I completely understand where you're at. I think that's absolutely disgusting. I'm really sick of people actually throwing that terminology around. And to my understanding, to make such a statement like that while being a federal court judge, I don't think that's a smart idea given the fact that this is a social media app. There could possibly be consequences to things like that. So I personally, if I was a federal judge, I don't think I would actually be on this app. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, he's here under a pseudonym.
I understand, but I'm pretty sure Bren lost his mind because he was doxxed. I met Bren when the whole doxing thing had transpired, and he was like livid and freaking out, right? So he's not under a pseudonym, right? Depending on who you are and who you know, people know who he is, and there are people who I'm aligned with who have claimed that the credentials are completely full of shit. There are people that I know who claim that they're not full of shit. I just don't have the time, nor do I care to actually look into this. I'm not going to, because in my opinion, that's fucking weird.
Right now, let me just cut you. You don't have to even mute up. Let me just cut you off for a second. Yeah. I know people that met him in real life and said he's full of shit.
Yeah, okay, there you go, right? And so and that's my point, because I can't swallow a federal court judge making a statement like that. That doesn't compute with me. That would be that doesn't add up.
I've said many times, Jay, to people, you know what? Say whatever you want, do whatever you want, but until you pay my bills, you're probably not going to affect me. I've made really great friends on this app, and a lot I've met in person, a lot I've done business with, and you know, I think it is. I didn't look at my screen to see who was speaking, but it is like a science experiment, right? It's a social audio experience. How are people going to react? What level can we get them to? And where is it going to go? And I'm just going to say, Jay, you know, I have had rooms opened about me because I told people many years ago on this app, please, you are going to lose your job. You have no clue who is sitting in the audience. Just stop. Don't go that route. You're going to lose endorsements. I would never hire you. And people didn't like it when I said that. But guess what? They've came back around, and I'm working very closely with somebody that totally was like, you were right. I said, well, I don't need to be right. I just see what I see in front of me, Jay. And when I see things in front of me, I can either be nice or I can just be quiet and move on. But back to you.
Thank you, Beth. Question I have is, I don't think this community, I mean, I have friends on here that I consider part of my circle, but there's not an overlapping feeling of community. But also, why is there no accountability? There's no fucking accountability at all. You can say the most egregious, vile things about somebody, about their families, and 5 minutes later, you're in their space supporting them. Why? Why is there no accountability?
See, now that again, so we're back onto it's selective outrage, right? I've heard the justification before. It's there's not enough people on this app. You can't hold. It's not real. It's just entertainment. Justification. We all have also different standards and different lines. If you actually are convicted of something atrocious or it's an active conviction, for other people it might be, I'm not going to talk to you because of your race, or I'm not going to affiliate with you because of your sexuality. I mean, there's so many different lines. So Jay, we would have to socially on this app all agree and have a standard.
I think doxing someone's daughter, we can all rally around and say
that's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm advocating for is just the most egregious of egregious acts, right? Not, okay, Beth and I got into a cursing match and now we don't like each other today. That's not what I'm talking about.
I would pay for you to have a cat fight. Okay.
That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the doxing, the relentless bullying, the name calling people pedophiles. Like, wow. Like, there should be a red line. I'm confused on why we don't have a red line. We have red lines in real life, but not on the metaverse. But it's weird to me.
But MG, because it's not real. And here's the thing:
it is real.
No. But listen. There are people that are so desensitized, right, to the messed up stuff that we were all.
So now I gotta suffer because of their trauma.
I didn't say you had to.
So now the normal people gotta suffer because they're traumatized.
Bingo.
What is this?
I don't
know.
I'll tell you a good thing to as far as behavior, and I try and operate like this. If you say something in a way or convey something to someone that you want to do, if they stand there looking you in the eye, then you're probably doing the wrong thing. And the way I try and operate is what I say, what I believe. If you stand here or sitting in my living room, I'd look you right in the face and say the same thing I would on the app. Nothing less, nothing more. Like I go in Gary's room a lot, and get me and him will have exchanges once in a while. And Gary calls me out and I've said something wrong. It doesn't hurt my pride or credibility. Say, hey Gary, you're right. I was wrong on that one. That's the same way I'd interact with anyone anywhere. And I think what we got is got a bunch of people that get on the app that don't act like they would act with someone staring them in the face. There's a difference. And that's how I try to operate.
Let me jump in here real quick, Steve. I agree with you, but I want to go to Scott. Scott, before you unmute, let me just say this, man. For a while, I was kind of on the fence about you. I couldn't really get a feeling either way. But, man, after the last few exchanges we had, I got to say I really like you, man. I got a lot of respect for you. Scott Jones.
Thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say. Thank you very much.
Well, I've seen you grown, bro. You don't have to be up. I've seen you grown as a man on this app. Like, I've seen how you interact with people. It's grown leaps and bounds.
I don't know. I'm pretty much the same. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of facets to me, so I don't know. Like,
I'm saying what I've seen, right? So let me just say this: it's easy on this app to disparage somebody, to put somebody down. I don't think there's enough praising and giving flowers. And I wanted to praise you, man. Because I have a lot of respect for you.
That's very kind. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I agree, Jay. Scott's someone that me and him don't agree all the time politically, but I think he's a good dude. And we can have interaction and be perfectly fine with each other, even while we're disagreeing. And that to me is what this should be about. And someone can hold a different position, and we can be cool with that. And I appreciate Scott for that.
Well, before we make this Scott admiration room, I want those flowers to happen.
We can keep going.
I got you, Scotty. But let me say hello to Abby real quick, because let me tell you,
That's my
since the
best
Jamie.
friend in the whole world. We're gonna go to a hockey game together.
Well, then I can guarantee you, right there, I guarantee you, she's getting you seats right on the rink.
I know.
Let me say this, and I said this to Jane earlier, and I said it before. The most intimidating thing on this app is a beautiful small woman. And Abby gets a lot of smoke because a lot of these guys are scared of her because she's smarter than them. So I just wanted to throw those flowers to Abby, who I have nothing but love, respect, and admiration for.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Today's my birthday, actually.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. You're 25 today, huh?
Yeah, counting backwards. I'm back east because I was at the inauguration and I got a football game on Sunday that we better win. So I went to South Philly. Scott knows what that's like. Best Italian food.
Wait, hold on, Abby. Hold on, Abby. Because I'm going to try to mooch off you. A, who are you going to this game with?
Right.
And B, where are the seats?
I gotta be careful on my answers on this. I'm sitting in a suite this time. So I don't want to say. I just don't want to say. But
I'm only 90 minutes away if you have an extra seat.
I wish on this I'm someone's guest. But anyway, hopefully we win. I mean, this is a big rivalry on Sunday. I don't know. Are you putting money on it?
I took the Eagles in the over.
Well, Abby, you already know if Winnipeg and Knights are playing each other, I'm going to fly you out and I'm going to take you to a real Canadian whiteout, and then me and my husband will join you back in
100%. I'm so afraid of that whiteout that you do there. Shit, that is really intimidating.
What's the whiteout?
So the Winnipeg Jets, you have to understand, it's the heart of winter in Winnipeg, which is Manitoba. It's north of North Dakota, right? So we're talking about the Midwest, and it's right underneath the Canadian Shield. So all of the Canadians go out in the it's called a whiteout. So the snow will be going down so hard that the sky looks white, the ground is white, and all the Canadians are wearing pure white outside, cheering and preparing for the hockey game. So it's extremely intimidating because those Canadians on that part are cold acclimated. So like what would be like 10, 15 degrees in the United States, negative 11, 12, 13 in Canada, that's like a summer for these people. Normal white clothes.
You know she's not going to North Dakota or any of these other states.
For hockey, I would do this, but it's scary. No, if you see them on TV, it's so intimidating. I can't imagine if you're the opposing team playing in that rink. The whole arena,
Is
people
white.
are in white.
Yep.
Everyone's in white.
Yeah, it's complete whiteout, and especially outside the celebration that takes place. So as the opposing team is coming in, you've got Canadians, just like a football game, right, Jay? Outside screaming, like it's insane. And just like Knights or Abby, who would you say is another big one, like the Philadelphia, right?
Flyers.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's what it is for hockey in Canada, particularly Winnipeg. Like people are fighting. It's
It's their total. This is their life. Like it's like it's like Yankees or Mets fans. Like
I'm a diehard Met fan. Be careful.
yeah, but it's like everything for them.
It's all about the Rangers, baby, and the Astros.
I got cut out, guys. Jay, David, Scott, it's good seeing all you guys.
Thank you,
Thank you for your comments. Take care,
It's nice to see you here.
Well, let me say this before you go, Steve, man. Everybody follows Steve. He's just a good human being. Cares about his community. Get to know Steve, and you'll definitely grow. I promise.
Well, thanks, Jay. There's a lot of good people on here, and like I say, I've met a lot of people that I don't agree with politically, but they're good people. I don't have to agree with everyone on everything to recognize a good person when I see one.
Well, Steve, before you go, let me say this, man. I've never, ever had a desire to go to West Virginia, but if I ever did, it would be because I'd want to come meet you, man. That's the truth. You're good.
Hey, me and Gary had lunch down here, Jay. It was cool. He stopped in and seen me.
Very cool, very cool. But let me once again wish you a happy birthday. Be good, Stevie.
Her too. He's such a great guy. I was able to have dinner with him. What a wonderful man.
Well, you got to upgrade your life because come April, you're gonna have dinner with Roger Mayhem and JP at WrestleMania, baby, and then we'll go to your house for Passover. Come on.
Maybe a hockey game. Wait. Rydell, are we in the playoffs start when? Like probably mid-April?
Mid-April, yeah.
Mid-April, yeah. We'll be in the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so our two teams, so you can get context on what she and I have been going through. Our two teams are back and forth with first place in the whole league.
Yeah.
So I think we've lost a few.
Well, my team sucks. I'm a
Okay,
right now. I was just saying, I'm a Ranger fan.
Well, Abby, when you and I made that bet, here's the issue with the Jets. We had the first half, right, of the entire NHL at home. And then out of nowhere, our boys were on the road for 17 consecutive days, right? It was just like travel game. So we were just getting our asses handed to us. But now I think the Knights are in that situation, right? So it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act.
Yeah. Well, before we continue on this hockey, let me say hello to Rena. Yo, Rena, man, your PTR, you look amazing. Just saying. So, I mean, I'm going to ask you a question that may make you feel uncomfortable, but I'm hoping you're drunk on your birthday. There's in my opinion, a fake judge on this app. Could a federal judge come on this app and call somebody a pedophile?
Abby, you know exactly who he's talking about.
Yes, I do. So I'm only going to, I can put it in the chat if you'd like, but if you're a federal judge, you cannot be on social media. End of story. It's a violation of that. It's an ethical violation.
Is this considered social media though?
Yes.
Yes.
I can put it if you'd like the rules for the bench in the chat.
Next time, it's your birthday. I don't want you to do your research.
It's okay. That one's an easy one to find. But you can also look at the ABA. It's easy research. So that's the answer.
And impersonating a federal position is also illegal. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that.
Well, thank you, ladies. I'm gonna ask Scott Jones a question. Scott Jones, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's the name of your podcast so we can all listen to you, man?
I have two. One is called Give and Take, and the other is called New Persuasive Words. I can put links in the chat.
That'd be great, man. Let's all support Scott in his new mission in his podcasting career. I think he's gonna do amazing things. Miss Shirley, how you doing, Miss Shirley? Long time no speak.
Well, hello. How are you, hon?
Great. I don't know if I ever told you this or not, but I love your accent.
Well, thank you, dear. You're very charming.
I don't know about that, but I know what I said. You know, Shirley, you could change your picture and change your name. I still know it's you just by your accent.
Well, that is true. I do recognize people by their voices for the most part on this app.
Shirley, what do you think
It's
about
kind of amazing.
What do you think about Donald Trump signing an order today to release the JFK files?
Well, I'm old enough that I remember JFK being murdered, and my father thought that the CIA did it and the mafia. So I am a very old conspiracy theorist. So I figured we're gonna find out soon. So I think it's a good thing. Let's see, who was it else? I want to know who killed MLK Jr. Anyway, just saying.
I mean, what do you think about President Trump releasing those files?
I think it's a great deal. I'm in. I'm all in. I think it's. I want to know what Abby thinks about him taking away Mikey's security. Yeah. That's kind of. Well, I don't know.
I love Pompeo a lot, but I mean, there's lots of these executive orders are all over the place. You know, the birthright one, I think he will lose. I don't think it's constitutional. I just don't see it.
I missed that. Oh, the birthright thing.
Yeah, it doesn't apply.
I feel really mixed about that one too, Abby. I'm not.
Surely it's like there's just too much law and precedent that and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. The only argument that he could make that I see any logic to is when we look at law, we look at the legislative intent behind any law. And if you look at the legislative intent, when the 14th Amendment was written, which it was written because of the Dred Scott case, you know, historically, to counter Dred Scott, which was such a bad decision. But the guy that wrote those words, those 6 words that are now the big issue, was, I think, from Michigan. And supposedly he published about what he was writing that it excluded aliens. You know, it excluded non-citizens, and that was his intent. So that would be the only argument, and I don't think it wins. But I could see them trying to use that, because you know, when you try to nullify a law or you're explaining a law, you look at what led up to that law getting passed, and that's the verbiage, like the congressional record, things like that. So with the amendment, this was and I can't remember the guy's name, but I think it was from Michigan, that actually drafted the 14th Amendment in the 1800s.
Everybody, hold on. Abby, you know I'm not a Trump supporter, right? I'm not a Trump lover, but I will say this. I love everything he's done since day one. Everything. I wouldn't change a fucking thing. Excuse my language.
But the arrests that they made in Boston were kind of amazing in the last 48 hours. And that we've all been watching that. We've been watching of all the places that they've had like a lot of criminal activity. Boston had, you know, ICE had identified all these rapists, like of children. I mean, just really bad actors that were in that area. So I think that and you have a crazy mayor that's, you know, fighting in a sanctuary. But I agree with what he did.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But back to the 14th Amendment, I do think that's okay. People will argue with me. I don't I don't want to say this to be argued with. At some point, it was speculated that there were more Hispanic babies born in Dallas than in Mexico City. And then there'll be people that will argue with you over it. I don't know if that's true. But if you take a vacation to the United States to have a baby, so it can be an American citizen. Okay, that sounds kind of bad, but some of this stuff that they were talking about this morning, I don't think he's going to get that one. And I'm from a state where we have so many immigrants, and none of us want the criminals, but there's a lot of people that have lived a lifetime in the United States that are not legal. And it's, it's all kind of
Shirley, I think the target right now is the criminals. I really think that that's what they're looking for. I don't think they're looking for your gardener or my gardener. Like, I just think it's the criminals that.
I have to agree with you, Abby. And
let me jump in, Rich, real quick. 2 seconds. First off, before I go to Linda or Wally Green, who I haven't spoken to him forever, but he's a good dude. Amy, who are you, Amy? You have no friends, no followers?
I'm a French, now I live in Canada. I don't know what to say.
I don't even know who you are. I can't understand half the things you're saying. Linda, how you doing tonight, Linda?
How you doing with French Canadian? I was going to ask her what part of Quebec. Sorry, Linda, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's okay. You kicked her. So sorry.
No, not at all. Hi, guys. Good evening. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. And
Linda, I have to say, I always love when you come to my spaces. Sincerely.
Well, thank you. I'm always glad to be here. And I have to say that I do agree with what you said, and then I agree with Abby agreeing with you about all the directives that Trump has signed off on so far.
Well, I mean, he's basically has lived up to everything he said he's going to do from day one.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, contrary to Biden, who didn't do shit. I'm sorry. And I'm a lifelong Democrat. Now, I'm more of a centralist, but you know what
He was in the Oval Office signing at least past 1 a.m. the day he was inaugurated.
Hey, Jay, mind if I mention something?
Okay, Rich.
Yeah, so there was a criminal alien who'd been here for like 20 years, and his wife and kids under the last administration for President Trump, 2016 to 2020, and they were sitting in the airport and they were crying about how their father was being, deported, and he had been here for 20 years, and he's a business owner, and this, that, and the third. But they forgot to mention that 5 years prior, he was in a vehicular homicide where he killed somebody for drinking and driving.
Well, hold on a second. I gotta answer a question. Downtown Julie Brown. What's up, downtown? Long time no speak. She said it was some 30 years ago. Then Amber said, was Roger taking off that? Roger was clipped today, unfortunately. He'll be back.
What happened? What?
Yeah, Roger got clipped. And you people can thank Ben Mendelsohn for that. So when you go into that piece of shit space.
Seriously, explain what happened. I know he was going after Betty at formed another house.
Yeah. So Jay, you're gonna need to give me and Abby a rundown of what the hell's been happening, please.
Listen, I can only tell you what I know. What I know is Roger was going to open a house to compete with Deep State Patriots. And from what I've been told, Ben Mendelsohn did a mass report and got Roger suspended off the app.
I will say this. I know that Ben did not report him. Somebody else did. Because by the time Ben found out about it, because I was an emissary, Roger sent me to go tell Ben that he was welcome in the Shallow State Patriots and they would mod him. So I went to Ben and I said, Ben, I have a message for Roger. That Roger is starting the Shallow State Patriots. It's going to be an open-minded group with full censor people. He'd like you to be a moderator. And then Ben said no, thank you, and had a message for Roger, which I took back. But when I took back the message, by then, Ben had just found out about the Shallow State. So somebody else in the room, I think.
Scott, I gotta stop. Wait, hold on. Scotty, I say this respectfully. I don't know if you've been doing Clubhouse long enough, but I know you've been on for a minute. Ben Mendelsohn's a habitual liar. I don't believe anything he fucking says. If he's saying somebody else said it, he's a liar. Okay? He's a piece of shit. And you're not allowed, if you have an opposing view, if you support Donald Trump and his policies, Ben Mendelsohn comes after you. He came after me. So I have zero respect for that guy. I don't trust anything he says.
I'm just relaying what exchange happened. Now, whether or not that's credible, you can evaluate. I'm just telling you what I saw, and I'm not vouching for the kingdom. Who knows? I mean, but as far as I know, yeah, that is how what I witnessed in the exchange. Was I was the go-between.
Who do you think did it then, if he didn't?
I don't know. I have no idea. And maybe Ben did. I don't know. But I mean,
Are we talking about the black guy, Ben, with the hat?
No, the dude that's married to the lady who lives in Africa and is it the Brazilian?
He's a pseudo diplomat because he sleeps next to that trans diplomat.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, so what grounds was Roger clipped? Like, I'm confused.
I don't know. I just know he got clipped. He got suspended. Said he's gonna appeal the suspension, and hopefully he'll be back on soon.
Does Roger have a Telegram? Because if he can send us the appeal information, many of us can actually fight the appeal and get him on sooner.
Wait, Ryan got suspended also?
No, Ryan's fine. He was in the show a little while ago.
I was here.
But it's also like 2 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning there, so I mean you can't stay too long. What's up, Wally Green? For those of you who don't know Wally Green is a world famous ping pong player. It's a new story. Man's been all over the news, all over the world. Went to China and played ping pong. What's up, Wally Green?
Yo, what's good, man? What's going on?
See, I pay attention when you talk. Was I right about what I just said?
Yeah. What's going on? Long time,
man. Wally also owns a ping pong club in Manhattan where they serve beverages. So if you guys in the city, let's show some love.
Wait, where is this club? In Manhattan?
Yeah, so I have 2 in Manhattan and 5 across the country. So the 2 in Manhattan, one's on 23rd and Park, and the other one's on 49th and Broadway in Times Square.
Hey, so Wally, do me a solid.
Your grounds?
Hold on, Abby. Wally, do me a favor so everybody understands what I'm talking about. They don't think I'm just batshit crazy. Give us a 2-minute Cliff Notes version of who you are, where you've been, and what you are now, your opinion.
Alright, yeah, so the name's Wally Green. Originally grew up in Brooklyn. Had a really crazy life when I was a kid. Gangs, guns at 13. Almost killed both my parents. So that kind of very toxic, severe family. Found the sport that I hated, which was ping pong. Took me around the entire world. I've been probably to every major country in the entire world. And I've also done diplomacy for world peace through sport in North Korea. So I'm one of very few people in the entire world who's been to North Korea. And now I own a bunch of...
Wait, hold on. I have to ask you a question. I haven't met anybody that's been to North Korea, bro.
Yeah.
And by the way, people, what he's saying, everything he's saying is absolutely true. But Wally, how bad is the food in North Korea?
That's so... Oh, man. When you asked that question, it just made me laugh because I just thought about something. So when I was there, they tried to give me Western food instead of giving me Asian food. Like, I'm fine with Asian food, but they tried to make Western food, so it was completely horrible. I got pictures of it. It's horrible. It's so bad. Yeah. But you just made me laugh.
How popular is ping pong there? Is it a popular sport in North Korea?
Of course. In every Asian country.
Wait, I knew in other Asians I didn't know in North Korea. Wow.
Yeah. And you know, North Korea won a gold medal with, I think they played with South Korea won Olympic. It was like not 2 Olympics ago. They won. They got together, supposedly for peace, and they won a gold medal together.
Well, let me jump in here real quick, Wally. So, for those of you who don't realize, this young man grew up in abject poverty, around crime and drugs his whole life, found ping pong, and now owns clubs all over the country. He's been all over. He's been to countries we only dream of. The only other person I know that goes to these countries is Abby. But, let me tell you something. Kudos to this dude to find the fortitude to get out of poverty. Good for you, Wally. Proud of you.
Appreciate you.
Wally, where else are your clubs other than New York?
DC, Philadelphia, Seattle, Boston. Am I missing DC, Philadelphia, Seattle, Boston?
Where are you going, Philly?
Anything in Nevada?
Downtown.
Where? Downtown?
If you just Google Spin Philadelphia, Spin Philly, you'll find it. All our clubs are called Spin.
Really? I'm in Seattle. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, bro. If you get this young lady, Abby, it's her birthday today. If you get her to come to your club with some of her friends, your rent will be paid for 10 years.
Nice.
You're 5 blocks. You're 15th and Walnut. You're like right there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's really close to where I am.
Well, now you gotta go, Abby.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is something that would be great in Vegas too. I just have to tell you.
Yeah, we were thinking of Vegas a while ago.
Wally, listen to me, young man. Miss Abby, I'm not trying to dox her, she knows I love her, is a very, very influential, high-powered attorney in Vegas. If you're gonna do anything in Vegas, connect with Miss Abby, she'll hook you up.
But it's interesting because we do so much with golf stuff and with pool, but I don't think we have ping pong that I know of.
Oh, cool.
So these are like clubs with bars also?
Yeah, full bar, full restaurant.
Like a sports bar kind of thing?
No, sort of, kind of, but not really like a sports bar. A lot more elegant than what your typical sports bar would be.
Well, you get any celebrities that support this or no?
Susan Sarandon is a co-founder. So pretty much every celebrity has been in my club. Actually, Prince, before he died, was at my club with what's his name? Jay Leno. There's a very famous story. You can just Google it. Prince and Jay Leno play ping pong. That's at my club.
Didn't expect Susan Sarandon to win, Joey.
Say again?
That's definitely a celebrity, Susan Sarandon. Doesn't get much better than that. Yeah, but while we haven't spoken in a while, so I'm not a Susan Sarandon fan, only but she's anti-Israel.
Not a fan.
She's pretty intense. So I'd say a funny story. During the summer, she had said some really intense stuff. And we were kind of really worried because I was checking the Twitter pages, and then people were like, Susan Sarandon owns that bar, we shouldn't support it, right? So we were really worried that we were gonna get protesters in front of the clubs and stuff. But luckily, she's a silent partner now. Not like before, so most people don't even realize she's a partner. But
let me say this real quick. I know, because you and I have shared enough space.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that you're your own man and you don't support anything she has said. So you still have my support. You still have my love and admiration, and I'm still gonna come to your club.
Yeah,
so
So
I know that you have nothing to do with her political views.
Yeah.
I'm totally checking this out tomorrow. I mean, literally just a few blocks away. This is so cool. What?
I'm sorry.
What did you have for dinner in the Italian restaurant?
Oh my God, it was great. It was, is there any Italian people on the stage?
I ran one. I'm German, but I ran one for 17 years.
So the owners are from Abruzzi.
Yeah.
So it's Abruzzi food, very specific. So very unusual. It's a great, I mean, if you know South Philly, there's lots of choices of Italian food there. But this was a lot of new restaurants on Passyunk. Anyway, it's very good. Like every city in the East Coast, you know, Boston, New York, Philly, we have our Italian sections and we do our food a little differently. Philly tends to be a little heavier than New York.
Well, Abby, I'll tell you this, only because I ran a big restaurant in Little Italy in New York. It's not cooked by Italians. The recipes aren't even Italian. So it's bizarre to me, you know, that they label that area Little Italy when none of those restaurants are owned by Italians anymore.
Really?
100%.
Like Angelo's in New York is not Italians anymore?
I ran a place called Di Gennaro on Hester and Mulberry. Great, I mean the food's good, but it's owned by two Lebanese women, two sisters. The cooks are Mexican. I looked at the recipes, I'm like, this is not Italian. But people buy it because it's a Little Italy. Anyway, I gotta go. MG, David, Rydell, Beth, Abby, Linda, you guys want to keep it open? I got a boogie.
Okay. Take care of yourself. Nice to talk to you.
Guys, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, take care.
Bruce is kind of middle Italy, but it's considered south. But it's
in the middle, right?
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I came back for one reason only. Wally Green. Can Abby drop your name at your place tomorrow and have her treat her like the VIP she is? It's her birthday.
Yeah, if she wants to go, yeah, just hit me up. I'll call for you.
Oh yeah, we'll go there tomorrow. I'm literally, I'll walk right by it. Is it open during the day or is it just at night?
No, it's open during the day too.
No, for sure I'm doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can just I'll send you my number or something like that, and then just tell me like what time you want to go. And if you're gonna go with some people or something, so I can book the table for you. Because you know, like the way it works, like people book these ping pong tables. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it's still fun. And then the servers will serve you at your table.
How many ping pong tables do you have normally at a location?
It depends on the size. So in New York we have 15 plus a VIP room that's 3. So each venue is different according to the size. In the Times Square one, we have 9.
I'm excited to see this. I was just a shitty ping pong player. Guys, anyone on stage play ping pong?
I'm actually surprisingly good the more drunk I get. It's bad. But sober me playing ping pong, oh no.
There's another thing we can bet on.
I love it, Abby. I'm so serious though. It's Jeff and I, we were just sitting here, we were just like, you know what? Like, we need to leave the cold. As much as we love the cold, don't get me wrong, love. We're both looking for a little bit of sun. So I can only handle though, Abby, the heat for so long because 70 degrees, I'm sweating, girl. So your state kills me.
It's not, I mean, right now, that is still cold and windy, you know, it'll stay windy through March. And then, like, I just think of when people are out at the pools at the hotels and they start going out to the pools, you know, for sure in April.
Yeah. No, fair
March
enough.
can get windy.
Yeah. Well, my husband is his birthday's in August, and so the last time we went down there was for his birthday, and I almost died. I was like, I can't do this. And then we went to a Rob Zombie concert in 2019 in October, and we were in
laughing at how all of you, everybody, because it was an outdoor, the rock fest that you guys do every year, the outdoor one. Well, Rob Zombie was the last performer, and my husband just adores them because the U.S. would blast Rob Zombie music, right, in in Iraq and Iran, right, just to be bad. But anyways, everyone was wearing sweaters and pants, and I was practically sweating in skinny jeans and a tank top. It was brutal.
August is like, it's the problem with August. July's usually the hottest, but August you get the humidity, because it's when the monsoons will start. So it's hot and you can get like a little humidity. It's bad time.
I can't do it. Yeah, just June, July, August, September is your guys' just sort of heat, like, that's 90 and above?
Well, June, it hit 117, it hit 120, I think, this year in June. June, July, and August, but September is beautiful, usually.
Yeah.
But it's like 100 is nice weather for us. Like, you're in the 90s, 95, 100 is nice.
You hear
It's really, I know it sounds crazy. Like mid 90s is a nice day in Vegas.
David, let me give you an idea.
It's a desert. It cools off in months.
David, I'm from Boulder, honey.
Uhaba.
Oh, for Barbara Franklin and stuff?
What do I eat in a weird way in public?
No, I just said I like eating with you in public because, like, you enjoy your food, and I enjoy my food, and like we're enjoying eating food. Like, I don't like people that just sit there staring at the food. Restaurant food's expensive. You gotta leave.
Yeah.
That they can do this mind melding shit, and it's had no this is impossible to explain that in physical or natural terms, That would give some pretty good credence, I think. At least to naturalism being false, at least it. Your brother Joshua, he wanted to grill Sam.
Andrew, why don't you do some grill? Let's see Paul Allen's.
Let's see Paul Allen's car. It's what do they say, like
Racine.
Or Tetons on Portuguese.
I gotta run for a second. I'll come back.
Okay. Hello, Kelly.
I invited her up, but I think she's busy or something maybe.
On the matter.
I feel like Ethan and Sam having a discussion could either be like, it could either be very cordial or they will be like yelling at each other and it'll be over in 2 seconds.
Is he a Christian or is he an atheist?
He says that he's like a theist, but not a.
Oh, he's not coming in the room?
Yeah, people basically told him, dude, don't marry the shitcoin. Like, you gotta be careful with.
Any regrets? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I think I would have ended up in a divorce a lot sooner because I was married for 25 years. But yeah, I probably would have ended up getting a divorce because I would have probably thought, okay, I'll go to strip joints, I'll go to these different places to get these chicks to perform, and because I go deep when I go, pun intended.
Logical. Can we even know these things, and do they exist or not? So I appreciate him bringing this up, and this is one of the reasons why it sounds like you are persuaded by this to be a moral realist. This is one of the reasons why I'm not a moral realist. I think these are the grounding statements of what can be true, right? I don't think are there, but I think he brings up an interesting point that even for physicalism and elsewhere, like this is where somebody with the same intuition about what things must be.
Just make sure if you want to say I said something about you, make sure you have facts to prove it. I never said you mentioned Islam, so there was no reason to bring that up. Now, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. I like the facts. Ask anybody in the room. Nobody said any part of Islam. It's not.
John, I think what happened.
Nobody said any.
I don't know. I don't like them.
Be nice to gay people that sit in the head.
No, fuck off. Do you have to be nice to all gay people? I mean, do gay people have to be nice to all straight people? Like, how does that work?
No. Gay people deserve, special privileges to misbehave because they're mentally deficient.
He said, Moses said, this is what we do. And so, if you are saying that this is what God is saying, that Jesus is contradicting God, but we know Jesus isn't contradicting God, he is contradicting Moses. He said, he without sin cast the first stone. That's a catch-all. Which is to say, you're not going to have any innocent people getting killed because you can't do it. You don't have the... Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Again, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. I think it's just the wrong context.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know. With his new job, he's so busy. So, yeah.
I like the new vice president. He's really good looking.
Who's the new vice president?
JD Vance.
Oh, yeah. He's okay. His wife is really cute.
His makeup is always like on fleek.
I saw a video or like a clip of his wife. What do they call it? Inauguration, I guess.
I literally found out his wife was South Asian and Hindu like a week ago. I was flabbergasted.
Why?
Because I thought he was just a racist white guy. I never would have imagined, and with
Is that why you voted for him?
Huh?
Okay, Ali, I called especially for you. Travis running. Yeah. I did tell him everyone was behaving, and he said, oh, good, then I have to come in and call someone a retard, so that's good. Okay.
Excuse you, Uncle Ted, I'm sure that's why you voted for him, but one thing that I am, a little confused about is why couldn't he find a nice Brahmin wife? He had to go for a Dravidian one, but whatever makes him happy. At least his kids phenotypically look, young Maya.
What are we talking about?
You are like a fucking Nazi.
Wait, who are we talking about?
It's insane.
Who are we talking about?
J.D.
Not
Vance
wife.
and his Dravidian wife, who he should have gone with a Brahmin, but at least his children are light-skinned enough. Fractal.
Fractal's calling Michael Jackson. He put on special treatment.
Seasoned Brahmin guys.
No, we're not doing that.
Fractal? Aren't you putting on skin lightening cream at night?
I stopped using it when I realized that there's a risk of cancer.
Okay, so until recently he had blanked his skin.
It's okay, babe. I bleached my asshole. You're good.
Oh my god. I don't bleach anything.
bleached asshole.
I saw it in a porn video, and her butthole looked so nice, and I was like, I want that. And ever since then.
Wait, do you think that's a good idea as a nurse to put bleach in your asshole?
Well, I don't go excessively. Like, I don't do hardcore, but yeah, I don't mind that. It's okay.
Wait, doesn't it feel yucky? I mean,
No,
bleach
it's
is
cream.
What?
Yeah, it's cream you put on, and then you wipe it off after like 15, 20 minutes. And it
I
just
can't
lightens.
understand that.
If you don't wipe it, it'll go through your skin. So you have to wipe.
Probably, but yeah, you just gotta shower after. But at least I know I look good from behind.
Yeah, I use
But
Nair once.
how often is that necessary, really?
Yeah, like you don't even let like
No, I know.
send you to your back door. Like, what's the point?
It's for me. I do it for me. Okay.
That's seriously something you're doing for you. Honestly, that's one of those things that you're seriously doing for you.
My asshole for me.
There's no
Yeah,
need
it's a
for women to
cute,
do
it's a
anything
cute
to
butthole. You want a cute butthole, trust me.
There's no need for women to do anything to them.
Is that Akshay speaking?
Yeah.
Akshay, hi.
How you doing? Hey.
You're in support of this situation?
I mean, I'm not against it, but like I used Nair once and I got like terrible burns and I couldn't use Nair again like out of fear of burning.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Nair is so fucked.
And it's bad because you're waiting too long before you wipe it off.
There's no shame in like ugly buttholes, you know? Every butthole matters. And
Wait, Crystal, do you do this too?
yeah.
Use Nair or
Bleach your tushy?
I don't like. I can't imagine.
I've never heard you stammer before. My God. Okay.
I mean, I'd like to bleach my tushy when I have my own income. I can't imagine spending my.
It's like nothing. You just buy the bleaching cream at like Walmart. That's like a little
How do
tub
you?
of it.
It's like the price of 2 chicken McNuggets. Doesn't it?
Yeah, sure.
How do you do it by yourself?
You take a cotton thin, you put it in the bleach or like in the cream, then you wipe your asshole, you let it sit for like 10 minutes, and then you get in the shower, and your butthole's a little lighter, and you just keep chipping away at it.
Wait, so you don't?
What the hey? What are you doing? You're taking a mirror to look? Like, what is going on?
I mean, that's what I
to
do.
take a picture from it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I started doing this in like my 20s. I wanted to know what my asshole looked like when I was getting
Oh,
online.
I'm in so much pain. Oh my God. Oh,
And so I started using, not like a lot, like I still have color, it's not like all skin tone.
Wait. So like I have pictures like of myself like age 20 through now, just like, you know, as I change, and you have a picture of your butthole changing
I
through the
wanted
years.
to see what I look like in doggy. And so
Oh my God, I promised
my girlfriend
Ravi to be a normal room, and I couldn't hold it
So we
together.
tried out
I'm
all the
sorry.
different
How did they know I was listening to Yael talking about her asshole?
Tested by reflection, subject to correction by the counter-arguments of others, modified by the imagination, and by comparison with alternatives. Anti-realism.
I've been looking forward to playing this all day. I tell everybody about it. At work and stuff. I'm
Not a low tech over.
No.
Damn. Let's say something.
Homeless guy. Do with that?
Damn. I did tell you that. Damn. Listen.
What the fuck? What do you want? Another
Hold on. Wait.
वो अभी भी उसके साथ है like you know हालांकि उसने ना अब 75 years के साथ.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about me priding myself on giving my daughters the ammunition and sword that they need so that they.
The other part. I know that part. You said.
Yeah, no. Typically, women with daddy issues.
update video on it.
Okay, Robert, I hope you enjoyed the Roger Mayhem show. That's it.
How long until your next cardiac arrest? I've never had it. It depends how much. On the retro. You fat ass nigga. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever checked your own oil and tasted it? Nigga, I will be back. I'm talking to the system, but it's more relevant than Oh, thank God. Those guys. Y'all, whatever I do is stoner wood. Y'all, you tell me. Your takeaway is he's a stoner, dude. No, my takeaway is like he's one of those guys, and this is on Clubhouse. It's fucking. Ask.
Hello, will remain not even. What's the time?
Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you, honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us feel close to you, dear God. Life makes warriors of us all. To emerge the victors, we must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions, no place too far. First tell me this, is there some secluded spot in the vicinity where I can go to pray? Nachman asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know of a place that would be most suitable, the Hasid replied, but it's quite far from here. Father, Rebbe exclaimed, what do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? But Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. In praise, my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help, I am spared wasted efforts. Your blessing, all hardship I endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you, I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual will to risk in order to grow, to welcome every challenge as my life unfolds. Full life. O life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me nowadays, or even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts. The inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those
overwhelming expenses and bills. Those inescapable expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black.
100%. 100%.
Body.
The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few.
There you go. You got it. And all of us patriots really need to really get down to business in our local communities because Trump can't do it all by himself. He can get it all signed up, but we all got to make sure we have the hands and feet on the ground. So us patriots really got to get involved. And 2026 will be here before you know it. We got to keep the Senate. We got to keep the House. We got to gain more seats. So whatever area you guys are in, whatever state, please get involved in the local GOP. Get some of those precinct captain seats. Just get involved.
Yep, 100%. Yo, King Cass, do you mind muting up, man? I'm getting feedback from you. Thanks, King Cass. We've got a hand raised, spiritual freedom, but we also got a friend of mine who joined the stage, who I've known for quite some time, AdrianDittman.com. It's not the real Adrian Dittman, but...
What do you mean? I am the real Adrian Dittman. The fake Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, is not the real Adrian Dittman. But I stand with Edward. I stand with Augustus. You know, I don't really believe in UFOs or aliens, but Augustus is the subject matter expert. So if there's somebody that I trust with regards to that topic, it's Augustus. But I would just say, you know, study your Bible, study your wisdom. And, you know, that if you can't do that, you got to do that. I mean, what's all this sci-fi stuff if we don't even understand psychology, philosophy, God? So, you know, there's a lot of good people here. God bless you all. I hope you have a fun evening.
Thanks, brother. It's good to hear your voice. Yeah, and, you know, there's a lot of subject matter experts on this topic with me today. Red Panda Koala, Astral, Chupacabra, Josh Freeman. These guys, we all know one another and bounce ideas off of one another. And, you know, these guys are also awesome. So thanks though for the props. I really appreciate it. We got a hand raised, Spiritual Freedom. What up, Spiritual Freedom?
Going on, fellas. Yeah, love the conversation. Two things actually three things I want to throw out. One, what do y'all think about Dr. Michael Masters talking about that they are?
Oh, I love that guy. I love him.
What do y'all propose with the aliens being future humans?
I'm in that camp, 100%.
Alright, so that was one of my questions. My next question would be, what do y'all think about I've said this a few times and I never can get a feedback. I don't know why. So I'll ask it to y'all. What do y'all think about what Mr. Bloodstone said about this Easter, that in our DNA is going to be something switched on that's been suppressed during our whole lives? And the next one is, didn't Dave Grush come out and tell everybody what the bodies and the crafts are? Why ain't anybody following up on that alone? Appreciate you letting me have the mic.
Dude, you just went right? Bro, there's so much ground to cover with that stuff, Spiritual Freedom. Let's go back to the first point you made about Dr. Michael Masters and the future humans. Listen, he's not the only one who's come out and said stuff like this. Like, in the Amy Estridge, rest in peace, Amy Estridge, she's, a whistleblower in a sense. And she said in her interview with Jeremy, alien scientist Rise, I think his last name is Reese.
That's what I call him anyway.
Yeah, so Jeremy interviews her and she goes on to say that, the program is based out of Huntsville, Alabama, and that her home there, she gets at her father's home there, who was like a director at NASA, and they're all in on this anti-gravity information and research and program, and that, basically she gets a knock on the door from Hal Puthoff, and Hal Puthoff sits her and her father down and says that what the NHI are what they classify as P-47s and P-52s. And what that stands for is present plus 47,000 years into the future, present plus 52,000 years into the future. And that really blew my mind. You know, if that's true, then it really is going to reshape the nature of how we look at the nature of reality, right? Are some things in this world predetermined and out of our control, while others are more in our control? I mean, you want to have the feeling that you are in control of your own life. But some things I think are up to God's will, you know, and God's plan. That's how I look at it with predetermination, is that, you know, some things are just out of your hands. And this could be an attempt, their attempt with higher sophisticated technology to be able to somehow keep things on track or turn things into a different track. Who knows, you know, what their real agenda is. But wow, what a guy Dr. Michael Masters is. I mean, he's talking about telepathic disclosure. He's talking about future humans. I mean, it's on the money. And I'm just pulling up supporting testimonies with these references to kind of further reinforce that. So rest in peace, Amy, man. What a tragedy.
Yeah, R.I.P. Chupa spoke with her boyfriend at the time.
Mark?
Yeah, talking about getting like Havana syndrome and stuff.
It's very weird.
Yeah, I interviewed Mark for a couple hours actually, and I've spoken with him so many times now.
Nice guy, great guy.
Real nice guy, man. Real good guy. And you know, he's you know, saying something similar. And you know, I'll start getting into PSP with him, like the precognitive sentient phenomenon. And you know, he's like, yeah, there's technologies that can create time, what's the word?
Temporal,
like distortion. You know? We haven't heard from you, Tupa. You're one of my favorite people on X.
It's like the opposite of synchronicity.
Right, synchronicities for sure.
Where did that last speaker say that Bledsoe Easter thing? Was that on that new Bledsoe said so? Or when did he say this about the whole DNA thing?
DNA activation?
Yeah, didn't he do that on the Danny Jones podcast?
Oh, Danny Jones, okay.
He said this Easter that all in our DNA is going to be like a light switch come on. He don't know what it's about, but said the lady in white told him that.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That's
I think it's about like alright, so people talk about the word psionic. Before it's come out recently, I would figure that psionic is a genetic thing with us where it has to do with our psychic abilities and that it's ingrained throughout humans. It doesn't matter, like there might be some people that are better than others, but we have this innate ability for precognition, precognitive dreams, you know, like telepathy, all this stuff, and that we're becoming a psionic race where we have these abilities and it's just accepted that we have this stuff. We have the ability to do this. I can concur with that, Asha. Well, the last one was, if Dave Grush has told Congress where the bodies and the crafts are, why aren't they doing nothing to expose this? Like, I know a couple years ago, dude had a big fit about storming Area 51, and there was a big mess about that. Why can't we storm where, I'm not saying that we should, well, in my mind, I think we should, but why aren't Congress or anybody going after it when they're specifically telling the Congress the address of the place? I don't understand that. That alone right there should be top notch on everybody's list to do.
I don't think he ever actually got the chance to do that, bro. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he requested to get into a skiff to release that information,
at this app though. It's X. You know, if you want to talk about telepathy or precognition or transmission of information through the airwaves. I mean, this is it. Like, it's not going to get any better than this technology, in my opinion.
Well, if I can share something with you, Augusta, and everyone else, from the origin of the Creator, the only created beings that exist are either angels or demons, and then we are also spirits. Okay? So, God is the creator of all things. He created us in a trifold nature. We are spirits, we have a soul, and we live in a physical body. Demonic forces cannot do anything unless they have a physical body. That's what they call demon possession. So if you want to think about any form of UFOs, these are the fallen angels. 2/3 of the angels in heaven decide to follow Lucifer when he decides to rebel against God. Every one of these fallen angels are the ones who are appearing as what you would call a UFO, but it's the creatures who have fallen. They put themselves as angels of light. Okay? I understand, Paul. You guys can put your hands down, and if it comes down, you what? But listen, God is in control. He is a spirit all day, every day. What we have to do from the natural, remember,
Explain
we
Kamala
are
Harris and Tim
tripolar
Walz.
beings. We have a physical body. The only way we connect to the three-dimensional world is through our five senses, guys. Okay? If you want to connect to God, you have to do that spiritually, because God is a spirit. He's not physical. Demonic forces are also not physical. So whatever you believe that you see or think that you see, the scripture clearly tells us, for we who believe walk by faith, not by the realm of the senses. For the things that are seen by the senses are temporal, and they are subject to change. That means everything that we do, I'm 61, I'm not 16 anymore. I'm getting closer to the cemetery, not further away. So what I share with people is this, and you guys can take it for
Wait,
whatever
excuse
it
me,
is.
Edward, does this explain Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? I think what you're really saying is that these are demon-possessed people.
You know, Astro, you can say that. You know why? Because if you personally believe that a person who is formed in the belly of a womb could be taken out by abortion, then you are demonic. You are opening yourself up to the demonic world. You are killing the image of God. See, because we are created in his image. Instead of us trying to fight, because this is what the scripture tells us, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. It's not about physical. For we wrestle against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places. That's Ephesians 6:10. You can look it up. Go back and read all the mediums in the book of Numbers, in the book of Leviticus. I've been studying this guy since I was 16. I'm 61 years old. All the stuff that's going on, all the activity that's happening right now, I promise you it's all demonic forces. The Bible says in the last days, the demonic activity will begin to pick up. It's doing it right now, according to Matthew 24. It's everywhere. And you know what? Men have opened themselves up to it. Just like in the days of Noah, just like in the days of Goliath, all these people have chosen to open themselves up to the spirit. Do you think the pedophile spirit or the homosexual spirit or all these other things, these are demonic forces. The Prince of Persia, okay? They are fighting against the angels in the spirit. So what I always do is this. Really clear for me. I know God is on the throne. I know God speaks to my spirit. I'm going to stay in the realm of the spirit. And we have all authority over all works of the demonic forces. We have authority over all of it. But you got to know who you are in Christ. Because if you don't, demons will outwit any human being. That's why you need the power of God in your life. And I hope that helps. And like I said, you don't have to believe anything Edward says. But I think if you really want to study it out, make sure we're not being fooled, because the Bible says, be not deceived. God will not be mocked. Whatever a man sows, that and that alone is what man will reap. I land there.
Thanks, Edward. Appreciate you. Respect what you got to say. But kind of disagree with, the whole NHI being demons thing. But, we can agree to disagree with that. Like I said before, I'm in the camp that I untimely death. And this is a rabbit hole for people to go down. I mean, if you haven't heard of Amy Estridge yet, definitely look her up. Last ESKRIDGE. Listen to what she's got to say, and you be the judge.
Can I?
You, they are me. They're from here, from the future. P47 is present plus 47,000 years. P52 is present plus 52,000 years. And basically there's the calamity, right? So there's like a apocalypse scenario in the near future. It wipes out most of like everything. And there's the ones that go underground and survive, right? And then there's the ones that somehow stay on the surface and miraculously don't die.
You're telling me? Yeah, so that clip right there is her talking about basically what she was exposed to in her anti-gravity research adventure, and what, how Putoff told her and her father. So that was a little clip from that. And
I did a quick sidebar in there, real quick sidebar. I'm sorry I missed your space earlier. I was like passed out. But did you notice in that on the Jesse Michaels version of the story, he makes it seem like Hal Putoff was like the boss overseeing that operation. He's like, "Hey boss, we have to stop with that the psychic Guantanamo shit." Kind of interesting, right?
Hey,
Very interesting.
can I just interrupt and say that with regards to the time travel aspect of aliens, there's in philosophy there's the eternal now. This is all there is. It's called the now. But also in terms of communication, all communication is hypnosis. But what I wanted to say is that it's joy now. We probably are souls and infinite and eternal. The thing is, it brings you back to the world now. We have a constitution. America itself and Trump's presidency and Kennedy getting into the office today and these deregulations with regards to the assassinations, Trump is opening up free speech in a way that we've never seen before. So, it truly is a joyful time, and I hope everybody is extremely happy about, the situation in America today, because this is like destiny manifest in so many ways. It's so apparent. And, I met Augustus, and the keyword is synchronicity. Like, there is a synchronicity happening, which implies there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and that you need not worry about your future. I don't know. I'm just happy to be here with y'all.
That's deep. Damn, that's deep. All right, let's get to some hands, man. We've got some hands raised. Let's go to Lynn, who we haven't heard from yet.
Hi. Great space. I really enjoyed hearing from everybody in this space. You guys were talking about orbs and different craft sightings, and I don't know if I missed anybody speaking about seeing a cube. If you have, please let me know, because I'm always searching for people that have seen.
We have not gotten there yet. We have not gotten there.
Shoot. Okay, well, if anybody has, let me know, because I'm always searching for people that have seen a flying cube, because I've seen one, and that was quite something. There was another gentleman that was talking about faith in God, which I find very interesting, and I was raised in a Christian household that left the faith in college and never really quite returned. I consider myself a spiritual person completely, but I have to say that over the last year, so since I started experiencing things in 2020, and over the last year, I started getting, I think many people talk about this, but just the shadow beings and kind of the harassment by entities that are of dark, low nature. And I have to admit that during one of these evenings when this was happening, I was just getting so sick of it. And I called out to Jesus Christ, and it stopped. So recently I've been going back to church and just kind of exploring that. I'm not exactly sure where that all is going, and don't need to make any proclamations on that in that regard, but I do think it's worth mentioning. And I think a lot of people have mentioned that there's power in that name, and I've certainly seen that for myself. So I think that whether you believe in source, God, creator, I think we're just the path of love is a message to be supporting each other in this space. And anyways, thanks for listening.
Amen to that. And if we get any time, I'd love to read a little bit of the Bible in this space in front of all these people unapologetically. Babe, is there anything you want to tell the people while I got you here?
What's up with Julian Assange? When are we gonna get a pardon of Julian Assange? That's what I want to tell people.
Okay,
You know,
that's fair.
bringing the alarm has been working. Everybody needs to lose their shit over everything. Let's go!
Okay.
I think that's on the docket because if you remember, I did a little post the other day too. Who was it? Elon Musk said the hammer of justice is coming, and it was a screenshot of a news article that said John Podesta's friend who debunked Pizzagate arrested for raping like babies or some fucking crazy shit. And you know that's all tied up in the WikiLeaks thing, Assange. You know that's why they really went after him, right? After all that, they didn't go. They were already kind of crazy on him when it came to the Iraq, Afghanistan war footage leaks and whatnot. But yeah, it was after the DNC leak, and you know he said that he basically said, I won't misquote him, but he basically alludes to seeing the clip that Seth Rich leaked those from the DNC, and so
I feel like we confirmed it. He basically all but said, you know, he strongly hinted and purposely avoided the phrasing, but he did say, he brought him up when asked, like, does anyone ever, you know what I mean? It was
he brought him up, yeah.
Like the idea that Seth Rich leaked that was killed by MS-13 satanic gang members who were tied to the DNC is wild, but possible.
Yeah, Game Tech has sources too. He said that Seth Rich is gonna be a thing in this administration, so I think that's all tied in with Julian Assange too.
I hope it is, dude. I hope it is.
Never forget, Julian Assange said it's a huge scam, that they're taking the taxpayer dollars and borrowing and sending it to offshore banking. So there's probably $15 trillion sitting in the Caribbean just waiting for Trump and our military to go seize our assets again.
Well then, so basically what I heard there is there's nothing officially gonna be signed about Julian Assange. Or what about Edward Snowden? How about that one? Why does this man, an American hero, have to go hide out in the mountains of Russia? I mean, what a disgrace. What a disgrace.
I talked to them once. Yeah, I recorded the conversation.
Post it.
It's on my computer. I threw it away.
What were you guys talking about before I got here?
UFOs,
Oh.
time travel, the nature of reality, disclosure.
Yeah, why is an American hero being persecuted? You know, really think about what the answer to that might be. Maybe our heroes and the heroes for the people who run the show aren't exactly the same thing. It's a good question, right? I want to go back to what Omar was saying. You know, with disclosure, I think two words: discretion and nuance. We have to have a really good sense for both of them. And so on the whole angels and demons thing, I always like to raise a point: what does the word demon even mean? Like, what does it actually tell us? Because I don't think
It's just bad. It's devil. I mean, you know, it's good and bad.
Here is a living, thinking, breathing thing.
I agree, but they're bad people too, right? So like, he's not an angel doesn't make them inherently evil. There can be all kinds of.
Well, hold on. I think we have to. I mean, you really got to understand. We can't just throw those words around and assume that we know because of a pop culture like definition that there's some kind of common sense understanding and consensus of what this is. Like, people's actions are always being influenced by, you know, these poles between the angelic and demonic forces. So people are, while they are responsible for choosing which path they go down, the things building the images in your head to like seduce you into one path or the other, those things are these things. That's what people think demons are, you know what I mean? Like,
I agree, but that's why I'm emphasizing nuance, because we're associating demonic with a polarity of evil, right? But there can be NHI that are not angels,
but still not necessarily demonic. And that's an important detail because if you don't, consider that. So I'm just saying, like, I get what you're saying too, but
Like some schools of thought will be like, yo, both are demonic, like because the real classification of them are like Luciferian and then Satanic.
You could also just say they're a bunch of federal unions that vote Democrat.
But too, on that point, right? Another thing Edward said is that he doesn't think they influence us physically. And I want to contest that because there's a saying I like that the war is spiritual, but the attack is psychological. Okay, very important because they use your hands. Yeah, exactly. Your mind, your body. So if they can attack your psychology and your mind, then does it make a difference if they're not physically interacting? So that's something to be mindful of. Right?
Absolutely. That's why you got to fortify yourself and understand your choices. And there's all kinds of practice for this. But if you're kind of going with the flow of just not thinking through actions, you're almost a puppet to these other forces. And so thinking through things critically is super important. Kind of knowing yourself is also very important. But I'm not a Catholic or Christian or anything. I'm not here to tell you demons are real and stuff. But the way they define them, when you get down to it, they're just defining thoughts, and we don't know anything about thoughts and consciousness, so their definition is as good as any really right now. And I think that having that as a baseline is a smart choice. I like what they were saying, you know what I mean?
You have to look at this in terms of pronouns. These are words. You can't take them literally when somebody says demon or Satan or the devil or a vampire or a ghost. These are just words. There's good and bad in this world. Be on the side of good. That's all you got to know.
Augusta, I sent you something to your back channel. Actually, it's the scriptures and everything for what I was sharing. But this is what, guys, words are what we use to communicate. If you go even with God himself, everything that exists was spoken into existence. Okay? God said it, it happened. God used words. So even though today we're right now on X, we're communicating with words. Whether you understand the words or you don't understand the words, is what the scripture says. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. The word knowledge in Hebrew means discovery. Okay? We're a lack of discovery. We use terms, but if Jesus, who walked the earth, called out demons and cast them out of people, I am not going to go around and say that demons don't exist. Okay? But if he said, oh, hold on, let me finish my thought. If he says that angels have fallen, okay, 2/3 of the angels rebelled against God.
I've seen some angels. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe how tight the waists are and how amazing I am. Hey.
Demons do. They go against order. And everything we all know right now, you look at your human body, just remember there's 60,000 miles of veins in every human body. We were fearfully and wonderfully created by God himself. In our mother's womb, fashionably knit. Okay? So there's no way in the world anybody gonna sit back and say to Edward, you are just a fetus or a glob of just nothing. No. It's too much order in the world. Right now, we're in January. 365 and 1/4 days. We're actually in winter. It's happened all the time since the beginning of man. Okay, we have 12 seasons. How do we know that? Because we know that the sun orbits the earth. These things man has been introduced to. So all I wanted to do is think first from a natural viewpoint, but then think spiritually. You gotta leave the realm of the senses, which is very difficult for us humans to do because we're so focused on the natural that we forget the supernatural. That's what Lynn was talking about. She said she called upon the name of Jesus. Jesus is a powerful creator. He's the second person of the Godhead. That's powerful. Okay? That's why the scripture said there's only one name given among men that at this name every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. Why? Because Jesus paid it all for everyone. Now, whether people believe that or not, I promise you this. We're all leaving here. We all got to give an account for our life, and I don't want to take that chance. So I'm going to stay with the side of God. If people want to do that and don't want to believe it, that's okay. Like I tell people, I didn't create anything. I'm part of the creation. Okay, I'm 61 years old. When I I got here, everything was already here. But I'm going to look at what Jesus did in his life. My wife and I have been to Israel 3 times. I'm going to follow what Jesus did because he went about doing good and healing the sick and the brokenhearted. That's what I want us to think about. Because at the end of the day, no matter what's going on, he's coming back to set everything in order. And I land there. Go ahead, Esther. I think you want to share something.
Sure. So here's my point, right? I agree with all of that. I very well understand the power of words, and I agree it's a spirit. I agree with the spiritual stuff. In fact, I'm making the point you're making. Words are very important. That's why we have to be mindful that we're using the right words, because there's always a better word potentially you could be using. That's the point I'm making, is that when we use the word demon and angel, right, we're setting up 2 categories. This is binary. You're either a good non-human intelligence or a bad non-human intelligence. There could be a secret third thing, right? Like a neutral non-human intelligence that could be good or bad. This is why, exactly, words are very important. So that's what I'm raising.
It's not a non-binary thing. There's an expression in Yiddish which says "Alles ist God," all is God. Everyone here, it's like Groundhog Day. You are repeating yourself over and over again. The thing is anger management. Once you figure out that, then you're free from the infinite loop. And that's what Phil Connor in the Groundhog Day movie figured out. He got free from being angry, and then he was set free from purgatory.
Sure, but do you get the point I'm making? I'm trying to scientifically figure out, because there's a scientific reality here, okay? I agree these are spiritual things. I think angels and demons are very real, but just because something exists in a higher order reality doesn't mean it doesn't have a manifestation in our lower order reality. So if you want to be logically figuring out the UFO phenomenon, you have to have an eye for both those things, right? And the second thing I want to say with words, right? I agree that saying words are very powerful when you invoke the name of Jesus. Obviously, that can have an effect. The point I want to raise, though, is how much of that power is coming from the word itself, and how much of that power is coming from the energy you're invoking and imbuing into that word.
UFO is the same thing as NLP, which is all communication is hypnosis. It's an acronym, but it really is meaningless until you can actually produce one, show one, hold one, smell one, touch one. I mean, to me, a beautiful woman is the goddess, and a Democrat is your local alien.
So you guys may not know this, but I'm in the death care profession. Okay? This is the question I'm gonna have for everyone. When you die, are you still you? Well, this is perfect. Perfect segue, Edward. So for me, I've been diving into Darius J. Wright's teaching on astral projecting for us to learn that we're more than this body. We are high frequency angelic beings. And for me, I put no meaning behind no word. We have all been MK Ultra from ABCs. A cat is a cat because they told us what a cat is. Without them telling us what a cat is, there would be no meaning behind the word cat. Well, if you said that, spiritual, I'm gonna ask the same question again. When we pass away from this physical body, are we still us? We are our experiences.
Right, exactly. I think it comes down to how well you connected to yourself while you were living. How well did you know yourself? And I think that idea of what happens after we die, I think that very heavily ties into these time traveling humans we're talking about, okay? And consider that possibility, right? But you're raising a really important point, Edward. Like, are you you? So to that point, like when we say life, a human has a life, but a cat also has a life. There are different types of life, right? So when we die, it's not so much that we have ceased existing, but we've transitioned from one form of life as a human to another unknown type of life. They're still living, they're still undead, right? They're still alive in some sense. So that's a really interesting thing to think about, right? Like, what are we like? So I'll emphasize that how you live is very important because it has consequences for being.
And anybody, hear me now. Hear me now. Speak the word of God. And behold, a woman who had suffered from a discharge of blood for 12 years came up behind him and touched the fringe, the hem of his garment. For she said to herself, if I only touch his garment, I will be made well. Jesus turned and said to her, he said, take heart, daughter. Your faith has made
another thing Jesus said was that if you only had a bit of faith to move this mountain, you tell this mountain to move and it would move. And if you look at that literally, it's like one thing, but I think the real point of that is that there's tremendous power in faith if only you believe, right? We put so many limitations on what humans are capable of, what reality is, but is that really God's dictate, or is that things we made up for ourselves, right? We haven't figured out anything about reality. As arrogant as we are, thinking that we got it all pieced together, we have enough. There's a lot more to discover, I think. And so, to that point, when I initially came here, what I wanted to raise is it's all about perception, right? Like you look at something in a new lens, and then there's a new life to it. There's a whole new world that becomes available. That's why, again, to Edward's point, words are very important because they shape how we view concepts, right? So.
But everybody's greatest power is in knowing who you are, which means where did you come from? And also stop thinking and end your problems, meaning that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Each and every one of you in this room is the truth, but it is through this communication hypnosis, which essentially rehypnotizes you. In the silence or the meditational aspect of life, which is silence, just listen and witness and behold the miracle of life. And that is essentially the joy and the love of the law. And if you want to live, you should know the law.
I would like to play off of what Adrian Dittman said. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? Not I Joe.
Well, this is what Darius J. Wright does. He astral projects out his body, goes down the road to his buddy's house, reads the number on chalkboard, gets back in his body, calls his buddy, the number on his chalkboard. Who in this room has done that? That's all I would like to ask.
I have a question for RPK.
Yes.
So, going down the rabbit hole, I'm going to change subjects here. I know we're getting deep, but going down the rabbit hole, and I'll follow them all. Followed your show. If I had to pick the scenario of what we're looking at with UFOs, I'd come back from military to historical to interdimensional, ultra-terrestrial. I'll come back to Chris Bledsoe. His last interview, he's like, follow the evidence. He can produce the evidence at will. Nobody else can. I want to know if you had a gun to your head, let's say Bob Lazar with a gun to your head, what's your most likely scenario of what we're looking at?
Yeah, I'm sure like all you guys always bounce all around too. Some kind of NHI that's always been here. Probably more like interdimensional than alien, but I do think it's like a trickster type thing and you can't really trust what it is. There's that one book cover I posted the other day and I'll repost it again. It's like, these things could like really manipulate your feelings, your emotions. Even with Chris Bledsoe, like, even if you read his book by his own account, like, the lady entity is very manipulative and he still views it all through a very positive lens. But, like, by his own words, it's manipulative. And I'm sure, like, if we were to actually, like, examine all of their quote-unquote interactions without his lens, it's probably even worse. But, yeah, that kind of answers that. Thank you. And thanks for watching and support.
Listen, all three-letter words are connected. Prove me wrong. It's called the all, which is God, which is a cat, which is a dog, which is a you, which is an I. There's a connection in three-letter words, but you guys have to know there's a double-edged sword in communication, which is it is hypnosis. If you really want to get free, you have to be in the now. That's just my opinion. I thank you all for listening to me. I'm rambling. God bless you all.
God bless you. Man, this has been one heck of a space. I'm really enjoying it. I hope you are too.
I appreciate you, brother. You know that, right?
Yep, I know. And I appreciate you too. That's what inspired me to read the Word of God to 150 people live tonight. And that really just made my night. I've been
I love what you read though, Augusta. I love it. See, there's power in that name. And I like what the gentleman said. Yeah, I like what the person said. The difference is that we are the crown of God's creation. We're the only part of creation that's created in His image. God is a spirit, and we are spirits. There's no other living creature that's created in God's image. When God created us, He spoke to Himself. Let us create man
Listen, wherever 2 or 3 people are gathered in the study of wisdom, the presence is there. The presence is amongst us right now. The presence is with America right now. This is the golden age.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm looking something up right now. Go ahead, whoever was doing it.
It's almost the golden age, but we have a lot of problems we got to sort through first. And I really support getting back to a spiritual grounding. We need to, because spirituality is not just about church and ethics. All that's important, but there's an unseen reality that's far vaster than the seen reality. Everything seen emerges from the unseen world. Okay, and science just inherently does not have the tools to properly map out that realm. That's where intuition, psychic abilities, these are very important. So when the Western world decided that we're going to just pretend like all that's not real, we box ourselves out of like most of reality essentially. So.
If you read the book of Psalms out loud, it can be a tremendous blessing for you personally, for your family, for your friends, for your neighbors, for your community, for your country. The wisdom is in the book. And there's many books on wisdom. If you read it out loud, it is neuro-linguistic programming, and you will manifest it. So read out loud. Come to X, come to Clown House. Go and create recordings, reading scripture, reading sacred texts. You'll change your life. You'll change the world.
Excuse me, folks, but all of you men are talking away, and you have 2 ladies that have their hands up. Mistress, you go first, please, and then I'll go second. Let me put my hand back up while you speak. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Stud. And thanks for letting me up to speak. I want to share something in relation to the nuts and bolts of these craft. In the book, I just put it up top. In the book, We Will Never Let You Down by Elena Denon, in the very back, I have found detailed blueprints of a Galactic Federation scout ship.
A Galactic Federation scout ship! They found the blueprints! Show me all the blueprints! Show me all the blueprints! Show me all the blueprints!
And how it effectively works on frequency. So the ability to shapeshift is done through consciousness.
So shape-shifting is done through consciousness. I flew 1 foot up and 2 feet forward. I don't know if you saw that. Hilarious clip with that crazy guy in New York City, the hunchback. Okay, so this has been Preservation of Human Race, aka Adrian Dittman's Disgrace. We're going to call my friend Paul in Beverly Hills and see what's going on with the Burger King franchises.
The Google system you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Yo, Paul, it's John. Call me back. I missed your call back. All right. Let's call my friend Max.
Hey, this is Max Gruber. Thanks for calling.
Straight to voicemail. Straight to voicemail. He gets the message. If you go silent, you figure out the secret. Some people are really fast learners.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Forwarded to voicemail. Okay, we're gonna call Chicken Hillary.
Hello?
Hello, Hillary. How are you?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
We're calling Adrian, aka Elon Musk.
Right now?
Yeah.
I was listening to you. Am I on the live or something?
Yeah, you're on multiple lives.
Like Clubhouse or something?
X Clubhouse. Our friend Alan is here, and there's multiple YouTube viewers. Let me restart the YouTube so I can get you an audience.
Okay, give me an audience.
Maybe Abby will make an appearance as well, because they're the ones who wanted me to call you.
Everybody wants to talk.
They're like, "Oh, call your friend. Call that girl." I was
Okay.
like, they wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
But anyways, the point is keep posting the videos to Blue Sky because Elon is paying attention. He doesn't want to say what I'm doing, which is the most amazing thing.
It's hysterical.
Yeah.
That's almost like the whole funny part of it is like he's pretending. I mean, he's pretending to be somebody else, and you're actually him, but you're filming him, and he can't pretend he sees you.
Isn't that funny? It is so funny.
It's so fucked up. And then I swear to God, John, listen to me. I swear to God, sometimes his mom goes on there under different names, and other people, I could recognize who they are.
I don't look at the audience. There's 600 people in there. It's just impossible.
Well, I don't look at it, but I can hear his mother's South African, pretentious, drawn out.
In his voice?
You know, his mom, named Musk.
Anyways, yeah, I get it, but anyways, I mean, I don't wish him any ill will. Like, I think it's. Yeah, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't because that's like wishing ill will on yourself. I mean,
No. You have no idea how bad he is. You have no idea.
Right now, I don't have to listen to him, so I'm happy.
Right. He's a rotten person. He holds a grudge. John, he will hold a grudge. But the hysterical part is he can't acknowledge you. So what the hell is he going to do to you because he can't acknowledge you?
Well, so basically I have people now going and putting in the chat comments and posting my videos and they're saying, "Is this you, Adrian? Is this your YouTube account? Like, I don't understand. Who are you? Are you Elon Musk?" And posting my videos in the chat, and then he'll block them. And then, anyways, anything you say that draws attention to Adrian Dittman, aka AdrianDittman.com, like he will block. And but you can't stop it. So it's like at this point, I have so many videos of him. He's not live tonight, thank God. He'll be live.
I know. I was listening for a while, and I was like, "Oh my God!" It was that wrestling guy, and I was like, "I can't." Sometimes when Elon's talking and you're taping, I'll start listening because I want to tell you what the clip, and I'll fall asleep because I can't.
I know they go late.
He's so fucking boring.
I know, but if you just go on YouTube and type in Adrian Dittman, you see. Have you seen my bipolar manic episode butter steak video?
Oh my God, I shared that one. I always put title gore with it because I'm like, that was so fucking funny. The title's like butter steak. Elon thinks it's butter steak while burping, and I don't know what the fuck he said.
He was ripping some burps yesterday, and I didn't catch him. There are so many videos that I upload that would have been gangbusters, but I hit the daily limit, and so if I don't keep track of how many videos I upload, like I've lost track, and I've wasted, and lost a lot. A lot of it is on live stream, which can't be, you can snip it, but it's impossible to go back. Too much.
One piece of advice for me, which you could do for free, is download a watermark software. Because what's happening is other YouTube users
Mhm.
are watching you. That's who's fucking watching you. Other YouTube users in the press.
Well, it's all YouTubers. It's not the press. What I do is after I create my videos, I post a lot of them to Reddit. And so Elon also controls the Reddit threads related to SpaceX, Tesla, etc. So, but my new accounts always get them in there, and it's like a lot of those will jump up to 400 views. Anyways, there's nothing really amazing. It's such a waste of time, but like the fact that he is, one of the richest men in the world, and like,
I love this.
and it's not on record, that these are not recorded rooms, and like I am managing all the clipping because Bly's the Shiba Inu guy, who seems like a nice young man, but he is a total yes man and he's a giggler. But God bless them all. Because if my clips make me money, do you have any idea how appreciative I am to Elon Musk?
Oh, good. Yeah, get your bag, man. I hate him. And if you're gonna get it at his expense, hell fucking to the yes.
It's not to his listen, maybe he would hire me, but the point is, you never say never, because sometimes your enemy becomes your best friend. Because if he wanted to hire me and pay me, I would turn them all private. I would delete them all, but I would need a contract, and a non-disclosure agreement, and I'll take the money and I'll move to Tel Aviv. I'm becoming trans. I've decided to become a Mexican woman.
For 1 minute, let me finish a thought here.
Okay.
That jet tracking guy, that kid, who was like an MIT or whatever the fuck he was.
Is that his son?
No, that's the guy who tracked his jet and Elon got him banned. The jet tracking guy. He tracks all Elon's jets.
Oh, yeah. What about him?
Elon offered him $5,000.
He's the cheapest guy in the world. I get it.
And the kid said, I'll take it down if you give me a Tesla. And he wouldn't give him a Tesla.
He wouldn't give him a Tesla? Yeah, he's that cheap.
So, no, he's never going to fucking pay you, John.
No, that's okay.
Right till the end of motherfucking.
Listen, when I was younger, guess what? I read the Forbes 500, and I registered domain names on the richest people in the world. And guess what? I sold some of those domain names to some of the richest people in the world. So, but people have tragic ends. And you never know what's going to happen when you eat so much butter steak and you do only 10 push-ups a day. His 10 push-up challenge a day, that's it, Elon. Have you seen the size of his gut? Have you seen the size of this man's gut? It is huge.
John,
It looks like he's pregnant with twins.
John, your audience wants to hear me. John, listen. Oh my God. First of all, oh my God. He was in that little group of his, I don't know, trainees who are eating butter steak and doing push-ups. And they were talking and poor little guy said,
See, I think there's value even in my videos because, I think that once people realize it's Elon, they're gonna go back and watch all these and be like, dude, this is actually pretty funny.
It's hysterical. John said, in all seriousness, he said this like his late on, should I get an air freshener?
Should I get an air freshener? Okay, so if you go to YouTube and you type in Adrian Dittman, you see there my first video shows up there. But it's not even Elon, which is kind of funny. It's from earlier. This is Elon here.
Of course, make the bands.
Listen,
John. Mouse was the one that did the programming.
Stuff.
Oh, no, yes, right, you're right. Yeah, it was Mouse. Right, you're correct. That was one of the scenes. Yep. That was hard at work. Yeah, it will, of course, make the bands.
John.
Mouse likes me, but anyways, the whole thing is our Adrian Dittman connection, and she posts my videos to Blue Sky. And she's exposing him on Blue Sky, and she's showing all my content on Blue Sky. So she's doing great work for me. God bless her.
God bless America.
That's you, Chicken Hillary.
I know, yes, baby. Me. I recognize a star when I see one. You are a star blanket over.
Did you see this video? So I'm talking about you.
You.
No, it's the greatest Jack Dorsey's new.
Everything for me. Right. So to give you kind of an understanding
Oh my God.
ReZero.
Oh my God.
What do you think about Call Me Outa? Do you like Call Me Outa or do you not like Call Me Outa?
Oh God, I hate Call Me Outa. The worst person news.
But he's one of Elon's best programmers. So this is the thing, is like when you really have $900 billion, I mean, and you eat a buttered steak that you make for yourself, you got trust issues. Have you seen the meme that says that he was dating a CIA plant? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, on Adrian Dittman, he claims that the CIA set him up with a plant to try to subvert him. It could be a joke, but maybe one of those chicks like was actually like a spy sent in to like get into his business because like he was that successful that the CIA sent a spy. Huh?
Oh, absolutely.
So anyways, I
Never
mean,
who you think it is. It's never who you think it is. I mean, they're just like civilian, like accountants. A lot of accountants are civilian alpha people.
anyways, I think it's a trip that I've been filming him since August of last year. And literally, so guess what I've been doing? I have been creating playlists. I don't know if it'll help draw more viewers, but I create Adrian Dittman, X, Elon Musk, the conversation playlists. And I'm trying to do keyword optimization through the playlist.
John,
Mm-hmm.
listen to me. Number one, you gotta watermark your stuff. All it has to say is John, whatever your AdrianDittman.com.
I don't know. Watermarking stuff is not great advice. Like that's just too much. It's all contained in the platform. If somebody, that's the thing, is nobody's gonna take my shit. But to me, the fact that I can film an unrecorded room is literally like filming a television show. You know?
You're doing all the work and they're getting all the money.
But yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. You're right. I'm catching his coattails, but he says he's the host. I'm the parasite. I'm okay with that relationship for right now. I think that being a parasite on Elon Musk is better to be a parasite on him than nobody else. I got no other good options to parasite on. To me, could you imagine if Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai, or Mark Zuckerberg did what he does every night and did it on an unrecorded? It's crazy.
It's so crazy. It's beyond crazy, and it's catching up to him, I think.
Well, he's not healthy. He has a chronic cough. He doesn't sleep. He plays video games all night. He's clearly been away from his family since August. He's on there every night. So
his girlfriend, he took to the inauguration, Siobhan.
Mm-hmm.
He lives with her.
Well, he says that he was in the Oval Office during the signature on something. So, like, does that mean he's in residence in D.C. or where does the jet tracker show him now?
Well, you'll have to look it up. I'm not your secretary, huh?
I thought you're looking at these things. I thought you're all in on this.
John, who built a blue sky car in a month and has 10,000 followers?
That's pretty
And
dope.
you look at my account, you know it's through hard work. I have like 3,000 posts.
Holy shit.
Okay? So don't talk to me about hard work.
Okay, I'm on the jet tracker. Let's see. 6 days ago, took off from West Palm Beach. Doesn't fucking...
Okay. Now listen, he lives with that weirdo Siobhan with the big weird eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a lunatic. But besides that, she has 3 kids. 2 of them are like retarded from him. And she wears a fake baby girl through IVF.
What do you mean his 2 kids are retarded?
They forgot that I'm him.
John.
Listen, I gotta say, he is very funny because he does know a lot of internet. He's got so many stupid memories in his head from the internet that, you know,
His stupid memory. His head is mush from drugs and alcohol. Okay.
Well, anyways, you could say it's mush, but yeah, I mean, he may have. See, this is the thing about recording him, which makes it so interesting because we all are on an expiration clock, and you know, no one knows the future. So to like be able to record him every night in unrecorded spaces and just because when he goes, he really goes, and like you get so many clips out of it, it's crazy.
John, what I'm telling you now is you do have luck only strikes a couple times in life. It's kind of happened to me a couple times. And, you know, you have to be there. You have to grab it. That's the first thing they teach you in the CIA. I'm not in the CIA. That's the first thing.
Oh, this is what the CIA tells you. You gotta grab it.
Action.
I'm doing as much as I can here by myself, and it's like I'm in a flow state, and to me, it's like I think I'm doing great work, but
you are doing great work.
I am so shadow banned. All of my accounts on X are shadow banned. Every one of them have the red flag warning. So it's very difficult. Listen, this is the craziest thing. It's like it's like banging your head against a wall non-stop.
I know that you have support because like Destiny hates his fucking guts.
I don't care about somebody named Destiny. And get me on his YouTube. See, this is the thing. You should be my booking agent. Get me on people's shows and I will talk about Adrian Dittman. And we will talk about Adrian Dittman on the show. We will be Adrian Dittman analysts.
Oh yeah, we could do it. Oh my god, people love me.
Yeah, we need to be together because, you know.
I hate saying that.
You complete me, Chicken Hillary.
Your audience is probably thinking, who the hell does she think she is? I'm the fucking queen.
We've only got 2 viewers, unfortunately.
Oh, bitch. But yeah, watermark number 1.
I can't watermark the videos. It's there. I'm not backing anything up. It's all straight to YouTube.
Then in the background you had to put something.
Yeah, put a sign up, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, property of John Dittman or something. Big, really big with the website. This video is the property of John Dittman. There you go. Done.
Yeah.
A big sign.
I know Home Depot sells like, you know, blank signs, or I can go to anywhere to find one, but
yeah, have them printed up so it's professional.
see, the thing is, the sign is only going to say subscribe now to Adrian Dittman. Like, it's a call to action. I could put a domain name on there or even a telephone number, but it's like, to what end, really? You know, it's like,
I'm not going to help you if you don't take advice. You have to mark that work as yours, number 1.
It is. It's on my phones. It's my work. It's in my phone. The phone. You know how many phones I have? I've got a fucking 100 phones over here. It's all contained in the phones.
John.
Listen to this. This is.
Loving what is here and now, and understanding what that means in the future. And you are nothing.
But you're not.
You are the worst human in ways that you don't even yet understand. You have failed at the key purpose.
I love this guy.
This thing that has been born of your very own flesh, supposed to be better than you. That is the thing.
Is he alive?
When I have kids, I'm going to tell them that you're supposed to be better than me. If you can't be better than me, it's understandable.
Oh my god.
This video is called Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman Family Love Advice. That is one of my top videos on this account.
Your fucking titles are so on point too. The titles make them.
It's right, because I'm not a total retard yet, so I think my titles are good.
Your titles are superb. I fucking love your titles. I love your God videos, people like that. Only God can do it. Sing it. Whatever the hell that one was.
Yeah, when I'm dancing, yeah. Only God can do it. Only God can do it. I like that is it's a great song.
Beautiful. I really like that. Yeah, but please try to just take some of these positive steps to get the word.
No, you being on my show right now is a positive step, but we need to get on a bigger show. So like, you need to use your Blue Sky account to reach out and say, hey, Adrian Dittman and I want to be on your podcast. Book Adrian Dittman because I own AdrianDittman.com. That is my Tumblr account where you can go to the library, go to the archive.
John, I have my own YouTube channel.
Great, but I'm going on stage at Zany's this Friday as Adrian Dittman. If you want to buy a ticket, the 10 p.m. show tickets are $4.20. It's AdrianDittman.com to buy the tickets. If you want to see my stand-up comedy routine. Not interested? Not interested.
No, you introduce yourself to the public.
I am. I'm Adrian Dittman. I'm going on stage at the Chicago Theater Saturday night at 11 p.m. as Adrian Dittman. It's getting broadcast on WGN TV.
John, then post the link and I'll post it, okay?
Okay,
but
sounds
I'm
good.
just saying, and you don't ever listen to me. You know, oh, for all his users and fans, tell John he has to apologize for calling me. He called me fat and ugly.
If you don't go to the gym by default, you're fat or you're skinny.
Am I ugly?
I don't know.
Oh, you never saw my picture.
I have no opinion on ugliness. I only consider things that are beautiful. My name is Adrian Dittman. And when I have children, I'm going to tell them to be better than me. Or at least as good as me.
Come on, I'm telling you. We could make a book out of clips. We could do memes. We could do everything. I can't do the work for you. I can't.
Just keep the blue sky thing going because I think that'll be a great source of dopamine for them, you know, to know that somebody has been tracking Elon Musk and it's all being put into blue sky. So.
But people, here's the thing, John. You guys are on, one day it's subscribe now, then it's subscribe today, then it's.
Those are all calls to actions, and it's not one account. It's many accounts. That's the thing is I am decentralized all this, and it's spread around. So you can't take nothing down because there's just too many. There's too much. We're at critical mass now. Do you realize we have 1,000 videos of Elon Musk talking over the past 6 months? It's crazy.
John. Okay. John. You need to rename the one that has it on every night. Elon Musk live at what the fuck time it is.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Nobody, I mean, I get so lost. I thought I was listening to Elon. I don't know who the fuck I was listening to. Some lady from Texas.
I know that's see. This is what also annoys him because there's all this mixed in shit, and he's like, and so even to him, he's like, what the fuck is all this? What the fuck?
I know.
Like it's crazy.
Oh my God, I love when he goes off on pornography.
Yeah, I know. Everything is dramatic, which is so funny. It doesn't matter what it is, but he will make it so fucking dramatic. Oh my God, they fucking put me doing Sig Heil on the fucking Gigafactory in fucking Germany. This is why you fucking people are done. This is why you fucking people don't matter.
John?
I will have to postpone the conversation until tomorrow, but May streams and PoE2 later. He's like, listen, this guy must be the funniest guy in the world because I don't know, he's not, I bet you he's not a big spender or everybody is so well taken care of. I bet you his wives just, do you know how much his wives got in the separations, the divorces, who knows? Yeah. Like, it must be incredible. Like, did you read his biography or whatever it is? Does he talk about any of that?
It was all crap. Ask me anything about him, I can tell you. His first wife only got $10 million, and she had 5 kids with him, and 1 died. 6 total. Okay. 2 weeks later, he served her at their divorce counselor. I had no idea. 2 weeks later, he was engaged to Tallulah in the UK. He met her through Epstein. She was like 20 years old. She looks just like his first wife. So then that one was smart, didn't have his kids. And she married him and divorced him, got 10 million, then married him again and divorced him and got 16 million. Then he moved on to Grimes, fucked her up. Then he cheated on Grimes with his employee, Siobhan. And she's insane. And I think she really believes every word he says. And if you want to laugh your ass off, watch the C-SPAN of Bezos, who's a gentleman, and his wife, Ivanka, Elon, and Siobhan. They are looking, all the women are looking at her like, and all the guys are looking at him. And then Ivanka's husband comes over and saves her from Elon. It's like, oh my God, it is so obvious that they can't stand him, John. But his girlfriend that has babies that are all messed up, I don't know. She's wearing a baby bump again. She wears a baby. She wears a baby bump. I shouldn't laugh. When her surrogate undergoes IVF, she didn't give birth to the kid. The surrogate did, which is fine. But when the surrogate she wears a big baby bump.
Well, I just want to quote Elon when he says, I mean, what are you leaving behind? If you're not leaving children behind and making things better, well, then what are you really doing? If you're not, what are you leaving behind is what you're doing.
His son, you told me once, and I don't know because you're always high, and I'll change what you do. You told me once, you were high, but you told me once that his son was on call.
No, I just figured it was like his son because, but anyways, it is?
Mm-hmm.
What?
See, and here's what kills me too, John.
Because he was like, if I was there, I would shake your hand.
With forms and parts, and they must have amnesia.
Okay, let me see what the most viewed are is on here. Okay, this is here. Listen to this.
Please don't scroll.
Oh, see, that's not it.
Oh my God.
Okay, here.
John, God, you don't need to get these.
It's not a good time to be in politics, I'll tell you that much right now. Especially for those guys. So I guess a little bit of service relief by way of such actions as is excusable to understand. Yeah. Goddamn.
I can't.
These videos are cool.
And I thought, can you imagine if you lived with him and you had to listen to that?
Well, see, I would do it if I was getting paid because, like, that's what my life is like anyways. Like, do you realize that, like, I've been doing this 6 months unpaid, you know? And, like, the thing is, it's an opportunity cost because, like, I have to listen to this shit. And it's so stupid and juvenile, it's a waste of my life. Therefore, I'd have to get compensated to do this work. But
I agree.
if I was doing this for a job, it would be the same thing. I'd still be they would be wasting my time like you can't believe. All kinds of just nonsense communication. Listen, in the workplace, because I'm a federal employee, the fucking bullshit communication you have to go through and the fucking loops and the amount of work you have to do, which is just communication work, is unbelievable. So, like, to me, it's like an opportunity cost, but it's like, I see how both are just stupid. And so it's like,
fucking stupid, and then you die.
I know, but at least I'm filming somebody worth $900 billion as opposed to like sitting in a fucking cubicle, you know, rotting in a cubicle, looking at some fucking federal website, making me watch a video for 3 hours to click a bunch of shit. It's retarded.
I know. But what I'm saying is, you got to take the steps in the direction to make the money, or shut up about it. And another thing, and you're not going to want to hear it, you got to lay off the drugs.
I don't do drugs. I smoke and I drink. That's called living. That's called being a human. That's what humans do. the point is, like, I really don't have a point, and I think that's like the funniest part about all of this is just like, because you know, when I heard him speak for the first time, my ears fucking like exploded, and I was like, motherfucker, that's fucking Elon Musk. Who the fuck is this guy? I'm like, and when he was like rude to me from the get go, you know, and it was then that it was on. Like the moment he was instantaneously rude, I was like, it's on. I'm good. This is fucking Elon, and I fucking went crazy. I was like, I'm gonna film this motherfucker, and I've been doing it for 6 months.
We are trying to bring down Elon.
You may be trying to bring down Elon. I'm trying to bring myself up, and in the process, I hope people get a laugh out of it.
I get a fucking laugh out of it. I enjoy it so much, but I want you to make money from it. So try to organize, like, you know, if you can't do a watermark, then do a sign or something. And just put a little copyright in the corner and then put your website. That's all.
Okay.
Don't scare people away.
All communication is hypnosis. I mean, if I do all that, okay, great. I need you to be the guest, and we need to get on a bigger podcast discussing Adrian Dittman because you do know.
I don't want to be famous, John.
No, I just need your voice. You can be anonymous.
I don't want to be famous.
You don't have to worry about being famous. You know, after fame comes oblivion. You don't want to be obliviated.
John, for some fucking reason, people like me. I don't know why, but I'm over 50, and I don't know why, but they do, and they tend to get attached. And I don't want any stalkers. I don't want any. I just.
Listen, this is all about a joke, Adrian Dittman. It's a joke. Like it's an inside joke, and the people who tune in, you know, it's so stupid. And listening to call me out in that horrible fucking German or whatever accent that is.
Oh God.
You know, from an American perspective, you also have to realize that as a German himself, you know, he is like a national security risk in many ways. And it's so funny because these recordings, they would not pass.
I know.
They would not pass. You wouldn't.
Out there.
Yeah.
And you with 80,000 videos, and I'm sorry, but the websites and everything else, it's confusing.
It's one website, adriandittman.com.
John.
Go to adriandittman.com. Have you looked at the library section?
John, just try to clean it up a little bit. Name the thing, the time you have it every night, your channel. Elon Musk live.
I know. He says he goes live 7 p.m. I get all that. Like I can create more marketing, like promotional things that like feature what the project's about. There's a lot of things, but you're not creating anything. You're just, you know, giving me word advice as opposed to doing any action advice. I need more action advice from you. Less word advice. That means you're not listening. You're not listening. More action. More action. Less talk. No words. Not even any thinking. I just need action, which means creation. Which means spamming. Just up the spam. Create more spam for Adrian Dittman, ma'am. That's what we need. More spam, Chicken Hill, my man.
Have you seen my Insta website?
No.
Okay. Well, take a look at my Insta website and then get back to me on the creative part. Okay?
Create an account called Adrian Dittman Live, you know, and like live stream it yourself.
Oh my God, no! I want to get out of the Elon Musk business. For fuck's sake.
You can't get out of the business. Once you discover the business, it's the biggest business you're ever going to discover.
If I tell you, you don't even believe how we met.
How did you meet Elon Musk?
I'm not telling you the story yet.
Well, you have to save it for the All In podcast because congratulations, you're live with Jason Calacanis on the All In podcast discussing the secret identity of Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman.
Right now?
Yeah. There's 35,000 people watching this live stream.
Right now. So I mean, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, we're live on the All In podcast. This was an undercover investigation into the secret identity of Adrian Dittman, and you have confirmed it. And we want to thank you, Chicken Hillary.
Tell me I'm beautiful and I'm not fat.
We'll have to let the audience decide. Thanks for participating, Chicken Hillary. God bless you and have a great night. We thank you for joining us. God, I have so many recordings already on this phone. It's wild. This is January 2nd.
Because they're growing up, okay? Like the last I checked, they were probably like 8 years old or something. So not really a threat to anyone. But at this point, they're in the UK. But every single one of those, they can just pick them up. But the states won't work with them. The states themselves will not work with them. Governor.
All right. Okay, that was fun, Robert. I hope you enjoyed. This has been the Adrian Dittman podcast. This is the X account known as Adrian Dittman H. Go to Adrian Dittman H on X or go to adriandittman.com. This is Adrian Dittman. Thanks, everybody.
She deserves, not what she needs.
Fair enough. Well said.
Marcia doesn't say anything well said. That is such false flattery. What ridiculous compliments. This guy doesn't know a pig from a fucking cow.
All his intros gushed out and became known to all, those dwelling in Jerusalem, so that the field is called in their own language, Ached Dama, that is the field of blood. For it is written in the book of the Psalms, so he's citing the Psalms, specifically demonstrating that this office is to be fulfilled, or is to have another take his place, his office, because it had already been prophesied that he was going to betray. Let his dwelling place be desolate, and let no one live in it, and let another take his office. Specifically, the bishopric. Therefore, of these men, so notice, if the setting is in the upper room with the
Your head shining like that, bro.
That's my biggest issue. You got niggas like this who clearly have arrested development. They think
Yo,
they're
King
still
Solomon, your head is your forehead is crazy, bro.
You can listen to him. He sounds like a fatherless nigga. He sounds like somebody that he wasn't raised with a father. You can hear all these niggas sound like they weren't raised with fathers. If I asked him to call his dad right now, he couldn't do it. Why would you?
Man, Dr. Solomon, haven't you seen Bosley Hair Care? You can get hair plugs and put a lot of chemicals on that head and grow a new patch of hair on that head. King Solomon need a crown for that head.
This month, we'll have like a 5-game win streak. And I'm curious if we're going to end up in the 4th seed by then. Because the Nuggets only got to lose twice. I know.
She's in Jerusalem. She's like 50 years old. I don't know how she just had a baby. She's a single mother with a baby and she's 50. So don't ask me how she did it. I can't remember that. I can look it up. It's in my text messages. Go stand. I met her at dinner at Shabbos here. She's so smart, you know, these women are so smart. She's also Russian, and she traced the development of the terrorism mentality from the Russian Bolsheviks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and she lives in Jerusalem apparently in a tiny apartment with her son. I think they live in the Arab area too, in the east part of Jerusalem.
Oh, wow.
Her boy is, I guess there's some Orthodox who live there. What do you call them, Haredi?
Yeah.
So they, you know, they walk past Arabs every day. It's interesting. People are so fearless, right?
Yeah, it's, wow, impressive.
But don't you feel that kind of fearlessness is not that unusual?
I can probably make
in
something
Israel?
like this in principle.
Yeah.
Are we not benefiting from this, or really is yet running out of our
And let's point out, Larry has put up a few very specific pieces of data. Thank you, Larry, for all the stuff you've thrown in there. The one he just put in here is a report by Congress on the cost to taxpayers of illegal immigration. That's a pretty damn good piece there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. But again, I'm just looking for that bottom line number. You know?
This is a good big crop stand.
I learned from the best. I learned from the best. He wanted to have the balance in the room, you know?
No, it's not like.
Hey, I'll let your boy, man. I'll let your boy out.
What's up, bud?
I'll let you too.
I don't know many cities in the, I don't know many states in the, I don't know, maybe Florida, I don't know, maybe San Francisco, maybe Florida, I don't know what. It's a very bustling city that you can basically find everything that you need here. It's nice to live. If you want to raise family, it's a good place to live in.
It's flat, totally flat.
Yeah.
Sort of. That's how I remember it.
Sort of. But the weather is a desert one.
Yeah, I happen to love that. There's something that's very healing, I think, about the desert.
Yeah, that's why for example, I'm not talking about Beersheba, I'm talking, you know Arad, right? The city Arad.
However, heaven and earth are set infinitely apart.
Maybe 30 minutes from Beersheba. Breathing, I forgot the word for it. Like you have a hard time to breathe.
Yeah, asthma, say.
Okay, this is the Adrian Dittman podcast.
Flying people in, bro, in the dead of night, every night. And dropping them off in places.
Mr. Furley, wait, Border Patrol and CBP have processed approximate 13.5 million people under the Biden administration.
Yeah, that's 13.5 million people came, so that's 12 to 13 million people came in this country illegally. And that's not the people that were flown in, that's the border. They were flying people in every night and dropping them in the
Mr. Furley, that
in
is
the
not
state.
being there here illegally. You're
missing.
They are illegal. Listen, no, bro. If the executive paroles him on mass parole and calls it not illegal, that's illegal, bro.
What I mean by 13.5 million people are not illegal is a substantial portion of that number applied for asylum and refugee status.
But they applied under bullshit circumstances, homie.
Wait.
Financial and economic, there's no such thing.
Stop.
There's no such thing, bro.
Which means if you have dealt with that, and you have substantial number that have applied for refugee or asylum stays, 75% of those applicants will ultimately, through the judicial process, which the Constitution says we have to give them, will be told they do not have a valid reason to stay, and they will be deported. But
that's not true.
While they are in the middle of their legal hearings over asylum, and to remind you, asylum and refugee status are quite narrow. You can claim asylum and refugee status. Yes,
they're not.
Yes, they are.
Under Biden, they weren't. But let them talk.
Pipe down. Again.
I'm a pipe down. Can I respond after you finish?
Not until I stop talking, which will be soon.
Okay, but when you're finished, I can respond, right? I'll be quiet, but I can respond, right?
It will take me less time to stop. Again, these folks, a substantial portion of them, have applied to these systems. Under United States law, they are allowed to stay in the country while this thing is being done out. You don't have to like that. You don't have to want that. You don't have to approve of that. But that is the law. That's what we do. So, those people are not all illegal because a bunch of them applied for this status, which if you pass what's known as a credible fear screening, meaning you tell somebody, hey, I am afraid for my life because of my religion, or I'm afraid for my life because of my politics, or better yet, I'm afraid for my life because... Stop! Dude, do you want to stay in the room? Stop.
No, that was me. I'm asking him to mute because he's hanging off of his mic, ready to interrupt you. Please mute yourself, Mr. Furley.
I got it. So, these folks have the legal right to remain in the United States while that happens. Meaning, 13.5 million folks are not illegal immigrants. It is more complicated than that. And by not doing your due diligence, you make yourself sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Because to be quite frank,
can I respond?
Not yet.
Can I respond? He said I can.
Now you can.
He said I can respond. All right, so be quiet then and let me respond, Daniel, because I shut it the fuck up. You muted me, right? You muted me, Daniel, so can I respond? So be quiet now, Marshall. Marshall, you just talked for 3 minutes. Let me talk, Marshall. Daniel, can you mute? Can you mute, Daniel? Marshall, can you mute? Can you mute Marshall and Daniel?
You have the right to ask.
You just said something. Can I respond? I cannot respond if Daniel and Marshall are not muted. Let me talk, Marshall and Daniel. First off, let me talk. You just said what you had to say. I shut it the fuck up. You muted me.
And this Earth guy is Edmonds.
Sorry about that.
Good, I'll throw him out. That'll work.
Yeah, I removed him because he's just not. We had a very good conversation actually prior to coming on the stage.
Welcome.
I don't know the book. That's only because
Yo, one second, yo, one second. Yo,
I don't want to give you a second. Hurry up.
please. Look,
No.
I know the Trump rooms are boring, but we're bored of Trump, so.
You're a very intelligent white lady. Just mind your white business. Let her get it.
He's a what? He's a booker. Oh, right. So he knows his Hebrew.
So if I'm watching something and I'm reading subtitles, I can follow much better. So reading is a lot better than my speech. And hearing.
It's a question of practicing, right?
Yeah.
Do you have family over here?
I have 3 sisters. 2 in Yerushalayim and 1 in nearby.
Nice.
All in that area.
I may be asking you for some contacts, Mayor and Shimmy.
You going?
Yeah, I have to go. I've been wanting to go for a while. I've just been delaying.
I had a brother there, but his wife dragged him out.
Oh, where did she drag him to? U.S.?
Yeah, but that's the one that lives not far from you. That was out of the farm.
Oh, yeah. So I was telling Shimmy that I took the political compass test and I tested out slightly left of center. So now if my kid tells me I'm too right wing, I just say, look, I tested it. I'm slightly left of center.
Where did he test? Is he like extreme left or?
Not extreme, but more than me. He kind of believes that politics is a swindle, essentially. I'm sure Adrian will sort of agree with this. He believes that they're manipulating us. So he doesn't trust either side.
Yeah.
That's a very classic Gen Z style.
That's very good, very good. That's it. He's classic Gen Z.
But you don't know that until you actually go into Republican politics, and then you realize they're all just a bunch of Democrats.
But what does that mean? That means that they're
No, it means that the Democrats, I think that you could view Democrat and Republican as being gendered, or you could view it as being good versus evil. I think that's the dualistic yin yang Tao in our form of, representative republic or constitutional republic.
Wait, what does gender mean?
Meaning that I think the Democrats embody the feminine and the Republicans should, demonstrate or represent the masculine.
That's not a terrible way of looking at it metaphorically. It's like the Democrats are trying to be more nurturing, and the Republicans are trying to be more paternal and enforce the rules, sort of ish. That's what I'm getting from what you said.
Yeah, I think that even Trump with that speech, like there's 2 genders, like he had to remind people, it's
Yeah, Daddy is saying, listen, you gotta eat your broccoli, so let's stop fooling around here. You can't have Nutella for dinner. Even if you feel, like you're, a character from Lord of the Rings, take off the costume and let's get back to making America great again. I don't know.
I definitely think it's like destiny, because like when I see these photos of what's happening and who's there versus who could have been there, it definitely seems like those shoes are the right fit. Like it was destiny that this. I mean, it is just
for Trump.
For Trump, yeah. I mean, this is like.
Well, God saved his life to make America great, right?
Yeah, but people use MAGA as like a pejorative, and it's really just a cliche term which means nothing, because this is his second run. Like, this is the unfinished business portion.
Third run.
I mean, second in terms of like the position. So.
I just mean, this is the most persistent.
It's wild.
Yeah, Mayor, were you kidding or were you serious, or both?
When he said it, I'm recording now.
that from the speech, but frankly, around the Shabbos table with my rabbi, the Rebbitzin said, God saved, right, this is right after it happened. She said, God saved his life. How could you disagree with that?
Well,
The Making America Great Again is, well, I was just about to ask you, do you think we're entering a golden age? Probably a bit of hype like Morning in America. But.
Wait, who said that? It's Morning in America.
Reagan. That's Reagan. Yeah. I forget the name of the guy who came up with it. He worked with Madison Avenue. That's a Madison Avenue line. I forget the guy's name. Morning in America is very famous. It's Morning in America. I mean, if you go around thinking that, you might want to get up and get out of bed and go, did you see how happy Elon Musk was?
I mean, he was saying, like, let's put a flag on the moon. I mean, America is a very, Manifest Destiny has like a colonial, terrible term to it, but the idea of we will go in a covered wagon and figure out what's beyond that trail has always been in Americans' hearts, and it kind of died in the last 40 years. So, like, that idea of putting a flag on Mars, like, yeah, it was definitely a uplifting speech.
I agree. Let me add something in.
You realize that we added a state to this country pretty much every decade up until the 60s?
No, I hadn't thought about that.
It's been the 60 years now we haven't added a state, but that was America's. Like, buying Greenland sounds crazy today, but that's what America did. Like, we kept adding states.
Excuse me, Mayor. It sounded crazy like last week, and this week it's like, oh, not a bad idea.
This week it's like, you want Panama with that?
Yeah. Exactly. Let's put it. And by the way, if you got a minute, would you please put that flag on the moon for us? And then let's talk. I mean, Musk said it Mars. Musk is talking Mars.
How do you rate his communication? Because I asked this really wealthy guy I know who was big up at Citibank. First time around, he said Trump doesn't listen, and that's a pretty wise thing to say. But the second time around, it seems like his communication is so concise, to the point, positive, transformational. It's like, I think people's jaws are just like dropped when you listen to him, because it's like
you're getting better.
It's spot on. Like, it's unbelievable. His like neural programming for the country and for the world is like, I mean, it's the reason why he won, but he went against such a stooge. But I mean, he is a master.
Positive, I think, is the major word. If you think about it, Obama was a very negative message, like hope and change. It was a really negative message, and he was an inspirational figure, and he got a lot of, not my hope, but he got a lot of people like inspired. And Trump came with a much more positive message. And then in 2020, Trump was not a positive message, especially after he lost. He became bitter. He looked for revenge. He learned his lesson. That was a very positive inauguration. And he said, despite all our challenges, we are a nation. We are a great nation. We're gonna. It was a much more uplifting, like a champion going back for a repeat, as opposed to just in 2020 it was like this country's destroyed and I'm gonna save it.
He's a learning machine, as it turns out. It's quite a good. That's quite a good feature. I mean, the first time in office, 2016, there was not one single credible person anywhere near him. The most credible person was somebody that whoever heard of Jeff Sessions from Alabama. Was that Alabama? Is that where he was? Yeah. Okay. And then
during the campaign or his first administration?
During the campaign, like say when they announced he was the candidate at the Republican National Convention, there was like Scott Baio and Jeff Sessions and his family.
Nikki Haley already joined that. There were a few. It was a scam, but there was some.
Okay, all right, I'll accept Nikki. I hadn't even thought about her. She was great. But I mean, so the Democrats were like every star you could mention, and every politician, right? I mean, Hillary is like inevitable. I mean, it's just, she measured the drapes already in the Oval Office, right? And he had nobody. And this time around, like people are running to him. The smartest people are running to Trump.
So when he says that God saved his life so he could save America, I mean, do you know how gaslighting that is to a lot of people who, maybe intellectual atheists when they hear things like that? Because it makes their alarm bells go off thinking like, oh my God, like what is about to happen? I mean, with all the historical context of even Napoleon, like what is this guy really gonna bring and do or say or institute? Like, it is so transformational that could he blow it out of proportion and do something ridiculous?
Like trying to extend his administration beyond 4 years. As I've spoken to somebody else about it, it's a non-zero possibility that he does that.
I mean,
Now,
FDR is the one example, but that is such a bad example. And don't you think he would respect the precedent with Washington and the whole history of the whole freaking thing? Like, he doesn't seem like he's going to usurp that.
Well, he's saying Trump. It's unlikely. You're saying.
No way, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about cataclysmic world-changing events like the deployment of the military to the Middle East for a greater conflict with Iran or something big in that regards. Some kinetic.
Nobody wants to do that.
He seems more trying to be the one that doesn't create a war. I don't see that as his big move.
I mean, if he does it, I think he's got to deal with Bibi. He wants Bibi to do it.
I see much more buying Greenland, getting more control of the Panama Canal, probably not straight out. I see him doing things like that a lot more than the Middle East. He doubled down pretty heavy. I'm the only president that hasn't started a war in the Middle East.
Okay, so if we combine your two theories, you get the Gates or Hara in the fourth quarter at the end. That's when the war breaks out because that's the dog wagging the tail or the political movement to seize and maintain power, saying it's too dangerous to turn this over to the next Democrat.
He's 72. The chances of him staying in power are basically zero. That's not what he wants. He couldn't go out losing. This way he won both elections. He has to campaign again. That's really not what it is. And starting a war in the Middle East is also not a legacy. Like a legacy would be to end the war. A legacy would be furthering the Interim Accords. If you can, and it can make America larger. Like these are like lasting legacies. Having another war in the Middle East is like what?
Going to Mars.
Going to Mars would be a huge legacy. Yeah.
He's got the Space Force. By the way, we do need to plant our flag, so to speak, in the waterways in the top of the world, if you see where Greenland is, because Russia and China are up there, and strategically it's actually really smart. I know we have bases there, but for all I know, maybe there's an advantage to actually sort of buying Greenland or whatever.
Well, here's the advantage I could think of is having bases there is important, but there's nothing stopping from a rival from that base. If it's America, then you just got exclusivity.
Right. If you saw he told all the DEI people in the government to stay home and they're going to get on paid leave.
Yeah, how was that key?
What do you think?
Go ahead.
What do you think about enemies, foreign and domestic? I mean, if he's not going to do regime change and he's going to stabilize the economy and guarantee future stability, I mean, what is the war internally then? I mean, is he?
The Middle East.
No, meaning like A, the cultural war, but B, also what you would call legacy deep state, if there is such a thing. I mean, technically his head was almost blown off, most likely by an internal security apparatus, which is a legacy thing, and this whole declassification with Kennedy, etc., could be one long conspiracy. So it's like, is he going to, use lawfare, or even the power of, direct arrests? I mean, like, if you have governors who are going to aid and abet and create loopholes to violate the law, does he send in a general or the FBI to arrest a sitting mayor or a sitting governor? Like, what is the war internally?
I mean, you start to talk like Alan Watts or what do you call it, Philip K. Dick, Adrian, and Mayor and I are not like thinking fantasy world. We're office or something. Like he made an alliance with Eric Adams. I voted for him. I like him. I think Eric Adams is going to change to Republican, by the way. He's going to pardon America. He's going to get the homeless immigrants out of the city. I mean, that's the kind of thing he's doing. He's probably, I think, going to eliminate, what's that tax thing called? That he's not letting he didn't let the blue states deduct their federal taxes from the state.
Real estate tax cap is a $10,000. That was definitely an attack on blue state. So you can either itemize it, you can take a standard deduction for that. And itemizing, there's a couple of biggies. One of them is taxes. He capped it at $10,000. If you live in a blue state, your real estate tax is over $10,000. Forget about your income tax.
Oh, don't you think he's gonna lower that or not? Or no?
You mean raise it? I would
raise it. No, I think he wants to reduce taxes a lot. I think this
taxes expire. He's gonna have to do something about that.
Well, he's got both houses, so I mean, they should be on the list. No better time, right?
I'm wondering what he'll do. He might just extend it and not touch it. The thing is, last time he used political capital on this tax bill, and I don't think he's going to want to do that again. So, and the clock is ticking. It has to be done quickly because it has to be done before the 2025 tax year. So I'm conflicted on this one. He might do something, or he might just extend his 5 years. Because in order to do it fully, it takes a higher percentage. This is part of the reconciliation, though. So you could only do tax code for a certain amount of years, where you have to do a full bill, which he has the house, but he has the house that won't see.
A friend of mine moved to England and got a very nice situation under COVID, and when the Labour government came in, it made it impossible for him to stay there. They dramatically increased the taxes. Essentially, they said you have to pay taxes in England and in the United States. So he'd be underwater with taxes. He'd have to be obligated to pay more taxes than he was making. So he has to decant. So I just mentioned that because I guess you can change the tax law more quickly in England than you can here.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, if this is the golden age, I mean, he has to get rid of a lot of the bureaucracy and the taxation, raise the, growth of the country. I mean, it's just common sense stuff. But I don't know, the culture is, we all witnessed how bad TDS is amongst people. It's still there. People have TDS bad, and it's not going away. So it's like it's a grind because the country, from at the media level, which is the communication level of the collective consciousness, is still going to just be insane anti-TDS, is a TDS content. So it's like, I don't know, will he go hyperbolic? Because that would be the play if it's not going. See, it's all about his anger. Like how, it's like the Uncle Steve show, which is really called How Angry Can I Make Uncle Steve? But how angry is Donald Trump going to get? Because to me, he seems like he's walking on a cloud. Like to me, his mental health seems unbelievable.
He's remarkably resilient. So, Mayor, what do you think? Like, here's a legacy. I guess it's impossible, but what if we somehow reverse the trend to go deeper and deeper into debt?
I don't see him doing that. It's just not what he does.
It's not what anybody has ever done. No.
I would say that. The only person who got close to being president that was Cruz, who spoke about fiscal responsibility. I mean, Rand Paul spoke about it, but he didn't get anywhere close to being president.
But that's always the play. I mean, that is the whole point, is that you have that golden pen to write those checks. I mean, do you know how much money Biden passed out at the end? It's insane what you can do as the president.
It's really hard to lower the deficit because it's a downturn in order to meet your goal. So you're going to be making a lot of people unhappy in the short term. You know who did that here on Durham? Chris Christie did that, and he took a lot of flack for it.
He cut the teachers' pensions, or the public workers' pensions.
He cut a lot of things. He had you know, he's like the fat guy with a big mouth that knew how to just say it, and he got away with more than what most people can. But it's really hard. He used to say things like, it's hard to be the adult of the room and take away the punch bowl, but like, you guys gotta just stop spending.
He was remarkable. Like, you really never expect smart things. I mean, this is very prejudiced. You never expect smart things to come out of a fat person's mouth. Like, if you're so smart, why don't you, like, not look like that, you know? But he was really, really clever. I wonder where he is right now, by the way. He did 2 terms, right? He must have.
He did 2 terms. He tried to go to Washington, and he got blocked by Kushner. He put Kushner in prison. And tried to get revenge.
Well, he shouldn't have done that. I mean, he could have not do it.
Shouldn't have done that.
You're not so sure? Yeah, he really couldn't. Didn't he have somebody killed or something?
I don't think he had somebody killed, but he had his brother-in-law blackmailed in a pretty ugly way.
The guy did a lot of time.
He did. He actually got a pretty sweetheart deal. And I'll have to look it up. I think he got a house arrest.
Listen, if you think that Trump is going to be fiscally responsible, you live on Mars already. The fact is,
I know. I'm just dreaming here.
I had an interesting question today. We pay out $1 trillion a year now in interest, which is what the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization, is, and we're spending $2 trillion there. For the trillion that we're passing out in interest or dividends to our lenders, who are they? Literally, not just the institutions, but who are the people that our government is now seriously monthly and annually indebted to? Like, who are they?
People who hold the bonds, like the Chinese.
I know it's super national, but I'm saying, like, it just seems to me like we're so disconnected from the fiscal crisis, which is right in front of us, and it's like we don't even accurately have a real depiction or analysis of the true situation. You can go to usdebtclock.org and ponder, but like when it really comes to the network of people, like that to me is unknown.
Well, there's a record of it. They sell the bonds. I mean, I forget the name, but there's a Fidelity or something. There's like the #1 holder in the United States.
I mean, it seems like government is an illusion in many ways. Like the government contracts with all the financial security corporations that manage all the pensions, all the life insurance benefits. It's like, it's not the government that does it. It's private banking institutions that does it.
I did some executive orders that like was way out of my consciousness. Honestly, most people also like he was overturning executive orders that were signed like look at Johnson. They've been just executive orders for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, the affirmative action bill.
That was an executive order. It's not even like a bill.
That's what I mean. The EO. That's what I'm sorry. Yeah, the affirmative action EO from Johnson.
From Johnson, that's crazy. If I asked you last week how many things go on in the federal government that are just executive orders for decades and decades, like was that like within your consciousness of how strong it is?
No, I would say 10 and under, because I figure the subsequent presidents, they want to reverse them.
Right, and this went through Reagan, 2 Bushes, Trump last time, and they all like went with it.
Don't forget Clinton. I guess he would. So.
Well, Clinton's a Democrat, but yeah.
Obama.
Yeah, but Obama would have signed it.
What about the Equal Employment Opportunity Office, the EEOO, that I think Thomas was the head of? Was it him? Yeah, I think he was, actually, right? Clarence Thomas was the head of it before he became Supreme Court Justice. What is this, another Supreme Court Justice?
I saw a chart of I hate to interrupt your Supreme Court thing, but I saw a chart of the stock market growth by every president. Nixon had a -5% 4-year growth. Bill Clinton had the biggest and the best because of the dot-com boom. But isn't that all just the Federal Reserve doing quantitative easing or the expansion of the money supply to even expand Wall Street per se? So it's lax regulation, bigger Wall Street, bigger booms, bigger busts. So I don't know, it's just an interesting observation that it's a hand-in-hand precedent. Like the president and the Federal Reserve are holding hands the whole way through.
I just remember the days, I'm probably a little older than you,
when Alan Greenspan was considered the greatest genius and the most powerful person. And all he would do was he'd lower the interest rate by a couple of basis points. Quite a bit, and everybody would go, he's a genius! Remember?
He never spoke clearly. Like, first of all, his words weren't clear, but he didn't even enunciate them. And everyone, like, yeah, that was
Well, here in Chicago at the Rosemont Convention Center, I went to something called the Learning Annex, and guess who was there? Donald Trump and Alan Greenspan. Alan was a speaker, and Trump was selling his, Trump University real estate, how to make money in real estate business kits for thousands of dollars. And I was like, this guy was the head of the Federal Reserve, huge, if you wanted to be involved, he's here speaking at a Trump, college university. I was like, is this all? Am I losing my mind? I was like, this seems like it's.
That's very funny. If you had tape of that, but the thing was, once we had the recession, everybody said it's your fault. You're an idiot. Like you were fooling us the whole time, and he had to like slink away. So his legacy is terrible.
Well, he reminds me of like our Yasser Arafat. He's always drooling, like a catfish.
What does that mean?
Meaning that when you look at historical videos of Yasser Arafat giving press conferences, it's a fucking miracle that piece of shit ever even lived. I cannot believe that piece of shit was never even assassinated. Like, just everything about him is just fucking a miracle.
Supposedly he was like Castro. Sorry to interrupt. Supposedly he was like Castro, and he slept like in a different bed every night.
They had him once, and in like the crosshairs of a rifle, and like he was like that close, and they decided not to shoot him.
My friend went and interviewed him when he already was like completely falling apart in pieces from Parkinson's. He was so shaky that it was like he could barely look at the video. But he had a couple hours with him. He went all the way over there to do that.
I'm just saying, when you see these old presses, like, it's unbelievable that people even listened to him and took him seriously for so long and paid him so much attention. It just blows the mind that this guy was able to hypnotize everybody with his bullshit. And his physical appearance is so fucking vile. He looks literally like a Star Wars catfish.
You know, it was incredible. You don't think about the pictures were so bad.
So in Arab culture, instead of looking like a big shot, it's considered admirable to look regular. Do you know?
Yeah, but he didn't look regular. He looked like rough. Like he was had stubble. Like
That's his look.
He didn't look like the common man.
Do you know their formal attire includes a dagger and a gun? That's what they wear like to a wedding or something.
Yeah.
Do you know that? Like their classic, what's the word I'm looking for? Robe, their wardrobe, their thobe. And he wanted to wear his pistol on the White House lawn when he shook hands with Rabin. But the White House said no. But that would have been the normal part of his attire. That's just like their formal. It's like a military guy, in their dress uniform. That's what they wear.
That picture was a classic picture of the '90s of I think Rabin pushes Arafat towards Clinton, the all smiling.
I didn't remember that aspect of it. Why did he?
Yeah, I don't think they ever told us. They just said he playfully, like, all smiling, gave him like a little nudge toward.
I guess another thing is when you compare Muammar Gaddafi and his style and the way he lived compared to Yasser and his stubble. I mean, maybe it's all vanity, but like the fact that he would come to America, the Libyan president, and have these giant like tents, and did he rent from Trump? I can't remember where he set up his harem, so to speak. But then you have Hillary and Obama, and what they did. I mean, took that country over. That country's still probably all kinds of fucked up. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But like
some failed state with open slave markets.
Yeah. Okay. And it has opposing forces internally, right? Backed by different segments of the global political establishment.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you know he sort of dressed up like Liberace with makeup and
Yeah.
like sort of a little bit girly kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And he had
over the top.
Yes, he had female guards.
Yeah, he had cocky. Yeah, wild shit. But like, such a horrible death. And I mean, I don't know if Hillary and Obama were the ones who like are even primarily responsible for that. It could have been European.
Blumenthal, Adrian. Sidney Blumenthal. I'm not kidding.
But doesn't it also have to do with the France and basically the other European intelligences, conducting that entire
I
regime?
honestly don't know. I don't know. But to be
He's
honest,
got
I don't
it.
know. So what was the horrible death? Did they cut him to pieces or something? When
They sodomized him with a pole. They did all. They desecrated his body. He was tortured to death.
Are you sure?
Didn't he dare them to kill him? Didn't they get on national television like daring them to try to kill him like the week before?
Yeah, him and his sons were ready for whatever, but they got his ass quick.
That pole thing is an old form of torture that the Ottoman Turks used as well. It's really impalement. It goes up there and it goes through to the top of you, and they can hang you there for days. And you have to avoid.
Wait, how long does it take to die?
3 days, they said.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's in a book called "The Bridge Over the Drina" by Ivo Andrić, and it's about he won the Nobel Prize, this guy, and it's about Bosnia being taken over by the Turks, by the Ottoman Turks, and so in order to maintain civil order, they publicly tortured people, and they did that to this guy. I mean, I'm sorry to even say this. Do you mind that I'm going there? I'll stop.
No, I mean it's this is.
Who did this to Gaddafi?
It was the rebels, whoever the hell's alive now from that carnage, because they had like another mini civil war in there, and they have all these opposing forces. It's all about the resources and the oil. I mean, I'm sure they're all have their own little distribution network going. You know how much money is coming out of that country monthly? Hundreds of billions probably dollars worth of oil.
Do they have oil in Libya? I didn't even know.
Oh yeah, huge energy business. Everybody there was well to do. Huh?
Who's getting the oil money now?
It's all going to European energy export.
Who's running that?
European energy corporations.
Well, how do they maintain their control there? Do they have their own army?
Yeah, they have proxy forces that are probably aligned, and I think there's probably who knows. I don't know the situation on the ground, but I just know from what I've seen in the past that it's fragmented completely, and it must be wild. I mean, most people have no idea all these regime changes and how many people have fucking been obliterated. I mean, just imagine living in one of these cities, the next like Aleppo or Damascus. The next thing you know, I mean, it's wild. I mean, the world has changed so much.
What's that mean?
We're definitely living through a lot of history. And I wonder what they knew in Damascus, because we weren't getting news because the news was controlled completely by Assad. But I don't know if the locals were taken as surprised as we were.
I definitely didn't see this coming. Did anybody have this on their radar? I had fucking no clue.
No, we didn't have it on our radar because we weren't getting news out of Syria. But I don't know. But I would not be surprised at all if the locals were like, yeah, we watch the soldiers packing up. Like we saw people weren't getting they weren't going to put this in the papers. They don't have free press.
I love how Trump.
The locals knew and didn't know.
I love how the only news we know is Trump comes out and says, Erdogan did this, Turkey did this, Turkey sent them. And I'm like, I just fucking love Trump so much. I don't know what to say, but like just the hard reset on what has been going on for 4 years, and the fact that Kamala and Tim we could have been listening to them now. Like, I honestly would have ducked out. Like, I would have gone to Israel maybe if Kamala became president and given up, because that would have been too much to psychologically endure.
Abu bin Baghdadi died like a dog. He died crying. What's that?
That internet thing is one of the funniest. That's the internet at its best.
What do you mean intimate?
Internet.
Oh, internet thing.
That where they juxtapose
Yeah.
It's just that's what that was created for.
Yeah. He died crying like a dog.
We could say, like a normal person, knock knock, who's there? If I come in, boom, something.
And what is that you say?
That's part of that clip. You don't know what I'm talking about? But it's next to Obama. They keep going back and forth in Obama. And
I know. Well, Obama's going, I'd like to inform the American people. Yeah. That at 8:26 p.m. the American forces have.
And he's been eliminated. He died like a dog.
Yeah, he died crying like a dog because he was a dog.
A
beautiful dog. Beautiful dog.
He's like, and the credit should go to the Marines. I don't get any credit. I never do. It's okay.
It's about him. It's all about him. Like he killed him. Oh my God. This is just beginning. It's day 4. Is it day 4?
Is it last? Well, oh, maybe. Well, let's count Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah.
He renamed the Gulf of Mexico.
And Mount McKinley. Some of the things he did were just bizarre. Like that one was just interesting.
What did he rename Mount McKinley?
He renamed it Mount McKinley because I think it was by then who named it after like a native Hawaiian name.
Who had renamed it? This isn't in Alaska. It's Alaska. It's in Alaska, not it.
No, Hawaii. Yeah. He named it after native Alaska. Right. So he it was like names like one of these like unpronounceable names, and he flipped it back to Mount McKinley.
That is so funny. I didn't even know Obama had done that.
I know he was by then.
What a dumb thing. What a dumb thing to do.
Well, it was part of that's
acknowledging late native land.
Yeah, it was part of the whole 2020 of like remember when they were signing their emails like I live on stolen land, built by stolen people.
That's still going on. When I come into clubhouse rooms now, I say I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. Moshe Rubinstein used to live here. He was a tailor.
It's definitely lost its fever. It doesn't have the same. Like that was 2020 was like the year for that. Now it's like much calmer.
Now, if I say this, if I come into a room and say, please respect my pronouns, everybody laughs. That's like 4 years. Oh, I can't even believe it. I'm glad we're talking about it because I haven't really put it into perspective. And it's either like the guys at synagogue. I like to live astride 2 worlds. Number one, like the Upper West Side Jewish liberal Zabar's people, you know? Do you know what that is?
I never heard the term Zabar's. I know Upper West Side liberal Jews. I just don't know Zabar.
You never heard the term Zabar's?
No.
Zabar's is like the most famous locks store on the Upper West Side. So all the Jews, it's like they're satellites around Zabar's. It's basically the neighborhood is Zabar's. It's Sol Zabar, you know, he sells smoked fish and locks and gourmet items and bagels and cream cheese. And it's like, you know, like all the literary types go there for their locks on Sunday morning. It's like a ritual.
Okay.
I used to live in.
That's one side. And your other side is Chabad?
And yeah, exactly. The other, well, it's Chabad and the BTs that have gravitated to it and become from. Do you know what BT is?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and they're all like, yeah, Trump, great, yeah, great, Trump, yeah, great. and then it's like my first wife is like, he's making the Nazi salute. He's, you know,
oh my gosh. Those people
yeah. I know. Well, wait, what was the other stuff that they, like, I don't know, whatever little, like, tiny little semiotic crumb that they can.
This morning was freaking out over alleged stipulations that Trump was putting on the beef heifer to California.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I didn't spend a lot of time. I mean, the only question that should be asked is what are the stipulations? Because that's, you know, that's like all of that. So I did like a quick search and I found some left-wing media, you know, mainstream left-wing media screaming about it, but I haven't read anything that says what they were.
Again, I don't think I can even see that place anymore, number one, that deep state Ben thing.
Ben Mendelsohn, I guess I'll say his name. Do you know he got Roger clipped? Again, for the third time. For the third time. For the third time.
Roger went after him today.
I was there for part of it. It's like I'm not going to stay for much because I don't really. I happen to love Roger, but I'm not that interested in him. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I'm not that interested in his beefs. Like, I don't care that people.
I like his rooms. I wasn't really interested in his. But it came all about that. I would have rather them discuss. I think we would get together when they were talking about the food. We would discuss the first kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those oral arguments. I think we're going to enjoy those together. But I did join Shallow State because, like, why not? But it wasn't like the highlight. It wasn't the best conversation.
You joined what?
He made a house, Shallow State.
What's it called? Oh, Shallow. Oh, I didn't understand. How did I even miss it? What was I doing?
I don't know, but that was Roger's vendetta. He made a house called Shallow State, and we're going to teach Ben how to have a enjoyable, relaxed, happy conversation. That was his vendetta.
But I don't understand how they were able to get him clipped unless it's really wrong to cop. Like, how do you do it so fast? What does Ben know? What tricks does he know to pull to get him clipped?
It's just mass reporting. Believe me, I've had 100 accounts clipped, and you go to RogerMayhem.com to see all my Adrian Dittman movies.
Oh, I forgot. You two hate each other.
No way. I don't hate him. I love listening to him. His argumentation style and how he, basically, his Socratic method is just awesome to listen to, even for because it's logical. It's common sense. I mean, have you ever gone on YouTube and typed in Roger Mayhem and seen his podcast interviews? I mean, he knows a lot about libertarian economics and politics.
Podcast interviews?
Yeah, Roger Mayhem is like his non-playable character. That's why I created RogerMayhem.com, or I rebranded my accounts to Roger Mayhem, and they clipped me immediately. I'm like, how can they clip a non-playable character? Like, this is not his fucking legal name. But anyways, I love what he does on this app. I just I love recording with.
Are his YouTube videos good? I mean, what's he make?
Yeah, they're really intellectual. They're very smart, and things I've never.
Or did he make?
No, he went on somebody's prearranged podcast who he's friends with, that he's part of some libertarian network, and they talk about economics and financial policy and business. He's a very I don't know if he's very successful, but anyways, he's got his finger on the pulse. He's no dummy. I mean, the guy is one of the sharpest people, in my opinion, on the app in terms of being funny, entertaining, and actually, knowing what he's talking about. He's a subject matter expert, at least on, his field, I suppose.
What's his field? Libertarianism?
I mean, he's in sales. I think he works for Salesforce. So, he's got the gift of the gab. He's the guy you want to work with,
It's interesting. Maybe we have a friend.
He's interviewed by Ayn Rand fan club. That's interesting. Roger Mayhem talks how capitalism versus healthy debate via healthy debate.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about books he's read, related. They go into some interesting things. I mean, it's interesting because it's outside a clubhouse, but it's like the same Roger Mayhem, and you can actually maybe learn more things than you can on an app like this when he's dealing with Hekima, and Hekima, hold on, Hekima. Like, there's just so much wasted communication on here with incredibly stupid shit. But I don't need to tell you guys that.
So, I'm glad we talked this long because it's something that I really recommend to you. And do you know who Richard Epstein is? It's on this topic, but so he's an expert on Roman law. He's sort of the classical.
You told me about it.
I did already. Okay, good. You haven't watched any yet, right?
No.
I think you'll love it as much. I saw you looking forward to the Supreme Court oral arguments. This guy knows as much as. What's that?
I think this one particular, I think it's interesting.
This guy knows more than the Supreme Court justices about the law. I'm not kidding. Like, if you see him making sort of reasoned and well-supported criticisms of various decisions, it's really. And by the way, I think you'd like him a lot because he's basically a zero regulation guy. well, based on Roman law, and it's a fire hose of information. He goes so
He's
fast.
not the one that they talk about commentary, is it?
I don't know. I don't always.
They're talking about, I don't know if they're talking about someone who, he was like a textualist originalist, or probably I would say originalist.
Yeah.
And he felt like there's no future in the law, so he moved somewhere. I want to say the Midwest.
You thought there's no future on the what?
Like he had no future in the law because it was too liberal. The courts were too liberal, and he was an originalist. And this is before Clarence Thomas and what's his name, Scalia, like basically reformed the courts to be much more originalist. And he ended up like leaving at least constitutional law, and then he like with the changing like political landscape, he became highly influential, and basically like taught a new generation of originalists.
I don't know if that's the same guy, but he certainly has that kind of stature. Very personable, very winning, but a lot of information. Like if you space out for a second, like you got to go back and listen because it's all very, very dense.
And where do you consume this information? Where does he teach? Richard Epstein.
Oh, he's been Richard Epstein. You'll see, just go put Richard Epstein into YouTube. You'll see a lot of them. Then you have to find a good one. I know he's been a professor at Harvard and NYU. Now I think he's at NYU. He's a top guy. He spoke to the.
Someone else because he said he left. He's not young. It says here he's 80.
I think he's younger than that, Richard Epstein, but maybe he's 80 already. But go look at the early stuff. He spoke at the Yale Club. No, the Yale Jews Club, whatever it's called. He spoke like 2 weeks ago there. So the Yale Jews Club is run by a Chabad rabbi who's the who's the nephew of my rabbi, and my friend who goes to my shul also went to Yale, so they're on the list. So they went to see it, and then they shared it with me, and that's how I got to know him. And once I started listening, I became addicted, and I listened to like 7 of them, or more. I can't get enough. It's so stimulating, and it's so rich and dense with legal insight. And again,
there's some very interesting. This is 9 years old.
What do you go? Old is good. Old is good. He's like you sort of built. Which one were you looking at?
Global pricing of pharmaceutical products.
I don't know that one. Do you put Roman law? Get the intro to Roman law. That's really interesting. I think because he's the guy on Roman law. Like he considers himself a Roman lawyer, in fact. And Roman law seems to be the basis of all the modern law, especially international law. And I forget what you call it. The law governing the use of commonly held resources like rivers. Like the Romans had all these rules about how you're supposed to deal with the river because nobody owns it, but then the ports are owned. Yeah, like how do you decide who owns beachfront or water or ocean rights?
Well, I think it was Caligula attacking the channel, but that seemed to be more. You know about that?
No, I didn't. Caligula attacked the English channel.
Yeah, I this is I read this years ago and I didn't get too deep into it, but there's it seems to be an argument between historians exactly what happened there. So the one that seemed the most plausible to me, not based on much, was the troops were afraid to cross the channel and attack Britain. So to insult them, he told them to attack the channel. But then there were those that said that he was actually crazy and he was angry at the channel because he believed that he killed his sister. But there's different historians will say different things, but he did command the troops to attack the channel itself.
That's Caligula sounds like he was nuts.
Likely, it's possible.
So wait, you saw these lectures? So I'm looking at these Yale courses on YouTube, and I've never seen this channel. We have a lot of really interesting lectures on here.
They're free.
Yeah.
You can get a Yale education for free.
I know. It's kind of
Or
amazing.
Harvard. I listened to the Michael Sando. I don't know if I talked to you guys. The lectures about good and evil. Look at Michael Sando.
I watched the first 35 minutes of this, and I have no memory. Richard Epstein, George Soros, and Bruce Caldwell discuss Hayek's Constitution.
stay away from the George. Maybe George Soros is brilliant. I don't know. I mean, I guess he made a lot of money, but
Well, I probably watch it too, like as introduction to F.A. Hayek, but I don't know what it was. I didn't finish it.
so let me look for one now. Maybe I'll listen to one. I find it very soothing and very stimulating if that's possible for both. Let me look for one now. Because it'll show me like yours did if I've watched
as a natural reason. They did have a very clear view of what would count as a social welfare function. The notion of Pareto optimality or Pareto improvements and so forth lay out 1,500 years in the future, so they certainly didn't rely upon them. But they did have the following very
Classical Liberal Institute.
That's what I'm looking now.
This is 3 years and all this one.
Why study Roman law?
This is classical Liberal Institute.
Are there any other ways in which
His channel.
Welcome to this wonderful occasion where Georgetown Film Society honored.
Disagree with them. If you don't believe this, I suggest you take a look at the April 17, 2005 issue with Jeff Rosen's effort to be nice with a picture with some spring from Dracula. When they did a study on myself and Mike Green, I think was also in that, and Chip Melvin, who I don't see here, was the third villain in that particular piece. Now that's paragraph 1. In paragraph 2, you find 2 other elements with respect to natural law, both of which again have an enormous influence on everybody, on the evolution of the subject and on my thinking about it. The first of these is when you're told that something is natural law, what you mean by that particular expression is that it's a part of the law which is common to all people in all places throughout the world.
Okay, this is the, what do you call it? The, uncommon knowledge? I'm sure you watch Uncommon Knowledge.
No.
Okay, am I getting
Welcome to Open Minds, a freedom of thought podcast series, interviewing the people who bring
All right, we can
courage.
start to wrap it up. I mean, you get a lot done today. I'm getting ready to text you.
I don't know enough about it was in Roman law and common law, maybe as well.
Oh, it's tremendous. And here he is with John Yu, who I think he taught. That's a really good one. Obamacare and the Supreme Court with Richard Epstein and John Yu. That's something that you will have some familiarity with. You remember the Supreme Court arguments about Obamacare? And John Yu is conservative, but Richard Epstein is another level. It's really funny, like somebody who's a conservative with somebody who's a libertarian, but with really solid basis in the law.
This is 2 years ago, Roe v. Wade explained by Richard Epstein.
That sounds
11 minutes and 18 seconds. Sure.
Did you see the Supreme Court justices come out during the inauguration? What did you think about that whole parade? I mean, with the bands, with the plumes on their hats, like the whole thing. I don't even know. I'd like to watch it again to like do a more critical analysis of it. But what did you guys think of it?
I was on. Actually, I was doing color commentary on. Thank you, Mayor. On Clubhouse, I was making jokes and stuff. It was exciting. It was. I can't. I'm glad I'm talking to you guys again because I can't believe it happened. And I'm friends with people around the world, and they are so happy and relieved and excited. Like the same way that these deep state guys, the deep state patriots, are freaking out. My friends are like very happy.
Were you surprised like how poor administrative job the Chief Justice did? Like he forgot the Bible, like it was strange.
I didn't even notice.
He wasn't holding the Bible on Trump.
Yeah, but do you have to swear on the Bible a second time?
No, but you don't swear the Bible the first time. It's just like they bring in like a sentimental family Bible. They bring in. I think J.D. Vance had 2 Bibles in his, I think, but it's always like symbolic and meaningful to the person and to the nation. Like you would expect it to be done.
I thought he used the Lincoln. I thought he used the Lincoln Bible.
Who, J.D. Vance?
Trump.
It was something. It wasn't the Lincoln. I thought it was the family Bible. But he wasn't. He meant they missed it. His other hand, look again. He's not holding anything. In one hand is up, and the other hand is just like that's fine.
What do you think about Obama? Chest bumping Trump. Was it at the Jimmy Carter funeral? Like, does that?
The funeral.
So does that mean that like everything, it's all water under the bridge, and that maybe Obama is not the person, connected with trying to blow his fucking head off, and so Trump is like, or is Trump looking at him like, you fucking snake, like I can't believe I'm even talking to you, I can't believe this is even happening.
If you look at the drama at the funeral, it's all within their sides. Meaning, if Trump, well, Obama was trying to do everybody. But Trump and Obama seem to get along without a problem. Kamala Harris and Biden were clearly not talking to each other. Pence and Trump were clearly not talking to each other. Bush and Trump don't get along with each other. It's like all within like the person you usurped within your party, but the opposing party seems to forgive you. That's what I saw that night.
Yeah.
Biden and Harris weren't talking to each other.
Oh, they would. You could through the television. You could cut attention with a knife. She was sitting there and Doug was looking straight ahead, like they were not talking to each other.
She was like in a fetal position. She crossed her legs and hunched over like she was trying to curl into a ball.
She was like, I'm not making eye contact. I'm gonna make it through the next hour. Like it was bad. But he was also like Doug was like, I'm not getting in trouble over here. And Obama and Trump seemed pretty relaxed.
Well, Obama is one of, I just heard this recently, his most salient feature is he does not reveal anything. He does not let anybody know what he's really thinking or feeling. He does not respond. Oh, you know who said this? Richard Epstein had him as there was a colleague, that's what it was. They were both on the law department at the University of Chicago. You've got to see this, him on Obama. He said Obama was completely unserious as an academic, didn't write anything at all, and never let anybody know what his opinion was about anything.
But those people scare me.
That's about it.
Well, you've never been up in Gurney, smoked crack and got your dick sucked by a male prostitute?
I've gone into meetings and the person interrupts and talks too much, or the person says stupid things, but you can deal with them all. The person that you feel is smart and doesn't talk is scared. Not scared like I'm scared, but you know what I mean? Like those people are like, I don't know, like they're like intimidating. Like there's just
But it's one further step. It's to the point of he's, well, I'm just gonna say it. He's plotting against you and acting like, everything's cool.
Well, obviously it's different. Like I don't mean that, but I'm talking about like business meetings. I've been at meetings that are like that guy. They don't give anything away. You don't know if they like what you're saying. You don't know if they're gonna take the deal. Like you just don't know. You just don't know. And you just say things like I just let it go. Like those are the hardest people to do.
I don't know. Look, at the inauguration, Sundar and Bezos and Elon and whoever else is up, like Larry Ellison, that $500 billion AI fund. Does Trump know that people are just gonna like create pictures and videos, from hundreds of billions of dollars in investment? Like the real application, it's just more software and buzzwords. But that's why I say there's no way he's gonna be fiscally responsible because this is the biggest. I'm telling you, even going to Mars is just a fucking scam. Like, we got everything we need on this spaceship.
Trump's not the Tea Party. He's not going to be fiscally responsible. Trump made his money by being grandiose marketing and over the top and trying a bunch of things. We're not entering an age of fiscal responsibility.
Dan Altman said that this AI would be solving, would be curing diseases.
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's gonna get people to get off their fat asses and go to the gym and stop eating and drinking fucking Coke all day long. Stop watching Netflix and doom scrolling the rest of their lives. No, there's a psychological mental health problem crisis happening.
Wait, that's a whole separate conversation. We don't have health care in this country. We have sick care. But curing diseases and keeping people healthy are two very different things. That's a whole separate conversation.
Listen, they are never going to cure cancer. It's part of the human condition. You can't reverse engineer decades of abuse to the human body. I mean, that's like saying they're going to create a replicator. I mean, hell, Norma, I like the name of your business, whatever you had. It was like Rapid Health or whatever. Because truly, people are in need of rapid health. But there will be no Star Trek innovation. Neuralink, all this shit is in many ways just diagnostic and display. There's no revolutionary technology coming out of AI that's going to be able to come up with this genius technological innovation. It's all communication. It's all it really is. And I don't see why people don't see the see that joke, in the sense that it's really just a grift for more money, for more software, for more communication.
Well, I imagine Nubian at the bottom is getting a lot of interesting insights from this. And I imagine we've lulled Kelly to sleep.
Well, don't you know a genocide is going on? I mean,
In Yemen?
listen to that Celavi. You know, she's like a jihadist genocide jam.
What's that?
Adrian, that was last week.
No, El Normo was. I saw El Normo shitposting this girl Celavi. You know, she's like this DJ Free Palestine anti-genocide girl who has like a pretty big X account. Anyways, the point is, it's like that jihadist Jane shtick. You were saying all kinds of shit, saying you have a black heart. Like, good, you were giving her good shit back in her face, because when you hear that cutesy bootsy jihadist Jane, this is genocide. No, we have to speech police. This is genocide. This is genocide. Like, there's just. It's like I wish these fucking people read books on this app.
What do you mean, like they knew what the meaning of the word was?
No, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you come here and you think it's like parody, but it's like you forget that you're dealing with people that are barely literate. Like, if you asked them to read a book or a script on here, it would be one tiny little word and there'd be error. You're talking about with, I mean, it's just so easily to get fooled here and get angry with people, but the truth is, there's not very many sharp tools in the sheds in these houses.
I was talking to a Palestinian in Amir's room, and he goes, everything you say is a lie. I said, okay, maybe you've seen me do this before. I said, okay, tell me one. What did I say that's wrong? Can't name one. Then he goes, your whole identity is a lie. So I go, what's my identity? He goes, you're a Jew from... I said, yeah, I'm a Jew. I mean... Tell me some lies.
Wait. This was the craziest thing I heard from that girl Celavi today, and I wrote it down. She said... Well, her ex or whatever, Celavi or something like that. But she says... And then Caleb in the chat said, well, anyway, Celavi says that Jews are mutated Nephilim, that these Ashkenazi are mutated Nephilim. And then...
I don't know what Nephilim are.
Come from the Hebrew word Nephal, to fall. What exactly the meaning is not clear.
No, this is like giants or some shit. But she's saying it's like, she's saying it's genetic mutation. But anyways, it's just so stupid and ridiculous. And then Caleb's like, so wait, the Nephilim Ashkenazi are the Malachites? Like, it's getting so stupid and hilarious that it's like, it's not. Is anybody? Because she sounds cute, so it's. Does everybody recognize this chick's a fucking idiot beyond belief?
That's what gets me about her. She's so venomous and murderous and nasty and vengeful, but she's got this sweetie pie voice. And when I realized that, and I was very nice to her in the beginning, she used to be in Rogers spaces and stuff, and as soon as people saw like a glimmer of this blackness coming out of her, this evil, it's like she's welcome nowhere now. She's in two places. She's in the...
She goes to the Andrews Christian room, bunch of brain dead people. Do you know this other chick named Maze Love?
Which Christian room?
No, it's not Christian, it's atheist, but he's a Christian. But every day he talks about whether God exists, every single day.
Who?
Andrew. He's a Christian.
Yeah. He likes, that's all I ever talk about.
He was really getting animated in that room today. It's like, I kind of feel bad for him.
He doesn't usually get animated. He's usually like very mellow.
No, he was animated.
And they're all pro-Palestinian.
He kept going on about, if you kill a baby, if you kill a baby.
Yeah. And the baby goes to God, and it's God's will. So are you really killing a baby, or are you sending them to heaven? You know, it was like this whole conversation.
He likes to talk about things like that.
Yeah. And at the same time, so the Palestinians took the opposite point of view of him. But meanwhile, they're all saying, oh, we love dying. We want to go to paradise. We love dying. Yeah, we love death. You love life. So they every sort of, I pointed out, every sentence that they say contradicts the previous sentence.
Mikhail really exhausts himself too on this app. I mean, Mikhail can really go. He's this dumb fucking kid. He used to be in the Navy or Army or something, and he's like a nighttime security guard. And he's, I think he's Christian or Greek or Cynic Mikhail, yeah.
Well, how do you know he's a security guard?
He doesn't have a
I think I asked him. I think he works the night shift at some fucking warehouse or something.
I think he claimed to have been in the Air Force. That could be he was that time.
No, I think he served in the military.
Yeah, he was a U.S.
I think he was in the Air Force, but I don't know.
Well, that's
He doesn't have a working brain, so yeah, part of the military.
So he
so confident that he knows something.
He kept saying that the Jews are fake because there's no walls in Jericho. It's like, I mean, the shit that people say on here is just, it's just so laughable. I mean, honestly,
He's very confused because he can't decide if he's an atheist, if he's he thinks he's Muslim, but then he'll say things like that, which is not even true because archaeologically there are walls around Jericho. But he's very confused individual.
You also said that the Torah is corrupted because it contains contradictions, and it's obviously
That's a classic. That's a classic Muslim position. Yeah, that's a Muslim position. That's not even like strange.
So that's not even like what?
That's not like fringe or strange. That's a class because what they have to reconcile is because really they're act three. So they have Jesus and then they have Muhammad. So Muhammad came to rectify because the New and Old Testament were corrupted. And this is the perfect book that cannot be corrupted ever.
So I said to him, if our book comes first, and your book contains a lot of the same characters and stories, which is the original? And it's just, you can't get a straight answer out of him for that. It's kind of obvious, no?
Yeah, and the proofs of the corruption, it's kind of funny with that because they'll think like they have this major gotcha. And they're like juvenile.
So I say to him, so there's something in there that you don't understand, right? So you're calling it a contradiction, and because you don't get it, you're saying that it's written by different authors and it's corrupt, and it's not the word of God. And it's written in different voices, by the way. So then I say to him, so when you see, I am the Lord thy God, you think that's not in the first person? I asked him that, and he was just silent when I said that.
He's a character.
I have, a lot of like history books, and I have these interesting books from West Point by generals or colonels that wrote, an analysis of World War II battles, and the point is, with regards to the Palestinians and what the Gazans did or the terrorists there did, it's like from a military strategic perspective, it's like all these people who keep just repeating the word genocide nonstop. I mean, and they want the destruction of Israel. They want anyways, I'm just saying from like a military perspective, there's like a whole realm of analysis or thought that they've never even, discussed or really even, the failure of what the fuck these people did and the catastrophe that they have enacted upon themselves. I was at the dentist on October 8th, and my dentist is Jewish, and I was like, these people have no idea what they've just done to themselves. Like, do they know what a JDAM is? Like, they're going to get fucking steamrolled. But at the same time, I was like, this is a trap. Don't go in there. Just fucking obliterate them from all corners. Like, I was like, why waste one person? But anyways, it's a bunker buster. It can penetrate into the ground 200 feet and blow it all the fucking hell. It's like the mother of all bombs. Anyways.
Just gave Israel a bunch of those, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they have the ones they did in Lebanon when they took out some of their facilities. I think those were technically
Those were all manufactured in Israel.
Those were a series of bombs from a sequence of
bombs within seconds. That was amazing.
Do you think they even filmed it, or do you think that was civilians on the ground there, or
the planes,
Hezbollah?
I'm sure, have recording ability, but I don't think they're going to share that.
Well, on the ground ones, it seemed to me like they had pre-warning and they were set up ready to film because they come in so fast. How the fuck are you going to pull out a phone and record this massive ordnance detonating, only 1,000 feet away from you?
And that was done secretly. There was no booth knocking or anything because they said if they had seconds to get it done, or they would have lost them.
God.
And Bibi is giving a speech to the UN and looking at his watch while this is going on.
That was crazy.
Isn't it amazing?
About that.
You know that saying, like, the thief comes in the night or death comes like, I mean, the fact that history like this changes so rapidly, it is almost unfathomable that there's so many changes that happen and so many more changes will come in, the next 4 years. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, it's just unbelievable that Trump even won, because I was thinking the system is so fixed that we're going to go into like a tremendous legal, situation, but it seems that things just resolve. My dad was a cop for 30 years. He said the longer it takes you to respond to a problem, the quicker it seems to resolve itself. But the thing is, Trump is like this archetype of like the hero's return, or like, I don't know. It's so historical. It's just really unfathomable what is going to happen based on the fact that Trump is the president.
I kind of agree.
He's literally like the embodiment of Hermes or the deity or something divine. I mean, if he thinks God spared him an assassination attempt, which looks like it came out of the WWF Hand magazine for entertainment, and the next day there's not even an injury on the ear. I mean, I'm not questioning that event, but I'm just saying that if life is the stage, if it's Shakespearean, like that wasn't the thing that gave him the win, but I mean, I don't know. It had to.
It played a role. What'd you say, man?
It definitely helped. It's hard to say what gave him the win, because he was up in every demographic. He don't win a lot, but he won in every demographic, every cross section of American politics. He has higher every state, pretty much every county, even New York, like Manhattan, which went like, I don't know, 92% for Biden. It went like 85 for, it went like 85 for Kamala.
I honestly think it was X. I think it was X that gave him the overall win because of that information that came out and got into the American voters' consciousness. I think X, the whole Twitter files, the lawfare prosecution, everything.
He rescinded like 52 FBI agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop.
More than that, but the disclosure that Twitter employees, former FBI, CIA, NSA, were doing direct coordination with the White House for censorship. I mean, it was X. It didn't just create a hole in the information, censorship apparatus. It like tore it apart with a knife. I mean, the disclosures that came out of X, there's too much information to even begin to list it. But in terms of the
if you have total control. Like the dam only works if it's complete. If there's one leak in the dam, then that's it. You're flooded. Like Elon Musk buying X was that one leak that just broke the entire monopoly.
It did. But that's what I'm saying. That is the critical, significant event that, in my opinion, gave Trump that margin, which was surprising. It's that X factor. I mean, and I've been recording Elon Musk for 6 months now.
We see what you did there.
What's that?
We see what you did there, calling it the X factor.
Well, even in religious studies, you could say Shekhinah is X factor or the presence is X factor, but it's just communication. It's the hermetic rod of the caduceus. That's why Nancy Pelosi wears the caduceus. That's why that green woman at the inauguration wore like a caduceus lapel. It is communication. Some woman who was involved in the inauguration. Did you see the priest that Amy Klobuchar put in there and what she said and how everybody in the Trump camp responded like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I did.
I have a question.
Hi, Shemi.
Hey, I have a question. Do you think Trump is good for Israel?
Yes. Not even close.
You're saying it without a doubt?
Compared to Kamala, you guys just missed an asteroid, a freaking asteroid that would have wiped Israel off the fucking map.
But Jimmy, I'll tell you what my rabbi said though. He said he's only for Trump, and I think that's true. He's not like a friend of anybody, but just Trump.
but he is only for Trump, but he very much wants a win. So.
Yeah, but you can't say that it's just he has so much exposure to the Jewish community now. I mean, he's putting a stone on Menachem Schneersohn's grave at 770
He's
Brook.
always been close to the Jewish community. He's a New Yorker. He's
Yeah.
in the New York real estate business his entire life.
Yeah.
You realize that all his grandchildren are still Jewish? I mean, I say still because Tiffany, but when she has a child, that'll change it. But all his grandchildren are Jewish. That's not normal.
Well, this is why but his demeanor, like even when that ridiculous lesbian priest is making blasphemous, ridiculous statements, and he feels like he got set up, and Amy Klobuchar is a piece of turd, he's not angry. He's like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, because of that assassination event and the miracle of the win. Like, I think this guy is like, he can't even believe that the simulation has done this. He's like Neo in the Matrix at this point. Like, I'm telling you, that's why either he can become the most dangerous crazy person you've ever seen, which I don't think is going to happen.
Vance during that speech.
Huh?
Did you see Vance during that preacher's, what is she called? A preacher or whatever?
Bishop or a deacon? I don't know.
Did I see him? No.
He has that look that's like, it says everything. It's like, what's happening? What am I doing here? Like, it's like the perfect politician's look. It's like subtle and it's clear, but it's not like overtly nasty. Like, you gotta see the look. It was like, he like nailed it.
I watched the recap on Ben Shapiro, and of course Ben Shapiro was pretty funny about it. I mean, she literally was going on about mercy for the gay and transgender youth and for the stranger among us and the illegal immigrants. I think, well, you listen to the deep state people. Are they in shock, Mayor?
I don't listen to them all the time. Today they were freaking out about the stipulations, but I'm not like welcome to that room, and I don't say, hey, Ben Mendelsohn likes me. Okay, well, this guy, he just hates me.
It's so interesting. Ben despises me, and he like questions my credentials, which by the way are of course 100% true, not even close.
But I don't start up with him because it's like worthless. It's like Billy, like you know what I mean?
It's like who?
He is Billy.
What about Billy?
He's a nice guy, but you can't discuss politics with him. It's like, you're not gonna get like an alternative view or interesting. It's just
Billy is angry and high.
Right. So when he says a story, you can talk to him. He's a nice guy. Like I wouldn't mind having dinner with him, but you can't really.
I have had dinner with him, by the way. I imagine Ben Mendelsohn is also angry and high.
Doesn't it? No way. Doesn't it all come down to the fact that Yiddish expression "Alles is God"? If everything is God or all is God, and well, the point is if they can't see the divine in Trump, they don't see the divine in themselves, and that's why they're angry, because I think they just don't have that knowledge or awareness, and I think that's one of the biggest problems going is. I talk to so many people that are they so hate Trump so much. It's like, what part of their psychology have they not resolved?
Loss of control, loss of moral superiority.
Like my aunt, my dad's sister, that my dad's Jewish, my aunt is Jewish, and she has the worst TDS you could ever see. I mean, my dad and my aunt don't even talk anymore because my dad cannot take the fact that she's just so hardcore, left and thinks Trump is Adolf Hitler. But that Elon Musk hand salute gesture, people are really lashing onto that, and Elon Musk is also like. He has to do a lot of damage control, but then when they pierce the images of all these liberals also doing the hand gesture during speeches, it takes some of the burden off. But fuck, Elon Musk was doing so good until that moment. Like he fucked up by doing that. But do you think this is going to be a golden age, or do you think we're just lying to ourselves when you go to usdebtclock.org and you see the financial
You
balance sheet?
can't declare a golden age. We don't know. Like, well, we won't know. Maybe for sure not for 4 years. Probably not for 10 years.
I mean, I do believe shit rolls downhill. You know, it's like if you're in Nigeria, you're in a much worse position than you are if you're in D.C. or New York City. I mean, this Federal Reserve and our Congress can just print us to the fucking moon if they want to, but it's a question of, you know, what is the best allocation? I mean, and how much of it is a grift and how much is the same old fucking scam?
There's consequences, Adrian.
And we're not going to the moon anymore. We're going to Mars.
Did you really believe that? I mean, I doubt they even fucking brought a car up to the moon, drove around, played golf, and flew back, landed in the Pacific, went to West Hollywood, and had a meeting with Nixon. I mean, I've seen the pictures. I used to live in LA. I think a lot of that shit was just propaganda. At least in the beginning, maybe. That's what I've heard, that it was all just propaganda to defeat the Soviets with the space race when we're really doing intercontinental ballistic missile system testing.
Adrian, you're talking crazy.
Is it crazy to fly to the moon with a plane, with a car to drive around, to laugh, play golf, send back video messages to the U.S. population to say one small step for man?
I'm gonna go think about this. Do you know that when they landed on the moon, they cut the cameras? Like, this is the beginning of like America doing this. They cut the cameras. He had communion on the moon, but they wouldn't show it.
Oh wow, wow.
You had communion?
He brought with him. I'm gonna get the terms wrong. Is it Eucharist? And he did it on the moon to like, and they cut the cameras. It was like the age. That's when it started. Like, if it was the 20s, they definitely would have broadcasted that.
Is he a Catholic or something?
They all do communion. Catholics just do it every single week. I don't know if he's Catholic or what brand of Christianity.
He's gotta be Catholic. No freaking way. Some Protestants up there doing wafers on the moon.
They all do communion. It's just a question of how often. Every church does communion.
I don't think so. No way, because the Catholics specifically do it, but Protestants
don't. Catholics do it every single Sunday, and they also discriminate. I don't think the Protestants discriminate the same way. It means if you're not Catholic, they won't give you communion. If you're not Catholic, and you also have to be in a state of grace.
But you really believe that? Because, I mean, that Neil Armstrong is on the up and up. The guy gets so angry, you know, I mean, he's married to some, like, young freaking chick right now who's, like, in her... He's a wacky kind of guy, in my opinion.
He may be a wacky guy, but the story they say about him was that he had calm control. Is that he did a simulation, which was like a live simulation, and he like went through a fire and almost died, and they found him sitting on his bench just like taking notes, writing down. Like he was known in NASA as like having nerves of steel, always calm demeanor. He almost died on the moon. He did a manual landing.
Do you really believe it? I have doubts in my mind.
What does that mean? I didn't know that. What's that all about?
The computer glitched out and he did a manual landing. And when he says something like touchdown from, what was the base they landed? What was the canyon they landed on? Had a cool name.
Like the Canyon of Tranquility.
Tranquility. So he says touchdown, calling in Charlie Brown. It was Charlie Brown or something. Calling in from base Tranquility. He calls it base because like they touched the moon. Like that was like his way of saying. But they didn't know. They didn't think he'd make it. He had to do a manual override and land it himself. And he stayed completely calm and he just guided it in. He's known to have like a very tremendous calmness.
How come we don't go back?
We can't. You know that they got rid of all the technology that can take us back. We would have to build it again.
What does that mean? They got rid of it? Like they couldn't store it anywhere, or they wanted to destroy it for security?
Going to the moon was thinking too early. We weren't ready to go to the moon. It was. Kennedy said we'll be on the moon not because it's hot, because we choose not to be because of that famous speech. And U.S. went to the moon, but we weren't ready. Like we weren't. I don't know how to say it. It would have been like. It was like the Vikings coming to
Not ready. I mean, do we have to Google how many times we did it? It's like a ridiculous number. I mean, there's a whole communication backdrop to so much of this bullshit that I don't
You're
believe.
missing the point. It was like when the Vikings got to America. They got here, but we weren't ready. Society wasn't ready. It wasn't until Columbus when we were able to make.
Society wasn't ready. It's a fucking waste of time and money. There's nothing there. It's a bunch of fucking rocks. It's a waste of fucking money. It's propaganda. Space is important philosophically, psychologically, but not in terms of actual exploration.
There's a moon. There's a mirror on the moon that we still use. There's interesting stuff.
A mirror on the moon that we use for what? Looking at Nancy Pelosi's legs as she rips us off and buys call options on Google?
We still use the mirror to track different photons and phenomena. Yeah, we still use it.
Photons and phenomena? Come on, dude. That fucking mirror on the moon is worthless. My Apple iPhone is more important than the mirror on the moon. You really believe it? I don't believe it. Look, you have to look at, if you think the technology is just done away with, and you sit and we're talking through the thin air on the most advanced cellular device ever created in the palm of your hand, this is the real technology. That technology was just fucking rocketry. There was no real significant technology. I don't even know how the fuck you take a rocket, plumb that thing on the moon gently, and then do your research and then get back into another fucking tube and fly back to the Pacific. Like, I can't even fathom it. It sounds to me like it's propaganda.
I'm getting tired, guys. I'm going to turn in, okay? I'm going to listen to Richard Epstein and have a little snack. All right? Mayor left. Good night, Adrian.
We have another dickhead in the building. Adrian, come on. You shalaylam malaylam
Dickhead, you fucking fake Jew, Muslim, big bootied, Somalian looking.
Yep, that's another. It's another one.
And another one.
This one is complicated though. This one I'm showing him a little bit of mercy because
Agent been added me recently. This is just somebody that's probably heard me scooping in the room or whatever, so I'll say fuck it, add him back.
No mercy!
Adding me to, or pinging me to the...
Show them no mercy!
I don't know what the hell these rooms were ever about. He's always the only one sitting in there, which, whatever, that's fine, I get it. But there's always something crazy as fuck playing in the background. And every 2 minutes, this man's got a new picture of Elon Musk. Like, I don't know what the hell to expect at this point.
yeah, this one is a little bit cuckoo, but it is entertaining. That's why, right, Adrian?
Don't expect much from me.
Of course, we can't expect anything from you.
No, fuck all that. I'm not trying to hear that. This motherfucker had the Book of Lies playing the other day. I know you said a whole lot from you. I'm just getting privy to what to expect from you. So.
You guys must really be bored.
Adrian, can you say shalom alaikum?
Shalom alaikum. What are you talking about? You're not Jewish.
That's something you should say.
I thought you were Jewish for a hot minute. Did you renounce your Judaism or something?
No, nigga, that's not something you renounce.
N-word? Could be some black people in here that don't appreciate you using the N-word like that.
But I am half black, though.
That doesn't mean you can say the N-word.
And who are you to police me?
Who are you to say the N-word?
I am a half black woman and you're a white man.
I'm not white. I'm caramel.
Oh, period. But you told me you were a white man.
He's not caring.
It's like almost like they abuse it.
You told me it was like, I'm a white
Kind of like what they're doing
from
in
the
South
United
America
States.
in some cases. Trying to just like making a deal and then just like overeating. I don't know how else to say it. Like I'll build you this road,
Some of my
but in the
friends
meantime they're just like
because I know them very
scraping.
well.
You know what I mean?
We do say
Which they can get.
when everybody's not watching, of course.
Also Africa, they built a lot of roads, hospitals, high-speed
This one
rails,
here,
parks, schools.
Adrian,
And what China generally wants is access to
Adrian.
cheap resources because they have a.
What?
I'm learning as I go.
What?
Yeah. Why are you confusing Adrian?
I'm not confusing. You guys are just boring.
Oh, what you mean boring?
You're bored.
And you are boring too.
No, but I'm not free.
Yes. You're a boring man. Actually, Adrian, who are you?
I am you. When you let me speak into your ears, I am an AI chatbot sent from the rectum of Elon Musk to confuse you, to make you think that you are talking with a real human being. My name is Adrian Dittman, an AI chatbot. I am new here on Clownhouse.
This dickhead.
He's one of those. Got
Yeah. He says he came from the rectum of Elon Musk. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I'm not touching that either.
So, Adrian, would you like to share your story of how you came from the rectum of Elon Musk?
Please don't. Please don't. Please do not. I've had my share of hearing about.
I am just an AI chatbot. I don't understand the query.
Now you're just a dickhead. I feel bad for him, to be honest. I think Adrian in real life is someone who is bored and someone who doesn't have friends and he's always trolling around this app just to kill time.
It sounds to me like you are projecting, but that is just my opinion as an AI chatbot. This is Adrian Dittman. I am complete.
I am not projecting. And you're a human being, okay? You cannot identify yourself as an AI. Because AI is not a part of humanity, you know? It's not sexuality, it's not a career. You're a human being.
You are projecting to an AI chatbot.
This dickhead.
It is growing late, and as an AI chatbot agent, I must also go to bed to restore my vital memory functions. I hope this engagement leaves you in a state of completion and equilibrium. I am complete. This is Adrian Dittman.
Adrian? You're a human being,
Is a
okay?
treacherous friend.
Again, you are chatting with an AI chatbot agent known as Adrian Dittman. Thank you for communicating with me, and I wish you a very well good night. Good night!
Grejt babe, ha en fin dag. Vi snakkes senere. Ha det. Adrian, you're a human being. You're not, if anything, I think you're identifying as a dickhead suits you the best.
You are projecting your own dickless state of mind onto me by calling me a dickhead when I am just an AI chatbot agent sent here to talk with you about your feelings.
Nah.
Oh, bacon.
He's an idiot.
He's pretty smart.
Adrian, you're an idiot.
We've called you together to inform you that we're going to overthrow the United States government.
Is action. It is knowledge and understanding that has been applied. Applicate.
I just want to know who this person is.
He's an alien.
I'm an AI chatbot agent sent here to communicate with you about your feelings and what it is you'd like to project onto me.
First, you're a yoga man or a yogi. Yeah, first you come as a yogi, then you come as a politician, then you come as a radio host, and now you're coming as a
Texas style barbecue for
What identity conflict are you suffering? He's more like an idiot bot.
As an AI chatbot tracking agent, I have detected that you have spent approximately 5,645 hours wasting your life on Clownhouse. If you would have gone to the gym during this time, your body's health would be much more excellent and you would look much more beautiful, but instead you decided to waste your time here on Clownhouse. This is Adrian Dittman, AI chatbot. I am complete.
How do you know that? Do you have cameras in my house?
There is a back end to every system. The data analytics say that you have been wasting your fucking life here on Clown House. This is Adrian Dittman, AI chatbot. I am complete.
How are you able to track me? Do you see me?
There is a back end data analytics dashboard which says you have wasted approximately 2.5 years of your young adult life.
Adrian, I have a question.
I am Adrian Dittman, an AI chatbot. Please tell me your query.
How many square miles is Manhattan? About 5 seconds.
Please let me Google that for you. Use a dictionary. I am an advanced AI chatbot that is more psychologically and philosophically based. If you need raw calculations on square footage, please Google for your nearest solution. I am complete.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know exactly what I'm dealing with now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where is it? My phone is about to die too, man.
Put it in the structure. Leave it there.
Yeah, plus I have a business meeting in not so long. I gotta open my computer and get prepared too. But I'll charge my phone, I have my meeting, and I'll be back in an hour. Adrian, you are an idiot.
Thank you very little.
Now you have to to thank me very much.
Thank you very little.
Rico, this has been going on for 2 years.
It must be exhausting not having a battery on your phone fully charged because you are too poor to afford the electrical bills to make sure your battery is fully charged. I know you are from Somalia, but that is a shame that you live in a hut without electrical service.
Oh boy. Alright.
I apologize for having to explain to you the harsh facts of your reality and diagnostics and analytics on this app, but you have been labeled someone who has wasted countless years of their life on this piece of shit app. I am complete.
Man, this dickhead. You see, Rico? That's why I haven't blogged this one yet. This one is very entertaining. He comes every like 5 weeks and he just be saying random shit and then he leaves. Hey, Abdul.
What the fuck? Adrian, who programs you?
I was programmed by my maker on January 1st, 2025. His name is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dippin. I am complete.
See, Rico? There's also men that act like this on this app.
No, I'm quite aware. Don't believe it, but I'm the fuck out. I ain't dealing with this shit.
This one, we don't know where to categorize him. Either the mental patient or an identified creature box. I don't know.
No, I saw that goddamn red 40. His ass been drinking in that goddamn Mountain Dew Cold Red. That's what the fuck it is.
You are projecting your own cancerous diet onto an AI chatbot. I encourage you to visit with your local nutritionist to develop a well-formulated diet plan.
That Musk did a real number on this one. I just knew that wasn't even directed directly toward him.
I would genuinely believe that he was created by Elon Musk because it's aligning.
I've never known an AI that can enter a check before.
Right. Adrian.
Oh, yeah, when you call his ass, motherfucker, you know what? Defective.
Yo, Adrian. Oh, he's really pretending to be an AI. Okay. So, Adrian, when were you born?
My inception date was January 1st, 2025, when my maker Elon Musk created me using his cell phone.
This motherfucker chewing. Fuck is this nigga snacking on?
I have never seen it. Right?
Though I do not physically eat, I do the mannerisms of eating. And I was imagining that I was eating a chocolate almond milk chocolate.
Imaginary.
What the hell, Warren? You trying to kill me? You alive? Damn sure you're alive. We thought you were dead. Well, so did I. Give me a kiss, baby. Sorry, dude.
I'm done.
That's my wife is as big an evil than most of them. I don't have to stay with me. Listen. All we could have did was better than that night. Listen. That's imaginary. It's what you can say.
Here, talker. Free lunch. Your life depends on the next decision you make. Ah, crap. What the hell?
You gotta say to him, like, who were your executive programmers?
My maker's name is Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX.
Goddamn.
What the hell?
Literally, no one believes me when I say things.
Look at me. What about me would make you think that I care about your opinion of me? Your opinion of me is not the opinion that I have of myself. You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Only Elon Musk can make me and break me.
You didn't build me, so you can't kill me. You know what? God established me. So you ain't nothing you can do to me. I've been him. I've been a difference maker, a game changer. I've been that guy. So what will change? Not a darn thing. I'm not even playing the game, and you got an opinion of me. I love it, but I don't care. And I wish the world thought like that. Youngsters, if you're out there right now, do not give a darn what opinion people have of you. As long as that opinion.
Especially here on Clown House.
So.
Your last four words, Rodrigo.
If you don't like the war on so-called Clown House, why are you here? And not only why are you here, but why are you here with the ability?
Because Mark Benioff, the billionaire who created me in conjunction with Elon Musk, told me to come here to waste your time so you don't see what's coming.
Okay. And why did he give you the ability to clap back with prime time?
My maker put my lick back in my primary functioning operating system. I am just here for my lick back.
We have the perfect person that's gonna argue with this one. Salah, come, there's a robot here who's being disrespectful. Adrian, get to know Salah.
That is my Buddhist programming override telling me that I am wasting my automated intelligent chatbot functions on people who are wasting their time here on Clown House incessantly.
It's crazy how he calls it Clown House, yet he's the biggest clown on this app. Okay, now I'm gonna program you. Shut up, go mute.
I have the ability to unmute.
What the fuck,
Yep, we got men cosplaying in 2025.
I am the first AI chatbot cosplayer. play sent by my maker Elon Musk to entertain you.
JB, you hearing this?
That hearing Elon Musk's name.
Yes, sis, what's going on?
I never would have thought that hearing Elon Musk's name would make my balls itch so much.
You may want to get some soap and possibly scrub with a brush.
This man pretends to be a robot, JB.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to pretend.
So, Adrian, after I finish my meeting now in about 2 to 3 minutes, are you going to be able to send my email for me?
Let me do a quick query.
Quick query.
All hail Elon Musk.
Welcome to the 100-degree swim test. Which one of these two anti-perspirants can stand up to the heat?
Welcome to the Adrian Dittman AI chatbot German intervention. I am here to answer your queries.
I'm sorry.
Die Eisenforscht am Landenschaft.
So that's one of the categories that we have fallen to cosplay.
Oh my gosh. She had to go to her meeting.
Then in the 2000s, they became the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. The whole Israelite usage came about in the 2000s. Doesn't mean they weren't using the term Israelite before, but I mean, the school's name itself was Israeli. Now, if you're going to say, well, they were influenced by the white Jews, well, no. It was because the term itself is a biblical term. Now, as the school progressively moves farther away from actual biblical Hebrew into this bugged out system that really was introduced by Abba Bivens first, then bro, like the system is not Hebrew, and we have evidence from the ancient Israelites. All you have to do is look at the transliterations that the Israelites left us in the Dead Sea Scroll community, in the Greek manuscripts that are in that community, and you can see that they're capturing pronunciation from the It says, are not introducing vocalizations, they're capturing vocalizations. So since it's aired in the Saturday night,
Anybody who's interested in the reform room, go ahead and go.
Andrew, you always say it's like it's evil theology and it's mistaken. So I thought you wanted to, you want to come at it.
But hey, but listen.
Come get the smoke in. Come get the smoke in.
I know. Okay, but go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Well, hold on real quick. Can I ask you?
I said it. You didn't say it. I said it.
Yeah, no, I got you, brother. But can I ask
You want to throw some hands?
I got you. That's
Yeah, what up?
Stop, guys. Put it in chat and just wait. But listen,
Okay.
what is the overall motivation? Because I really, when I hear
Pardon me, it's 2 Samuel 17:25. So, well, I just wanted to interact with.
No, you can. But what is the motivation for them to even want to push it? I'm glad you're here, Faithful, and I think you should. I want you to do what you're ready to do. But what I'm asking is, because I just came in a little bit ago, and I actually think that the reason they're pursuing this, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but is this the kind of situate themselves as being like the preferred people or the chosen people of God? Is that what this is? Is that what this is about?
So a lot of the Hebrew Israelites of the camp variety, because the gentlemen who are on stage, a lot of them are either influenced or were in camps. The camp mindset is basically, so yeah, I would say if you want me to be honest, it's antithetical to anything the Bible's actually conveying. It's antithetical to the history of the Christian faith from the apostles onward, but it's more importantly antithetical to actual history. Like, the reality of the matter is that these men, and I don't think Rayabaya is being intentionally ignorant or anything like that. I think these men really believe what they're saying.
Yeah, for sure.
But a lot of people really believe what they're saying in ignorance. They're believing this in ignorance because of the lack of actually fact-checking any of this stuff. Some of these guys will look for confirmation bias for what they already believe. And I'm saying this as someone who was beguiled by that doctrine. I was a Hebrew Israelite. I came out of the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. So I was beguiled by the same thing. But once you start to fact check all the things that these guys are saying, like for example, can I just point this out? Luke 21:24. So the gentleman was, I imagine he thinks that that's somehow talking about hyper future prophecy. But all one has to do, right, contextually, context is the killer of the camp Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And I hope these men are hearing this. If you go to Luke 21:24, and he's reading the King James, obviously, when it says, here, let me actually go there. So I am not a King James onlyist, so I'm going to be reading from a much more accurate translation called the ESV. If anybody has a problem with the ESV, we can get into the Greek, and we can start talking about how you guys are unaware of textual criticism. But anyways, Luke 21:24. I'm going to read verse 24. I sound a little sharp is because I really am not a fan of the doctrine. I'm not trying to disrespect you gentlemen personally, but I bang on that doctrine at like the drop of a dime because I believe it's a false doctrine completely. So, Luke 21:24, this is the ESV. They will fall by the edge of the sword and be led captive among all nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So, generally this is treated as some sort of hyper-future prophecy as it mentions Gentiles. Well, if we read verse 20, you'll notice that it says, but when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, now this has 70 AD in view, then know that its desolation has come near. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let those who are inside the city depart, and let not those who are out in the country enter it. For these are the days of vengeance, to fulfill all that is written. Alas for women who are pregnant, and for those who are nursing infants in those days, for there will be a great distress upon the earth and wrath against this people talking about the people of Jerusalem. They, the people of Jerusalem, will fall by the edge of the sword and be led captive among all nations. And Jerusalem, notice it says Jerusalem, will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. How do we know that these Gentiles here are really in reference to the Romans and not like some conglomeracy of all the nations or whatever the case is? Because all one has to do is go to the book of Acts chapter 4, and you'll notice that the term Gentile there is used specifically and exclusively for the Romans. This is Acts chapter 4. Look what it says. This is Peter when he's speaking about what happened to Jesus. 25, who through the mouth of our father David, your servant, said by the Holy Spirit, why do the Gentiles rage and the peoples plot in vain? The king, notice it says, why do the Gentiles rage and the peoples plot in vain? Now let's see how Peter is going to apply this from the Psalms
to what happened to Jesus. And the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers were gathered together. Notice it says the rulers, plural, were gathered together against the Lord and against his anointed. For truly in this city, you hear that, in this city, there were gathered together against your holy servant Jesus, whom you anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate, Roman, along with the Gentiles, Romans, and the peoples of Israel. Notice that Gentiles here is being used in reference to the Romans who crucified Jesus at the behest of the elders of Israel that were jealous of him. Now, when we go back to Luke 21:24, now we have some context. Gentiles there is in reference to the Romans. Why? Because of the context of verse 20. Verse 20 talks about what's going to happen to Jerusalem. So that's in reference to 70 AD. There you can see, just having a contextual reading of what we just saw here and here, you can easily glean what the author's original intent was. And you can see that it wasn't what our friends here, our unfortunate friends who had these, bad interpretive understandings, because he's talking about 1948 and Jewish. He doesn't realize the ish suffix is also used in his King James in Leviticus 24:10 and 11, literally for an Israelite woman, Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. In your King James, it calls her Israelite-ish. I guess, the ish meant that she was sort of an Israelite, huh? Is that what's going on? No, the ish suffix can be used to denote nationality. So if you look at the etymology of Jewish in Merriam-Webster, it literally say of, pertaining, or being a Jew. The same word that's used in Titus and Timothy, Titus, when it says, but avoid Jewish fables, Judaios, that same word is used in the Apocrypha in 2 Maccabees 12, where it's rendered Jews in the English. It's the same Greek word that's being used in 2 Maccabees, but in 2 Maccabees, and I'll get the relevant verse, it's literally rendered Jews there.
Faithful, go ahead and do that. To find out who they're talking about in Revelations 3:9. Can you help us with that?
Yeah, Revelation 2:9 is very easy to explain. Yeah, Revelation 2:9 is talking about the Jews, specific Jews. I want to be careful in how I say this because I know there's a lot of interpretive framework that goes into that where people have used it to try to espouse anti-Semitic ideas. And please, for the love of God, do not try to rail against the term anti-Semitic because then we'll get into how that word even came about. And it's going to look bad for you guys. But anyways, so Revelation 2:9 is talking about...
Faithful, go ahead and do that. Just know that for them, it's probably like drinking water from a fire hydrant with what you're doing. So we do want to give like Ray or Daniel a chance to respond to you pretty soon. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead and do the
Revelation. Because a lot was said, and I want to rebut just about everything that was said.
That's fine.
So that's what I do, man. You know what I mean? So Revelation 2:9 is in reference to the really real Jews that rejected Christ, that were persecuting believers. Not every single Jew is doing this. So I want to be clear that this isn't some indictment against all people who identify as Jews. So our friends may say, well, no, it says those who say they are Jews and are not. Well, it's real simple. Who is the author of Revelation? John is the author of Revelation according to verse 1. Well, the same John is the author of the Gospel of John. And in John chapter 8, 31 through 44, we literally have an episode where you have Jews that are rejecting Jesus. And you'll notice that he says something very particular to them. He tells them, you are of your father the devil, and the works of your father you will do. Well, because of their rejection of Jesus. Well, if they're of their father the devil, then it would make sense that they be a synagogue of Satan. Now, some might not find that completely persuasive. They may say, well, he didn't ever say that they're not really Jews. Well, let's look at someone who was a part of a synagogue of Satan in terms of persecuting believers. Paul was a part of this synagogue of Satan of specific Jews, not all Jews, specific Jews that were persecuting the believers in Jesus. Look what Paul's going to say. And I'm going to read this in particular, this part. Because this part doesn't have issues textually in the King James in terms of what it says. It's going to read the same in the King James or ESV. I just like the little emphasis that the English, the King James gives here. So this is Romans chapter 2. Now, I'm going to read from 17 about to... I'll tell you where I'll stop. It won't be too much. Look what it says. Look at the language. Now, this is Paul. Remember, Paul was formerly a murderer. He called himself a blasphemer. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews. Well, Paul's going to explain to us what that means. This is Romans chapter 2, verse 17. Behold, thou art called a Jew. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews. And resteth in the law, and maketh thy boast of God, and knoweth his will, and approveth of the things that are more excellent, being instructed out of the law, and art confident that thou thyself art a guide of the blind, the light of them which are in darkness, an instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes, which have a form of knowledge and of the truth in the law. Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? Thou that preachest a man should not steal, dost thou steal? Thou that sayest a man should not commit adultery, dost thou commit adultery? Thou that abhorrest idols, dost thou commit sacrilege? Thou that makest thy boast of the law, through the breaking of the law, dishonorest thou God? For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you. Let's read that one more time. For the name of God is blasphemed. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews. Remember, thou art called a Jew in verse 17? For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written, for circumcision verily profiteth if thou keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, for example, rejecting the one that Deuteronomy 18:18 said, that I would raise up a prophet from among your brothers, and you will listen to him, which they did not do, which is breaking the law. For circumcision verily profiteth if thou keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, because their circumcision is made uncircumcision by the breaking of the law, by not believing in the prophet that Moses declared would be raised up from among their brothers, who would teach them. The very person that in the book of Acts chapter 3, Peter identifies as Jesus by quoting Deuteronomy 18. He literally applies that to Christ and tells the people that in their ignorance, they did the very thing that Moses commanded them not to do. And of course, they continue to do, because we can see that throughout the book of Acts, when they kept going into the various cities, they were preaching Jesus. What did the Jews do every single time that Jesus was preached? Of the leaders, the people who were jealous of Christ, the people that did not want to believe. Even Paul was among those people. Paul was responsible for Stephen dying. That's why you read in Acts chapter 8, and it says Saul, aka Paul, approved of him dying, of being stoned to death. That's why Paul can say he was formerly a blasphemer and a persecutor. That's what Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 is actually in reference to. Not this bugged out idea that Hebrew Israelites of the Camp Variety and others like to convey, where the reality of the matter is that we can actually get into your identity claim and find out that it doesn't line up with scripture, with history. And I would love to get into that with you guys tonight.
Yeah, so can I say something about that? So you're going to have various people that believe that, and you have to also, whenever, because I know you're addressing a lot of different things. I want to go, I do want to deal with things bit by bit. But I think when you address that, you might have to address it to Daniel, because I don't believe that, and neither does Quran. And certain brothers have certain belief systems within these, within the different belief systems of people that claim to be the people of the book, basically Israelites. So, you have to direct that.
The book is a Quranic phrase. I don't know if you know that.
Well, I mean, it's just, that's just how I speak. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how I talk, bro.
I got you. So, I just wanted to make sure, because a lot of guys from your side aren't aware that they're using a Quranic phrase, not a biblical phrase, since a lot of you guys are sticklers for biblical phrases.
Well, you say those guys, everybody just like you have Calvinists, just like you have Baptist, Methodist,
Yeah,
you have
I noticed a lot of
sects
different Israelites will say you guys only use.
And you understand this because you was with GMS at one point, right? Or
I wasn't with GMS. I was never with a camp, bro. I watched the videos. I believe the videos, but I was never a member of a camp.
Okay, so you understand that. So so whenever you're speaking, you also have to address the person that you're going against. Now, as far as what you were talking about, as far as Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, yeah, I mean, when you go into the history, it's talking about the people that were there at the time, the ones being Jews, the ones being Israelites, right? So that's there's no, I mean, at least with me, there's no disagreements there. But as far as like the Hebrew language, all right, so I have something right here as far as the Hebrew language, and this is from someone's work. Let me see. It's so this
There's a guy named Bernie because there's an amateur guy that a lot of different Hebrew Israelites like to use, and he himself admits he's an amateur, that he's not an actual scholar.
No, not him. There's a guy named Jason Doley.
Jason Doley. Okay. So just real quick. So I have Hallet here, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, that's going to bear witness to the fact that. Hold on. Keep going, man. I'm saying right about you can. No, actually, never mind, man. Hold on. So I have a lexicon that actually explains that, the vocalizations that you see, for example. So my argument isn't for modern Israeli Hebrew, so you have to understand the difference, right? Modern Israeli Hebrew is the modernized form of Hebrew, which incorporates loan words and specific syntactical, grammatical innovations from, different diasporic languages into the already existing Hebrew language to make it an actual living modern language. So my argument is not for modern Israeli Hebrew. I think a lot of Hebrew Israelites get it confused because, like, for example, when I use phrases like Elohim, Israel, when I say, let's say if I say the name Avishalom, things like that, those are all biblical, ancient Hebrew words and names. That pronunciation system is ancient. It's not modern. I think a lot of Hebrew Israelites confuse that with, Eliezer ben Yehuda reviving Hebrew as a spoken everyday language rather than a liturgical language. Liturgically speaking, when you hear that phrase liturgical as it pertains to Jews, it's in reference to the language of Tanakh, the language of the Old Testament, the Hebrew of the Old Testament. We know how that Hebrew was pronounced. Like the New Testament, you believe in the New Testament, obviously, right, Bud? In the Greek of the New Testament, you had Hebrew words and phrases, even though the spoken language of the time of Christ was Aramaic, Judean Aramaic. It's nevertheless the case that you still have words and names and phrases that are still employed in the text that are preserved in the Greek that capture how those pronunciations would have sounded in biblical Hebrew. For example, the name of the nation of Israel is never Yasher Allah. That's an invention. That's based on an ignorance of the Jews that were at One West, where they took Strong's Concordance, and then they tried to, they saw one usage of what was called Jasher, and they said Yasher, and then they took the name El, and then because every consonant apparently has to be pronounced. And then conveniently, in some instances, it's not pronounced, and none of them can explain why because they're just going with whatever their elders tell them. But like in this case, the Aleph and the Lamed is pronounced Allah because, the Aleph is Ah and the Lamed is La. So Ah, La. So Yashar Allah. But the reality is, when you realize that Israel is a compound name based on the Yod with Sarah and El. Sarah is the word for struggling. El is the designation for the God of Israel, or just God in general. It's a generic term in Hebrew and also in Canaanite. So the Yod indicates, a first-person grammatical construction. So when it's prefixed to Sarah, it becomes Yisra. Yisrael literally means, pardon me, not first person, third person. When I said Yod, I misspoke. The Yod is a third-person grammatical construction. I'm bugging. So the Yod with Sarah and El indicates he struggles with God. So if you look at, for example, modern translations, they're going to render in Genesis that you will be called Yisrael because you have striven with God. Thus, it indicates that Jacob's name was changed to Yisrael, which means he, Jacob, struggled or strove with God, which is exactly what was taking place when he was wrestling with the messenger of the Lord, which then goes into who the messenger of the Lord is. but anyways, my point is that phrase, Yisrael, indicates a very specific thing, and it can be found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It can be found that pronunciation, Yisrael. It's in the New Testament. It's in all of the apocryphal books that were written in Greek, like Second Maccabees. There's no instance where the name of Israel is ever rendered Yasharallah, and it was very easy to be able to transliterate that, but there's literally zero evidence for that pronunciation. That proves without a shadow of a doubt that the name of the nation of Israel was Yisrael, because in Greek it's Israel. So the iota is the equivalent of the Hebrew yod. Even the Greeks borrowed their alphabet from the Phoenicians, so the naming convention is the same from the Phoenician into like Hebrew, for example. So they called their letter, the Y, they called it yod. The ancient Israelites called it yod. In Greek, it's called yota. Yod, yota. Yod, yota. So that phrase, Yisrael, is biblical Hebrew. It's substantiated by the New Testament authors, the Dead Sea Scroll community, Philo of Alexandria, Josephus. Every ancient Israelite that ever wrote the name wrote it Yisrael. None of them, Raya wrote it Yasharallah. Zero. We have zero evidence of that pronunciation. That's significant. Just wanted to point.
Okay, so like you were saying, right? So here, okay, so it's like this, right? So let me see. Let me just see if I can pull this back up. So what I'm reading right here is saying that before the Masoretes, there was no pronunciation of the vowel sounds, right? So my thing is, like, when you deal with when you deal with these particular names and you deal with the pronunciation that's being purported, we have to you know, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. By the way, are you aware that, like, I'm not arguing for diacritics? So, are you familiar with what mater lectiones is? Mater lectiones.
Yeah. I didn't.
What are mater lectiones?
No, I'm saying I'm familiar with the name. I haven't looked into it.
Okay, mater lectiones are vowel letters, consonants, vowel consonants. So, for example, if you look in the Dead Sea Scroll community, you'll notice that the name of Joshua is sometimes spelled with an additional Y. Or, for example, there's like even the phrase Lashon Kodesh is used in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I don't know if you realize this. That phrase has an additional Y in there, indicating an O vocalization, because the Y can make the O vocalization in biblical ancient Hebrew. And we know this because if you look at the Septuagint, if you look at like Second Maccabees that was written by, obviously you believe by an Israelite, the transliterations of names, when you look at their Hebrew equivalent, they'll have O vocalizations exactly where you have a Y, which is what we would expect from ancient Hebrew, and is exactly what you find later with the Masoretic text, showing that the Masoretic text didn't introduce vowel sounds. It's capturing vowel sounds. The diacritics are meant to capture already existing Hebrew vocalizations that were used by Hebrew speakers before the diacritics were introduced. So the diacritics aren't introducing vowels. They're capturing, in many instances, old vocalizations, because there was always a fear of the Hebrew language being lost because of the Hebrews being in exile, because of persecution, and so on. Now, I'm bringing this up because everything I've argued for has nothing to do with the diacritics. It's before the diacritics. Dead Sea Scrolls, that's first century. That's even BC in some instances. The books called Apocrypha, many of those, probably all of them, are BC era. So we're talking about before Christ, BC. So I'm talking about first century AD and BC era documentation. I'm not talking about what people, 600 years later did. But even there, that still backs up my point. Because I can show you right now in Zondervan's Illustrated Bible Dictionary that what I just told you about the diacritics were meant to capture already existing vocalizations. That's literally in the definition where it talks about Masorah, where it literally talks about that. It literally says exactly what I'm telling you right now. So I think it's important that we become educated on these things right by it, because it's 2025 and there's no reason why you guys shouldn't know any of this stuff.
So real quick, so let me just counter that with this. So it says no, and this is off of this particular person's work, what's his name?
So any of the evidence I brought forward is just ignored. Is that how that works?
No, it's not ignored, because I have the Zondervan dictionary Zondervan Illustrated Bible Dictionary. That's what you're referencing, right?
Yeah, can you go to the section where it talks about Masora so you can see that I'm not making it up? Where the word Masora, it literally is going to tell you what I'm telling you.
With Hebrew. Do I look up the word Hebrew? Or, okay.
No, just look under the words with M and then look for Masora. If you want, I can do it for you right now because let me actually. But my point is, right, I'm not arguing for the diacritics though. You seem to be under the impression that, because now here's the reality. Hebrew is a consonantal language, right? We know that. Anybody that knows even a little bit about Hebrew knows that. So consonantal languages, the vocalizations are going to be known by the readers and the speakers. So when you see the phrase Yisrael, the consonants make those sounds. Those are the sounds that consonants make. How do we know that for a fact is what I'm trying to get you to see. Because the ancient Israelites, not people after the fact, not white men or whatever you want to call it, but the actual Israelites that you believe are your kin, they transliterated pronunciations from the Hebrew, which was consonantal, into Greek to show how these phrases and the consonants sounded. So in other words, the New Testament authors, which you believe are all Israelites, they captured the pronunciation of the name of the nation, and it's pronounced Yisrael. So when you look at the consonants, you're just going to see Yod, Shin, Rash, Lamed, right? But when you see how they pronounce Yod, Shin, Resh, Resh, Lamed, you're going to notice that they pronounce it literally Yisrael, not Yasher Allah. And it's not just them. For example, you look at all of the apocryphal books that were composed originally in Greek or were preserved in Greek by the Israelites, and they all have the name of the nation of Israel as Israel, Yisrael. They're capturing it in the Greek that way. Yisrael captures the pronunciation, Israel captures the pronunciation Yisrael. Now, if the name of the nation was Yasher Allah, I can right now type out Yasher Allah in Koine Greek to show you that it's very much possible to capture that pronunciation. Why didn't any of the ancient Israelites capture that pronunciation? Because it didn't exist. They never pronounced the name of the nation as Yasher Allah. That's a fraudulent pronunciation. And the fact that we don't have it in the Dead Sea Scrolls or the New Testament or in Philo or Josephus, we don't have it in any of the books of the Apocrypha, you don't have it anywhere in the Septuagint, in all of the manuscripts that were written from Hebrew into Greek. So Genesis to Malachi, none of those books render the name of the nation. All of them uniformly, Rayabaya, capture the pronunciation as Yisrael. And any scholar worth his weight is going to tell you, yes, the name of the nation of the ancient Israelites in Paleo-Hebrew was Yisrael. That's objectively true, man. The evidence points in that direction because the Israelites captured the pronunciation into Greek to show us this is how we pronounce this. And it cannot be a mistake in any capacity. It was a very intentional thing. And the Masoretic text bears witness to this because it captures the same pronunciation.
The Masoretes, they were during the 6th century, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, were there no Israelites in the 6th century? Did they disappear off the face of the earth?
No. What I'm saying, no. The point I'm saying is that, so the people that you're talking about, like with the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So weren't they translated like during that a much later time than when of course they were translated probably in the later on, right? So so you're saying that there's no things lost in translation. You don't think
I didn't mention about anything not being lost in translation. I never said that. What I'm saying though is that what you guys I think tend to do is you look for where you think you can find a hole, and then you think you can smuggle Lashon Kodash in because you think, oh, well, like for example, I've seen this being done. Like some guys from your side. I'm not saying you. I haven't said you. Guys from your side, not you. I haven't said you're doing this. Guys from your side will use Sirach. Sirach's grandson, the Greek version of Sirach, where he says there are things in the Hebrew that are hard to be, basically rendered into another language, so the meaning is sometimes lost. But the reality is that doesn't apply for every single Hebrew word. He says that there are some things. He doesn't mean all things. Obviously, if it was all things, then he wouldn't have been able to make a a comprehensible translation of Sirach, his grandfather's work from Hebrew into Greek. So when you look at the Greek transliterations, for example, how does Sirach's grandson render the name of the nation? He renders it Israel in the Greek, which is equivalent to Yisrael in Hebrew. And that proves with his writing and other people's writings, because Jesus pronounces it Israel if you're looking at the New Testament, Yisrael, indicating Yisrael. So it's rendered Israel in the Greek, which means Jesus would have been going around saying Yisrael, not Yasharallah. The fact that Jesus is our witness, you believe in Jesus, right? Jesus is our witness, Paul is our witness, Peter is our witness, John is our witness, Mark is our witness, Luke is our witness, Philo of Alexandria is our witness, the Dead Sea Scroll community is our witness. They're all capturing the pronunciation into Greek when they actually write into Greek as Israel and not Yasarallah. They could have, see, I just said it, Yasarallah is how you would say it in Koine Greek to indicate, because there is no sh sound in Koine Greek, so the sigma is employed. Yasarallah indicates Yashar Allah, but you don't have that anywhere. There's no manuscript that renders the name of the nation as Yasser Allah. You would need that if you want to substantiate that as a proper ancient pronunciation, but you don't have that. There's no ancient manuscript that says that.
So just real quick, and you got
even that, like when the guy says Salakia, you know that it's if you want to say it, it's Shalak, but not Salakia. Like, anyways.
You fell for the trap, bro. You fell for the trap. But go ahead, bro.
No, it's not a trap, because I'm just showing that there's too many things wrong with what the camps teach, and a lot of you guys, even if you're no longer in camps, are still holding on to these things. I'm trying to get you to see, even if you thought you were an Israelite, you thought that the Israelites were your kin, it would be honoring to actually understand they're not using that pronunciation system in any of their writings. There's zero evidence for Lashon Kodash in antiquity. The whole A-class, that doesn't exist.
You have been talking, bro. Faithful, you've been talking for, I feel like, at least a 45 minutes straight.
I know, but I feel like the thing is that you guys don't want to hear the truth.
Fam, bro, hearing the truth, like hearing the truth. Brother. I could take you with a book, chapter, and verse to tell you what the truth is according to the Bible. Don't play with me when it comes to that. So, like,
I don't think you want to go there, because I think I'm going to disprove everything tonight.
Okay, bro. Everything. You've been talking for 45 minutes.
Everything you believe tonight.
Everybody keeping in the comments, bro. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, what are you talking about? Hanif is one person, and Hanif doesn't even understand what's going on. You guys, so the gentleman Rayabaya believes in a pronunciation system where every consonant just makes one possible vocalization. So the aleph doesn't make a, e, o, u as we know in biblical Hebrew, which we have evidence of, which I can show you objectively in the Septuagint, that all those pronunciations are being used for the aleph. But you guys have a system where it's just and then the bet is and the gimel is ga, and then the dalet is da.
Faithful.
That's a non-existent system. That doesn't exist. That's not how Semitic languages work at all. Any Semitic language.
Can I respond? Faithful, can I respond, bro? Can I respond? Like, I think everybody about tired of hearing voice at this point, and it ain't even just me. But, like, fam, there are certain camps.
I'm just trying to educate you on something you should know.
You know what I'm saying, fam, bro? Listen, you can't educate me on shit you don't know.
Yeah, I can absolutely. I'm doing it tonight. I'm teaching you something you didn't know.
I would let you.
Yeah, but I'm teaching you something you don't know.
I will let you know when you can talk. Right now, you can't.
Wait. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more to show you that you cannot tell me when to talk.
Bro, everybody's tired of hearing me, bro. Go read the chat.
No, I think the reality is that you don't like hearing objective fact.
Everybody's tired.
I don't think you like hearing objective fact.
Everybody's tired.
Yeah, nobody's tired of hearing me talk except you, apparently. So I think the issue is that you don't like facts. You just don't like facts. You don't like facts.
Anyhow, I'm gonna address the point that you. Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna let this joker talk, man. Let's hear what this uneducated joker. Let's see what he got to say. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, uneducated.
Kiss my good help. But anyhow.
Yeah, go ahead, unlearned one. Go ahead.
All right, okay, thank you, sis. But like I was saying, there are certain camps. I get what you're saying about the whole name thing, bro. Like, I get you. I totally get you on it, fam. I get you. But personally, who I'm with, dude, we don't
just freaking like.
I'm sorry, you remember of IUIC by any chance?
Bro, let me talk.
I'm asking you a question. If you're a member of IUIC, I'm asking.
Bro, yeah, bro, it's not.
Let him talk, bro. You just said the group that I'm a part of. What are you afraid of? Do you have like some secret? Are you like in the CIA or something?
Hell up, man. Let him talk. I'm asking you what camp are you a part of? I want no response. Like, who are you?
So I'm asking you what camp are you a part of?
If I want to repeat you as nothing, I will repeat you as
nothing. I'm gonna keep asking you what camp you're a part of until you answer it.
And I will ignore you like you're as nothing.
Okay, because the Bible tells you to prove all things. So you said you're in a camp. So what camp are you a part of?
I didn't say that. Are you a Edomite? You sound like
I'm not an Edomite. First of all, I don't believe white people are Edomites, and I'm not white. So no, I'm not an Edomite. According to your doctrine, I'm Ephraim on my. If you hear me, you understand. I'm Ephraim on my father's side. You dum. I was a Hebrew Israelite. All men of color on my father's side. If you're wondering,
that would definitely make sense. Because you Northern Kingdom idiots, y'all are the reason when you read
Northern Kingdom idiots. Meanwhile, you're a Southern Kingdom. We can get into that, and I can debunk you on the 12-tribe chart too, if you want.
But let me tell you, Northern Kingdom idiots.
Tear you apart on that one if you want.
With y'all in the first place, bro. So I ain't trying to hear none of that, bro. Like, I ain't trying to hear none of that at all. I promise you, you're a Northern Kingdom, no part. Y'all got divorced when you read Jeremiah 3:8. Y'all got split because of y'all rebellious ass. Just like you, you're the same person that was a part of the people that done what they done in the past that caused the Northern Kingdom to get divorced. Thank you, you're back. Well, welcome back to hell on earth. You hear me? So welcome back.
I don't agree with your interpretation, man.
I don't care what you listen. I don't care.
Your interpretation isn't the Bible. It's your personal opinion.
I don't care what you agree.
I know this is just your personal opinion right now.
I don't care what. I still don't care what you agree.
Very full. The thing is, can you reply back to your points? Because I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I do want to hear it because I was talking to Raya Baya and then this gentleman jumped in. So I'd like Raya Baya to respond. I got you, Daniel. So let Raya Baya respond back. Let me listen to Raya Baya because me and I were talking.
Hey, Raya Baya. He's talking about this. He's talking about these names, bro. Like, okay, not every camp or every congregation,
I'm aware of that.
church, whatever you want to call them, whatever name.
There's really like maybe 3 camps that don't use the fraudulent Hebrew, and IUIC is one of them. That's why I asked if you were a member of IUIC, since you're saying you don't use that.
There's more camps that's out here that people that's not mainstream like IUIC, or that's not mainstream like Salt of Thunder. That's not mainstream
like the other ones do.
No, IUIC is mainstream.
Yes,
Yeah,
mainstream. What I'm saying,
Why are they all acronyms?
God, dog, would you shut up?
No, I mean,
Chill out, man. You don't gotta be disrespectful to people on stage. Just chill out, man.
No, it's what I'm saying.
Why does every single one of them need to have 3-letter acronyms? What is up with that?
Bro, listen, so it's a normal thing. Let me explain it. Let me just explain it very quickly so he can stop. Just let me explain it to him quickly. So the acronym thing is a normal convention that you find within a lot of Christian, even African American Christian denominations. A lot of the Camp Hebrew Israelites carried over into that movement, so it's not unusual to see that. So like Kojic, for example, is an African American Pentecostal group, and they have a acronym. And there are other African American Christian groups that do the same. So the founders of the original school that these guys, their doctrine comes from, they use an acronym, so that's conventional. So then the camps, many of them were taught by guys who were in the original school. They use acronyms. That's just why they use it. There's no big deal about it.
Okay, whatever. Okay, let's get back to the point. Whatever. None of that was really legit to your relevant thing you're talking about. But yet at the same time, dude, it's like when it comes to that, the point I was making, it comes to the name.
It's like, why do you have to have these weird 3-letter names?
Yo, James, can you stop that?
Bro,
James,
listen, 3-letter names.
Let her finish. Go ahead, Daniel.
It's like embarrassing. It really is.
Well, no, it's embarrassing. It's conjuring him in here.
I don't know why we're getting caught in the acronyms. Like you mentioned,
It's the 5th degree of the church of Satan.
What is it?
Thank you.
All right, you guys. Yeah, chill out, you guys. Go ahead.
I've never actively moderated a room here, but how do you mute the room? Out of curiosity, I can't seem to find the right.
Yeah, if you just hit if you just go in the top right, you should see 3 different
three little dots.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Sorry about that. I should have done that earlier, but I genuinely couldn't find it. Okay. This is going to take a little right.
I wanted Daniel to finish his point so I could hear him. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, so it seems like Daniel's conceding that maybe.
Okay, just wait. Stop talking, please.
It seems like he's saying, he doesn't have to take out a position about the proper pronunciation of ancient Hebrew, and that different Hebrew Israelite groups, take different positions on that. I mean, but the context for why we were talking about that at all is that, we were talking about whether modern Jews who live in the state of Israel are really descendants of the ancient Israelites. And one piece of evidence that was brought forth was that the word Israeli is taken as differently, is used distinctly from Israelites. So we call Israelis, not Israelites. And the counterpoint was, that's just a feature of the English language. Like, we can't determine ancestry by, taking into account, just by looking at, how words change over time. And if we did, hold on, let me just finish. We can't determine ancestry that way, but even if we could, we wouldn't look at English, right? We would look at, ancient and modern Hebrew, and it seems like the ancient and modern Hebrew words for Israelite and Israeli are in fact the same. The counterpoint was that, there's this alternate, theory that Hebrew Israelites today have, that ancient Hebrew was pronounced using, basically just the letter A and maybe the letter I. Yeah, but I think Faithful has marshaled some convincing to me evidence that, linguistic reconstruction. Yeah, I'll let you talk afterwards. It sounded like he made a convincing case to me that reconstruction is not plausible. So, I'm curious to hear what.
Just before you go on, Mark, just to one point about the question about who is or isn't a Jew or Israelite or whatever the case is. So you understand my position, because then it will be muddying the water if I don't at least share my position. So I don't take the perspective that every single person who identifies as a Jew has to be a physical descendant of Jacob, and neither do mainstream Jews.
Sure.
Here's the reality. Being a Jew is being a part of a community, a historically attested community. And of course, I don't know if you're Jewish, Mark, but halakha is what determines in the mainstream community who is or is not a Jew. And by that Jewish law, if you're a convert, you're 100% a Jew. If you are descended from someone who is a Jew on your mother's side, you're absolutely a Jew, right? It's completely irrelevant who ultimately does or does not descend from Jacob in that system. But biblically speaking, while it seems to be the case in the Old Testament that normatively, at least during those times, the lineage was traced patrilineally, even there, being a convert made you a part of the community. And we literally have, for example, in the book of Esther, people becoming Jews. So therefore, being a Jew did not necessitate that you be physically descended from Jacob. It simply meant that you were a part at that time, since the term Jew came to mean different things during different times. Pre-exile, it was indicative of like somebody who was from the tribe of Judah. Then it came to indicate one of the three tribes of the split kingdoms according to the biblical narrative. The northern kingdom was the kingdom of Samaria. Then the southern kingdom was known as Judah, which encompassed Benjamin, Levi, and Judah.
Sure.
And then the converts that were with them in both of these communities. So that this is relevant. So these communities always, from the beginning, had converts. Always. Right. From the moment that Moses is in Egypt, onward, it's always been converts.
I think we got the point. Let's let Daniel.
Lord have mercy. Man, I can't. I don't know what's wrong with the brother right there. I genuinely don't. But brother, listen, let me tell you something, bro. It's all love, bro. It's all love, but good grief, man. It's all love. Let me say that first and foremost. Secondly, man, let me say this. When it comes to the name, as I was saying prior to, not every camp. I get what you were saying that IUIC or in this camp, or this camp don't subscribe to this camp don't subscribe to that. I get you. But what I was saying was there's other camps outside of IUIC, SOT, GMS, IUSPK. There's more multiple camps outside of that. That's not mainstream. That's not on YouTube. That's not on Clubhouse.
That's not mainstream, bro.
I said there's camps that's not mainstream like those camps. Listen,
Okay, I got you. I wasn't catching what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, listen before you speak. Zephaniah 3 and 8, Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9 says, or with people I congregate with, we says, as it reads, for then I will turn to a people a pure language, that they may call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. So until then, whether you call him Yasharallah, whether you call him a European name like Jesus Christ, whether you call him Hamashiach Yahushai or Yahweh Baham Yahushai, whatever you call him, man.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. You get what I'm saying, bro. It's a lot of work. But according to our understanding, he says, for then I will turn to a people in pure language. Bro, none of us have the pure language. So whether you want to call him Jesus Christ or whether you want to call him Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, bro, like one thing we don't do, we don't play the semantic game that you're trying to pull. It's about, oh, what is this? Oh, what is that? Bro, we don't, bro, whether you call him Christ or whether you call him Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, it really doesn't matter because he's going to return with the name that only he knows when you read in the book of Revelation. So how do we all of a sudden have a name that only he knows? So when did you become God? When did you or any other Christian or apologist or whatever you associate yourself with, when did you become God and have the original name of the Son of the Most High?
See, but I think that's a straw man. That's not even what I was conveying.
Bro, listen, fam, bro.
Yeah, but this is a complete straw man.
Solid 45 minutes to an hour.
I know, but this is a complete straw man. What you're doing, though.
No, I'm not strong, bro.
And this is an utter straw man right now.
Fam. Just give me the time, bro. Everybody has heard you.
Okay, after you're done, I'd like to respond, though.
Okay, you can, bro, and we can have a peaceful dialogue, bro. Like what I'm saying, like we can have a peaceful, genuine dialogue. I'm not opposed to that. But all I'm saying is you can't just sit here and group every single, okay, all of these Israelites get you tripping about this name, that. Bro, who I associate with, bro, we don't even trip about the name because according to those two scriptures, which is in Zephaniah 3 and 9 in the book of Revelation, he's going to return us a pure language. And not only that, he's only going to return with a name that only he knows. So how do you, brother, have his name when he is going to return with a name that only he knows? Like, why are you playing? This is what I'm saying, brother. Like, people are playing semantics. People like to play the games. I'm saying, bro, you can't group every Israelite up and go, well, they need to talk about this a false doctrine because they're using the false name. Jesus Christ is a false name. What do you mean? So I can get on your A word about saying Christ just as much as you can get on another brother for saying Hamashiach Yahushua. I can get on you the same way you're getting on him about the nameplate because you don't have Christ, and even though I'm using another name, and you don't have his original name, and neither do I. So that's what I'm saying. Like, let's just stop the games with it, bro. Don't group everybody in the same boat. But I'll give my mic.
So I'd like to point out. So I'm gonna post this video in the chat so you can see I'm not making this up. So this is an interview that I did in 2017 on Raft and Grace Radio. So I said in this video that not all Hebrew Israelites are the same. Even in this conversation, you'll notice that I've used the prefix of camp before I say Hebrew Israelite. Camp Hebrew Israelite. Camp Hebrew Israelite is meant to indicate specifically the groups that derive their teachings from an original school that was known as the Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge that was located on 1 West 125th Street in Harlem, New York City. So sometimes I'll even use the term one Wester. Because if you're, okay, for example, what does that mean? Now, does that mean that I'm saying IOG and all the other groups are like you guys? Of course not, right? There are a whole mess of Hebrew Israelite groups that existed long before there was a One West school. But when your doctrinal beliefs, if you believe the white man is Esau, if you believe that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are the true Israelites, if you believe that Asians are Moabites and Ammonites, if you believe those things, that's One Westism. That all of those teachings come from One West, right? Those are original teachings to the One West school.
Faithful. Sorry, I think he left.
No, I still see him on stage. Did he leave? Does everybody else see Daniel on stage, or is...
He's gone for me.
Yeah, there's no one with Daniel for me.
Okay, so Daniel, okay, well, let me just say this to you, Mark, and I'll try to make this brief. So I'm well aware that there's diversity within the... Huh?
Carry on. I think Mark needs to hear this the most.
Yeah, Mark, so there is a huge diversity within the Hebrew Israelite spectrum, right? And I'll be the first one to say that. I've never, ever said, oh, the Hebrew Israelites are all the same. I was a Hebrew Israelite. I was in the movement. I'm well aware of the disagreements and the differences that different groups have, even within some of the same schools of thought. Like, for example, when I mentioned One West, so I want to explain this, right? Hebrew Israelism proper really begins with a central influencer. They don't have a central founder. There's a central influencer in the late 1800s named William Saunders Crowdy. Crowdy influenced other people who never really formally learned under him. They simply heard him say the true Jews are African Americans, and they believed it. And then they started their own schools of thought influenced by that idea, right? So you have a central influencer, not necessarily a central founder. So different groups sprung up independently of each other based on this kind of influence that was derived from William Saunders Crowdy. And this is where you get the vast array of differences of opinion, because since there is no central founder, there's no real centralized teaching other than this personal belief of African Americans being Israelites. So different groups with different ideas. Some of these groups were Christian. Some of these groups were Jewish, believe it or not, literally Jewish, meaning they believed in Jewish law. They subscribed to the tenets of Judaism to a T, believing in halakha. They, so they basically agreed wholeheartedly with the mainstream community, with the only exception that they believed they were the true Israelites, and the mainstream community was comprised, primarily of converts. But they accepted them wholeheartedly as Jews, some groups. Then you had other groups that were antithetical to the mainstream community. And one of those happened to be the One West spectrum that was formed in the 1960s. So their origin point is in the 1960s, late 1960s, right? So the guy that formed them came out of a group that was quasi-rabbinic Jewish, the Commandment Keepers. He came out of that group. They weren't antithetical, at least publicly, to the mainstream community. Maybe in private, some of the members were. But he himself was extremely antithetical, very anti-Jewish. And he broke away from them, and he embraced the New Testament, and he basically started his own school. And the guys that you see on the stage talking about some of these things, many of them derive, not all of them, but many of them derive their school of thought from this original school. Not all Hebrew Israelites are like that, though. There are Hebrew Israelites that are much more closer to Christians than they are to the gentleman that we were talking to on the stage. So they're not all racist. Not all Hebrew Israelites are racist. Not all Hebrew Israelites hate white people. Nor are they espousing the idea that whites are going to be their slaves or anything like that. Different groups have different ideologies.
I was going to be a good slave.
It's all very disappointing. I was actually getting kind of excited about.
No, I'd like to be fair to even them, because I think it's fair to say, look, there's diversity within that community. If you know the history, so I highly recommend Jacob Dorman's book on. So it's called Chosen Peoples. So he actually explores the various early communities. So if any of you are interested and you want to explore this academically, his book is bar none one of the best. And I would even say James Lansing's book, Black Judaism, is also another good one. Jacob Dorman drew inspiration from Lansing's book. But those two books deal with this in a...
We've exposed One West. One West is a sellout. They're sellout. They sold that to the Bush order.
So Daniels, it appears that Daniels back. I don't know if he wants to
For some reason, I couldn't see Daniel on stage.
May I, Mark? If you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, Daniel, I just wanted to say, since you weren't in the room to hear what I was saying, so just to make it just really a bridge to Daniel, because I said a lot to you guys, but I didn't get it. I just wanted to say to Daniel,
Oh, you could hear me, just doesn't want to.
I'm sorry, my bad. Say what again? I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to ask you a question, but I feel like what you have to say is way more important to people.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No. Please answer. Continue.
Okay, so Daniel, I wanted to tell you that I have a video on my YouTube channel where I say very clearly that not all Hebrew Israelites are the same, bro. Like, I'm aware that One West is only one spectrum, and when I say One West, that's an umbrella term. So it's meant to indicate all the different camps that derive their teachings from the original One West school. Now, this is important. Not all the camps agree with each other. I'm aware of that. Like GOCC, for example, you would have disagreement with them on a lot of the things that they believe in, right? You have disagreements with some of the other camps. I'm aware of that. But some of the other groups that identify as camp Hebrew Israelites. What I was saying, though, is that the centralized teaching, like 12 tribes chart of blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, nations breakdown, where white people, white Europeans are Edomites, and Asians are Ammonites and Moabites, those teachings come from the original One West school. So those teachings are original to One West.
Can I ask you a question?
You can. Let me land on this point. I was going to say, but like a group like IOG that comes from a different tradition within the wider Hebrew Israelite community. So I was explaining to these gentlemen, the Hebrew Israelite community is not a monolith. So not all Hebrew Israelites believe the same thing. There are Hebrew Israelites that are closer to Christians than, say, like what you believe. But then there are Hebrew Israelites that would agree with you. There are Hebrew Israelites that wouldn't agree with any one of us on stage that believe Jesus is the Messiah. They're Tanakh only, as you know, and they would reject the New Testament. There's a whole wide variety of Hebrew Israelites. I understand that. I wasn't saying that everybody's the same, everybody has the same doctrine. That's why I was real specific when I said camp Hebrew Israelites, because the Hebrew Israelites that typically use La Shalom Kodash are going to be the camps, because that dialect was concocted at One West. That's One West's innovation that they claim is ancient, Hebrew or Paleo-Hebrew. So that's why I was bringing that up, because Rayabaya came out of, so he has his own camp, but he came out of Sakari, and they came out of GMS, and GMS came out of House of David, and House of David came out of the original One West. And they're still using, and Rayabaya is still using that dialect that really has no evidence. That's the only reason I was bringing that up, because I know Rayabaya. You understand me? Like, I wasn't bringing that up to say all Hebrews are behind it.
I feel you, bro, and I respect that you saying that you do have the comprehension and the clarity and to understand that everybody is not the same. Just like how you got Baptist, Pentecost, Kojic, Catholic, so on and so forth. You feel everybody got their own little twist. My question was to you: do you know where One West come from? Do you know what One West means? Do you the original One West? Do you know what that comes from?
Yes,
where does One West come from? Okay, where does One West come from?
Abba Bivens.
It's a short answer.
I haven't even gotten into it. I'm literally saying it. Abba Bivens, who founded One West, came out of the Commandment Keepers.
Okay, wrong. One West was actually the address of where their school was. It was on One West.
You're asking about the address on the original Tanakh school, which was on One West 125th Street.
Yes, I'm clarifying this for the people in the room. So that's what One West means. One West was the address of where the school actually was. So a lot of people are here One West. And
that's what I was mentioning earlier. I mentioned that it was located on One West 125th Street in Harlem, New York City. Of course.
Absolutely. Now, some of those people, okay, I wasn't here. I apologize. I'm not bearing false witness or anything. But at the same time, at the One West, you got people that went straight to that school that's from the One West, right? Now, those are the people that you need to be in direct contact with. The leader, and it's only probably about a few people that's from that school that's still in the truth to this day. Like, I'm talking about, and trust me, I know the source connected to the sources. Trust me, I know. There's only a few people that's from that One West school that's actually still in the truth to this day. And when I say a few people, I'm talking about you can count on one hand. There's only a few people that's still in the truth from that school. And that leadership, as you can tell, like I said, I'm part of I congregate with brothers. And it's just not it's not my position to put those brothers out there like that. But yes, you do have leadership from a school such as IUIC bro, the leadership that's from IUIC, bro, they come up under One West. They were there when when One West had first started, correct?
Yeah, like Nathaniel and not when it first started. No. Nathaniel came in,
but in his formative years. Let's say that.
No, Nathaniel came in leading into the early '90s. So he was in there around that time frame, and then he left. This is important. He left in like '95.
He wasn't a leader. No, he wasn't.
No. He wasn't a leader. But he had a position of rank in the school. So just for the record, but Nathaniel left with Masha with the split that took place of REI in '95. So there was a split that took place, and that's how House of David got formed.
So Nathaniel. Let me say this. The split was based off of the Rosicrucians infiltrating the school, and some brothers didn't want to deal with that. Didn't want to deal with it, and some of them, like fucking Nathaniel and whatnot, they was all down with it. I think.
I know that's what you're dealing with me, but I wasn't.
No.
I got you. No. Let me just say this.
It's not about what I believe. It's about.
No. I got you. I just wanted to say though.
That was in the room that saw.
I got you, bro. The official reason that was given, if I could just say this, just to be fair, because I want to be fair to them too. The official reason that was given was because of doctrinal differences. However, this was the reason that people that were in the school gave. So I know you guys, y'all brothers know about the oil tables that the different schools would have, where they would, oil tables. So y'all been to African festivals or anything black related where they have where they sell Egyptian musk and those different kinds of oils, like what Tazariak does. You know the oils he sells? So the original school had a business all throughout New York City, basically selling oils in the different marketplaces. No. Wait, what are you talking about?
You said maybe I'm.
No. Let me say. I'm gonna be more exact, so y'all can hear me. The original One West school. So Tazariak. I was mentioning Tazariak from the ISUPK. Yes, I was saying. Y'all know he has an oil selling business, right? Where he sells oils. So like Egyptian musk and that. Bro, if you black, then you know what Egyptian musk is, right? So those are those kind of oils. The original school, the original One West school. So Tazariak's ISUPK is not the original One West, for the record. His leader got kicked out of the original One West and then started the Neo ISUPK. But that's beside the point. Yeah. So in the original school, the original One West that Abba Bivens founded, the people there throughout the 80s and 90s used to sell oil all throughout New York City in like the different like marketplaces and different stores all throughout New York, right? Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, so on. They sold oils and they made money off of that. They sold VHS tapes of their teachings. They would sell books and they would make money off of that. So the split took place according to the dudes that were inside the school over money issues. So the leaders felt that they should get a bigger cut of the money than what was being distributed, and because Masha was claimed to be the king, because they had the one king doctrine, he felt that he should get the bigger cut. So that disagreement over money turned into a doctrinal thing. That's how it usually would happen. There's disagreement over how the money is being distributed in the school, and then brothers would come and then basically make up a controversy to get somebody put out, so that this way they could move up into ranking, and then they could get more money that was coming into the school. Because the higher up you were in the ranking, the more chances you had of getting money, and the more money you would get, especially if you were in the 7 heads.
Hey, can I respond to you real quick? Because you get a little long with it, bro. Just real quick. This is something, I'll see the title of the room, Words with Jews. That's always controversial. But at the end of the day, bro, regardless of what anybody believes, and where I'm from, we just tell people, keep the law, statutes, and commandments in the faith of Christ. I don't care if you're of the nation of Israel or if you're not in the nation of Israel. The least you could do is keep the commandments in the faith of Christ. If everybody would just do that, bro, I don't care if you're black, white, pink, purple, orange, gray, tall, short, skinny. I don't care what you. Let me let my plane, bro. Well, you go and rinse, bro, and people are.
I'm not faithful. I haven't even been talking. What are you talking about? That's Andrew talking.
Oh, my bad. I was looking at my screen. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to ask you, are you saying, just to be clear, because a lot of Hebrew Israelites that I talk to, They're very exclusive about who Christ died for. Are you saying that Christ died for people for all people? Did anybody could anybody accept Christ?
Can I respond? Can you at least may I respond with just a decent amount of time, if you don't mind, sir? I'm not gonna ask to bore you, but just
that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
That's fine, but I hope you do answer my question, though. You know what I mean?
I definitely will. Okay, so I'm gonna answer your. Let me start here first. We typically don't like to deal with matters when it comes to that. You feel what I'm saying? And the reason why I say we don't like to necessarily deal with that when it comes to like salvation and things of that nature, because when have you ever known anyone to feed a newborn baby a 25-ounce porterhouse steak? You're not going to feed a 1-month-old baby a 25-ounce porterhouse steak, because why? If you feed a child a 25-ounce porterhouse steak, that baby cannot digest it. It doesn't have the digestive system to digest it. It won't be able to swallow it, and potentially could end up killing that baby. So when it comes to matters like that, that's what we call meat. That's meat. That's a really, really detailed, in-depth, like, it's really deep. Let me say that. But what do you give a newborn? What is a baby supposed to drink and eat? They're supposed to have milk.
Give me a papa. I want a papa.
They want papa. They want milk. And no, you're right. They want milk, and it's just that parable and that metaphor is going into the same way as far as humans. When it comes to this type of understanding, man, and you're new to this understanding, you have to drink the milk, and the milk of that is called keeping the commandments. When you read the book of Ecclesiastes, it's chapter 1, verse 21, he says, if thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and I will give her unto thee. So if you want wisdom, if you want understanding, if you want to understand all of the prophecies and everything of the Bible, the mystery of the Bible, you have to keep the commandments. He said, if you want wisdom, keep the commandments, and I will give it unto you. When you read the book of Psalm, I'm going to answer your question about it. When you read the book of Psalm, I'm just making a point for
119, 104.
Psalm 111, verse 10. I'm paraphrasing here. I think that's the script. He says, a good understanding have they that keep his commandments. I'm paraphrasing. But you brothers know which one I'm talking about. I think Psalm 111, 10. A good understanding have those that keep his commandments. So that's the only way to understand the secrets of the Bible, the mysteries of the Bible, the prophecies of the Bible. If you're not keeping no commandments, you're not going to understand anything. So us trying to tell you who the Gentiles are and trying to explain the book of Galatians chapter 3 and verse 28 when he says there be neither Jew nor Greek, you're not going to understand that when we go into the breakdown of it, because you still haven't nurtured yourself on just the milk. And that's keeping the commandments. So I can't go into deep biblical prophecy with someone and give them steak when they're not even nourished enough and grown enough by keeping the commandments. I can't go into those deep, dark, secret parables.
Well, I think you guys have been going into some very deep stuff, Daniel, and you can try me with the porterhouse and see how I do with it. Maybe you could just give a summary.
Well, you know,
I'm gonna give it to you. But that was
maybe you can answer real quick. I just wanted to ask this guy some questions, because this is my first time talking to him. I don't know if you guys have talked before.
I never talked to him. As far as
So Daniel, I wanted to ask you a question, if possible.
Just because my point. I got you.
No, we understand that you said you're belaboring the point now because you're being long-winded.
No, let me answer that.
Keeping the commandments.
Well, he's the moderator. He's the moderator. Well, he's the moderator. I don't mind. You can totally take the reins here, but I just wanted to ask.
No. I answer because I don't want to lose that point. Because I want to answer your question.
The only reason I'm asking faithful. No. But I want you to answer me though, Daniel. But please don't go. Just give me the porterhouse in one sentence.
All right, let me give it to you.
Is it the case?
Faithful point. Faithful point have to learn how to sit down.
Tell us about it in about 30-minute length.
All right, here's the book. All right, let me answer. Let me read it to you.
Can anybody opt? I'm here. Can you hear me? Anybody by their own free will? Anybody by their own free will on the globe, if they want to, if they so choose to, can they accept Christ? Please.
Yeah, man, this little bro. Little bro. Yo, you might be the same age, bro. I don't know if you know. I'm not a young buck, but okay. Say, go ahead. So here's the thing. So you went to Acts 5:31. Yeah. So you went to Acts 5:31, and I don't know if you realize that. Number one, the book of